Despite being unconscious, Luo Lang's entire face was becoming redder and redder as his breathing became more and more labored, and his body began to spasm. This meant that the aphrodisiac in Luo Lang's body was already in full swing. This caused the typically composed Ling Lan to be at a loss, unsure what she should do. Would dousing Luo Lang with cold water help? Having the barest knowledge of aphrodisiacs, Ling Lan could only be clueless one. Little Four could sense his boss's helplessness, and so quickly rushed off into the learning space to request assistance. Very soon, he returned to say happily, "Boss, instructor number 1 is looking for you." Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly instructed, "Little Four, take care of the hover car and Luo Lang." Before she was even done speaking, a black vortex had appeared before her eyes, about to swallow her whole. FCK again. Ling Lan's attention strayed for a split second, and she was pulled right into the learning space by instructor number 1. This was instructor number 1's personal space. It was forever shaded by cloudy skies, a plateau shrouded in clouds at the peak of the tallest mountain. As usual, instructor number 1 was sitting on the plateau in solitude, resting his eyes as he meditated. Ling Lan appeared out of thin air behind instructor number 1. Seeing instructor number 1's figure, Ling Lan called out respectfully, "Instructor number 1, greetings." Only then did instructor number 1 open his eyes and say dispassionately, "So you've come." Ling Lan could not help but grumble internally. How much faker could these words be? Instructor number 1 was the one who pulled her in here. Was it possible for instructor number 1 to not know when she was coming? "I heard Little Four say that one of your friends has been dosed with aphrodisiac." Number 1 spared no mind to Ling Lan's opinion, asking her about the situation without beating around the bush. "Yes, instructor number 1. Can this aphrodisiac be cured?" Hearing what he had to say, Ling Lan's eyes lit up. Right? Why had she forgotten to come ask the instructors in the learning space? Little Four's mind was still the quickest, thinking of this. Ling Lan firmly gave Little Four a mental thumbs up. "Aphrodisiacs have no antidote," replied instructor number 1 calmly. Ling Lan's gaze dimmed at these words. Could she only watch as Luo Lang suffered? However, that doesn't mean there is no solution, instructor number 1 continued to say. This caused Ling Lan's initially low spirits to perk up once more. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at instructor number 1, hoping that instructor number 1 would be able to tell her a good plan. "Your companion's name is Luo Lang, right?" Instructor number 1 did not seem to notice Ling Lan's impatience, actually beginning to stray from the topic. Ling Lan quickly replied, "Yes, instructor number 1. What method exactly can we use to resolve the aphrodisiac in Luo Lang's body? Please." The flames were already lapping at their brows. Instructor number 1, could you just be efficient and give a direct answer? Instructor number 1's cold gaze swept over to stare at her, freezing Ling Lan's anxious impatience instantly, and her mind cleared. "Calm down yet," huffed instructor number 1 coldly, somewhat dissatisfied over Ling Lan's loss of composure. "Sorry, instructor number 1, I lost control of my emotions." Realizing her lapse, Ling Lan quickly bowed her head and admitted her fault. Being concerned for a companion is not wrong, but remember, no matter when, you must keep calm. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to help your friend, you might even make things worse for them. Instructor number 1 could understand Ling Lan's current anxious state of mind, but he could not condone it. On the battlefield, once one lost their composure, not only would they destroy themselves, they would also drag their brother-in-arms down with them. This was unacceptable. Understood. Ling Lan nodded. At this moment, her gaze was no longer lost and panicked. There was only cool rationality and determination in her eyes. Instructor number 1's icy stare was fixed on Ling Lan for several seconds. Under this stare heaped with pressure, Ling Lan did not retreat, staring right back at instructor number 1 with a steady gaze. "Remember what you've said today." Instructor number 1 retracted his gaze in satisfaction, before continuing to say, "You've forgotten that no matter how long you spend in the learning space, only a second would have passed outside. It won't delay you from saving your friend." Ling Lan bowed her head in shame. She had indeed forgotten about this. It was just as instructor number 1 had said. She had lost her mental balance, her calm, and her judgment. This kind of weak display was indeed worthy of a scolding. "I remember that," Luo Lang is the one who activated the innate talent alter ego and has still not found a way to control it. Instructor number 1 saw that Ling Lan was already reflecting deeply on her mistake, and so continued with their previous topic. At this time, Ling Lan had already centered herself and was back to normal. She responded calmly, "Yes, instructor number 1." This was also a problem that had been bothering her. She wanted to help Luo Lang, but really did not know where to start. It should be known that Luo Lang's innate talent was an excellent one, but it was just unfortunately out of control. It was like a double-edged sword. Even as it cut the enemy, it would also cut its user. This was also why Ling Lan had always restricted Luo Lang from activating his innate talent before this. An unstable innate talent would not be acknowledged by either the military academy or the army divisions. That is indeed a very good innate talent. At this point, instructor number 1 glanced reflexively at Ling Lan, silently awed by how beloved Ling Lan was by the heavens. Even the companions by her side had awakened such powerful innate talents. If you want your companion to fully master this innate talent, this aphrodisiac incident is actually a great opportunity. Ling Lan's gaze brightened at these words, but remembering the instructor's previous counsel, she took in a deep breath and suppressed the emotional surge she felt, merely asking calmly, "May I request instructor number 1 to clarify?" Instructor number 1 nodded silently. This reaction of Ling Lan pleased him greatly. Thus, he did not make things difficult for Ling Lan any longer, directly stating the solution. Find an enclosed space and let Luo Lang activate his innate talent. Within his innate talent, there should be one transcendent cold personality. As long as this personality can be brought to the surface, the aphrodisiac issue will be resolved. Extremely frigid? Ling Lan was rather perplexed. How could this particular personality nullify the aphrodisiac? In fact, this will let him cut off all the 7 emotions and 6 desires too, leaving him in an extremely cold and rational mode. As long as he can stay in this personality until the aphrodisiac has run its course, your companion will have safely overcome this hurdle, replied instructor number 1. Will there be any latent issues? Ling Lan asked after some thought. She did not wish for Luo Lang to have any remnant problems from this method. No, but in the process of activating the personality, you need to make sure that your companion retains his rationality. If the wrong personality is activated, you will need to beat it back so that another personality can be activated. And this point will require your strength to enforce. Based on your capabilities at a half step to domain, you should have no problems, explained number 1. Remember, you must keep him conscious. If it's not an aware personality, you must beat it back until your companion manages to master how to activate his personalities while retaining his awareness. Understood, instructor number 1. Is there anything else I should watch out for? If there is nothing, I would like to return now and resolve this as soon as possible, said Ling Lan with a grim expression. Right now, her mind was most concerned over the problem of Luo Lang and the aphrodisiac. Go. Once you are done helping your companion, come back and seek me out. Instructor number 1 waved his hand, and Ling Lan was sent out of the learning space. The dim space once again subsided into silence. Instructor number 1 sighed, his gaze complex, before once more closing his eyes. Several seconds later, a tear suddenly appeared 3 meters behind instructor number 1. A ravishingly beautiful woman in a uniform walked out of the tear. It was instructor number 4. Glumly, she whined, "Big brother, why won't you let me teach her about sex? This is obviously a great chance. Not only can she help clear the poison from her companion, she can also learn what is meant by the weaponry of women. Now is still not the time. Ling Lan's dominance Tao is gradually entering an optimum state. We cannot cause her heart to waver," said number 1 coldly. Besides, Ling Lan doesn't have any need for this type of weaponry 3. You are only asked to always be prepared, just in case she cannot regain her female nature in the future. At this point in his speech, instructor number 1's forehead was tightly creased. Even though Ling Lan's progress on her dominance Tao was astounding, in direct contrast, the gentle grace unique to women had slowly faded away. Could this be the price of walking the dominance Tao? That would be such a shame. Ling Lan has such great qualities, said instructor number 4 with a forlorn gaze. The supple flexibility of Ling Lan's body was truly marvelous. This was closely tied to Number 9's efforts in cultivating her. It would allow Ling Lan to require only half the effort for double the effect when learning the arts of feminine wiles. She was an absolute high-quality jade. It was such a pity she had no place in her life right now for these arts to come into play. If Ling Lan had not proven successful on the other fronts, I would not stop you. But reality shows that her future will be brighter if she continues to walk the dominance Tao. Instructor number 1's tone held steely conviction. Ling Lan was undoubtedly his most prized successor. There was no other. Since you, number 1, have said so, what can I do? But when Ling Lan is done with her dominance Tao, you won't be able to stop me anymore from teaching Ling Lan the arts of female seduction. Number 4 cast these words down sulkily and then returned to her own space. She had just known her debut was not going to be so early. She still had so many years to wait. She dearly wished Ling Lan could grow up quicker. It would be best if she could arrive at that age where her heart would flower into the spring of love. At that time, that bloody big brother could no longer prevent her from teaching Ling Lan the methods of women. Seeing number 4 vanish from his space, instructor number 1 took in a deep breath, calming down his ruffled emotions. Truly amazing. Actually stealthily performing the art of allure right in front of his face without displaying any signs. If his will had not been strong enough, he might really have found it difficult to resist. Instructor number 1 thought about how Ling Lan would also possess this type of allure skill in the future and combine it with her current cold domineering swag aura. Number 1's brow creased tightly once more. Alright, so he just could not imagine what that result would be like, but somehow it did not seem that it would turn out that lovely. Forget it. Let's worry about it when we come to it. Instructor number 1 was unexpectedly displaying some AQ mentality because he too could not bear to refuse instructor number 4 and her passion for teaching so many times. In future, Ling Lan would just have to bear with it. Without knowing it, Ling Lan had been sold out by the instructor number 1 she deeply revered. Even someone as cold and unyielding as instructor number 1 had no choice but to give way a little when faced with the extraordinary charm and allure of instructor number 4. Sure enough, Ling Lan was back in the hover car after only a second on the clock. Little 4 said joyfully, "Boss, you're back? Have you found a solution?" Ling Lan nodded and said, "Yes, Little 4. Change destinations immediately. Head for the combat hall." To find an enclosed space, the only option was the private combat rooms at the combat hall. She did not forget to caution, "Little 4, do not leave any sign that we're going there." "Yes, boss." With that, the hover car silently changed directions and began flying rapidly towards the combat hall. The hover car stopped not too far from the combat hall, and Ling Lan carried Luo Lang stealthily out of the car. Due to Little 4's intervention, this hover car had registered as an empty car on the Academy mainframe all this while, going around the campus on its designated route. Just like that, Ling Lan snuck Luo Lang into the combat hall without anyone the wiser. Little 4 had long found an empty private combat room, so Ling Lan dashed straight into the room with Luo Lang over her shoulder, and Little 4 instantly sealed the doors shut behind them. Of course, on the records of the optical supercomputer of the combat hall, the private room they were in was still listed as unoccupied. However, Little 4 used some concealment methods to hide the room from being displayed among the other empty rooms. In other words, regardless of which list one looked in, occupied or unoccupied rooms, they would be unable to find this private room Ling Lan and Luo Lang were in. Similarly, no one would notice one missing room among all the other 100 or so rooms, so this eliminated any chance of Ling Lan and Luo Lang being discovered. Knowing that Little 4 had handled all the precautionary measures, Ling Lan set Luo Lang on the ground and reached out a hand to pat Luo Lang awake. "Boss, I feel terrible." The moment Luo Lang woke up, he could feel his body burning up. He panted torturously, forcefully suppressing the needs surging from deep within his body. Yes, he needed comfort and relief. He wanted to take the person before him into his arms, but this person was his most beloved and revered Boss Lan. Even if Luo Lang's whole being was screaming at him with want, he held himself back from pouncing at Boss Lan. Having impure thoughts about Boss Lan was an insult to his boss, Luo Lang felt. Of course, another reason was that Luo Lang believed pouncing forwards would be useless anyway. Boss Lan would surely smack him dead with one slap. Seeing that Luo Lang could still maintain some rationality even now, Ling Lan's heart eased. She had been most afraid that Luo Lang would have lost his mind completely to the drug at this point, and so be unable to activate his innate talent. Ling Lan did not dare to delay. She quickly told the plan to Luo Lang. Luo Lang's gaze brightened at her words. If he could solve his lack of control over his innate talent from this incident, his suffering would not have been in vain. So he said, "Do it. Boss, if I really lose my mind, hit me till I wake up." A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Luo Lang's eyes. He had always been willing to be harsh on himself. Even if his entire body became littered with wounds, he still wanted to complete this mission. How could he, Luo Lang, lose to such a trifle as this aphrodisiac? Okay, Ling Lan nodded solemnly in response. This moment did not permit her to be soft-hearted. Luo Lang pushed aside Ling Lan's hand which had reached out to help him up, climbing to his feet on his own waveringly. In order to hold back the roaring carnal urges within his body, his glossy red lips had been bitten through in several spots. Blood welled up from the wounds to flow downwards, falling onto smooth ivory skin to pool at the hollow of his neck, strangely beautiful in its own right. However, all of Ling Lan's and Luo Lang's attention was currently focused on receiving Luo Lang's personalities. Neither noticed the odd beauty of the scene. Innate talent, activate. Luo Lang used the remnants of his rational mind to activate his innate talent. Ling Lan saw the shaking figure of Luo Lang go still all of a sudden, and then a wild presence poured out from Luo Lang's body. This aura made Ling Lan frown slightly, a trace of disappointment in her eyes, because this was not the personality Ling Lan and Luo Lang were hoping for. However, Ling Lan's disappointment came and went in a flash. Luo Lang's innate talent was unstable. Activating it for a specific personality was like drawing the lottery. If they had gotten it right in one go, now that would truly be miraculous. Luo Lang slowly raised his head. His initially clear eyes were now bloodshot. There was no longer any trace of Luo Lang's primary identity. Only endless savagery and blatant bestial desire remained in his gaze. He slowly opened his mouth wide, slipping out his tongue to lick at his bloody lips. This appearance clearly smacked of greed, but paired with Luo Lang's exquisitely beautiful face, the action actually gave Ling Lan a sense of flirtatious seduction. FCK. Ling Lan could not help but curse internally. Who the heck was the real woman here? The truly male Luo Lang doing such an erotic act. Not only did it not cause revulsion in others, it even came off as extraordinarily mesmerizing. At this moment, Ling Lan was hit hard by jealousy. Though Luo Lang's small face was currently as red as a plum, brimming with seductive allure, the sound coming from his throat was the cry of a wild beast. That's right. This time, Luo Lang had awakened a bestial personality. It had no so-called rationality to speak of, only retaining the most basic bestial instincts. Luo Lang in this identity did not recognize any Boss Lan. He only wanted to eliminate this prey before him that made him feel threatened. Thus, he lunged forwards without hesitation, both hands reaching out savagely at what he felt were the fatal points of the other. Just as Ling Lan was about to activate her domain and control Luo Lang, Ling Lan recalled Instructor No. 1's reminder. She needed to beat back these uncontrollable personalities of Luo Lang's. Beat back? Alright, she would just do it with her fists then. Ling Lan resolutely raised her fists and punched out fiercely, striking Luo Lang's thin and lanky body full on. Luo Lang was sent reeling back with a bam, his entire body crashing heavily to the ground. The activation of the bestial personality has greatly increased the strength of Luo Lang's body. It's at least 3 times tougher than before. In the past, this level of power would have sent Luo Lang flying, but now, it is only enough to strike him down. Ling Lan looked at Luo Lang struggling up from the ground, and mentally began cataloging the benefits this activated personality brought to Luo Lang. Also, the endurance of his body has also increased by quite a bit. This punch of mine did not injure him. Luo Lang had already climbed up by this time. His lips curled in a growl in response to the pain of that last hit, and then he leapt forwards once more. His speed and strength clearly showed that he was not at all affected by that first attack. It could even be said that the minor pain had made this personality of Luo Lang's even fiercer now. Then, let's add on 3 times the strength. I don't believe I can't bring you down. Ling Lan instantly increased the power behind her fists, once again sending a fist at Luo Lang and sending him flying. Yes, the horrific strength behind her fists this time had sent Luo Lang flying the moment the hit landed. Luo Lang was seen to crash into a wall and then slide down it to slam into the ground. Howl! Pained cries spilled from Luo Lang's throat. This force had made him feel intense pain. Struggling, he tried to climb to his feet once more, his crimson eyes glaring at Ling Lan before him, filled with brute ferocity and killing intent. The intense pain had caused Luo Lang's bestial instinct to become utterly berserk. Still not submitting? Then I'll hit you till you submit one. Ling Lan sniffed coldly and charged forwards with a clenched fist. Before Luo Lang could get up, she pressed Luo Lang into the ground and began pummeling him. Seeing this scene, Little Four's pair of little legs could not help but tremble violently. Boo-hoo-hoo, boss is really too savage. He is so scary too. This unending set of combination punches made the savage light in Luo Lang's eyes fade, his crimson eyes actually revealing a trace of meekness, as if begging for mercy. Ling Lan paused with her fists held high, harumphed coldly, and said, "Do you submit?" "Whoa!" A vaguely stubborn cry escaped Luo Lang's mouth. Ling Lan's eyebrow quirked, and she punched down once more, forcefully. "Hull!" Luo Lang's bestial personality finally gave up and begged for mercy. This cry was unlike the one before. It carried an undertone of fawning. An idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind. She stopped her punches and ordered, "Let the primary identity out to talk to me. And don't you dare slip away. Otherwise, every single time you come out, I'll beat you." Ling Lan's warning snuffed out all thoughts the bestial personality had of running away. He howled several more times pleading for mercy, and very soon one of Luo Lang's eyes changed noticeably. The originally wild red of that eye gradually cleared up. "Ugh, it hurts. Boss, I'm back." Sure enough, Luo Lang's primary identity had returned. Seeing this, Ling Lan sighed in relief, then said, "Your other bestial personality should still be here. Try and control him a bit." That clear eye of Luo Lang's revealed pleasant surprise, while the other crimson eye narrowed, as if planning to resist. Ling Lan raised her fist without hesitation and punched right at that crimson eye. Ouch! Luo Lang sucked in a cold breath. Ling Lan had not held back for this punch. The intense pain of it made both of Luo Lang's personalities moan in pain. I've said before, don't try to run. Actually daring to disobey my order. Ling Lan glared fiercely at that blackened panda-eyed crimson eye. Her icy gaze made the bestial personality no longer dare to rebel, obediently signifying its submission. "Luo Lang, this is a good chance. Control it quickly," Ling Lan quickly instructed Luo Lang. How could Luo Lang not understand at this point? Ling Lan was helping him to subdue this bestial personality. Without even thinking about it, within his spiritual realm, Luo Lang's primary identity charged without hesitation at the bestial personality beside him. The bestial personality instinctively tried to fight back, but was paralyzed by an invisible force. It turned out that Ling Lan knew the bestial personality was hiding within that one red eye of Luo Lang's, and so she had released a bolt of spiritual power to press down on Luo Lang's crimson eye. Of course, fearing that she would harm Luo Lang's primary identity, she had not dared to use a spiritual charge. Unexpectedly, this move of Ling Lan's had unintentionally helped Luo Lang out, allowing him to successfully take control of this bestial personality. The two personalities fought and tussled within Luo Lang's brain. Due to the pressure from Ling Lan's spiritual power, as well as the deep-seated fear the bestial personality now had over Ling Lan's previous pummeling, it was fearful that it would be beaten even worse if it defeated the primary identity. The bestial personality's fighting spirit was obviously weaker than the primary identity's. Under this panicked anxiety, its resistance grew weaker and weaker. In the end, the primary identity subdued it completely, making it fully submissive to the primary identity. Just like that, Luo Lang was fortunate enough to conquer his first secondary personality, Bestial Instinct 3, before he could share this joyful news with Ling Lan. Regaining full control of his body, That burning desire within his body rolled over him once more, and this time it was even stronger than it had been at the start. If his body had not just been pummeled so hard by Ling Lan, his entire body's skin and muscles aching all over, he would not have been able to retain any bit of rationality. In a pained tone, Luo Lang said, "Boss, I've subdued him, but I don't think I can bear any more. Hurry and activate your innate talent again." Ling Lan's expression changed drastically at his condition, and she quickly urged him to continue with the plan. "Yes, boss." Luo Lang decisively withdrew the bestial instinct personality and activated a different personality with his innate talent. Once a personality had been conquered, as long as the primary identity did not want it to emerge, then the personality would definitely not emerge. Following the emergence of Luo Lang's new personality, a wave of blood-tinged killing intent swept down on Ling Lan. Ling Lan was extremely familiar with this killing intent. It was the bloody intent accumulated after killing over hundreds of thousands of people. Could it be that the personality that Luo Lang had activated this time was a killing Dao personality? Sure enough, when Luo Lang lifted his head to look up with half-lidded eyes, a sharp and cold bolt of killing intent shot towards Ling Lan. At the same time, Luo Lang's hands shifted into an attack stance. It was the one-inch punch that Luo Lang was so proficient in. Looks like the rational ones are harder to deal with than those irrational ones. Observing Luo Lang's current stance, which appeared to be without any notable weaknesses, Ling Lan could feel that things were now a little troublesome. This personality was giving Ling Lan a vague sense of pressure. Demit. No wonder Instructor Number 1 had said that she would be able to subdue these personalities with her strength at half-step to domain. If she did not have those 10 seconds or so of domain ability, up against this killing Dao personality, even if she was already at the optimal peak of Qi Jin, she would still have to expend quite a considerable amount of effort to defeat him. As expected, when a follower was too powerful, the pressure upon a boss was great. Heaven knows what other personalities Luo Lang possessed. In particular, that transcendent cold personality mentioned by Instructor Number 1 was very likely not an easy one to get along with either. At this thought, Ling Lan felt her teeth begin to ache inexplicably. It really wasn't easy for her to be a boss. Ling Lan's somewhat emotional musings made her initially seamless aura ease a little. Anyhow, the killing Dao personality felt that his chance had arrived. And so, Luo Lang could be seen dashing forwards like an arrow to arrive before Ling Lan's face. His long-prepared one-inch punch striking out at Ling Lan from the most uncomfortable angle for her. This angle made it extremely hard for Ling Lan to block. If she chose to dodge, the killing Dao Luo Lang would gain the upper hand. Then, even someone as powerful as Ling Lan would have a very hard time snatching back the flow of the fight anytime soon unless she immediately brought her domain into play. Just as the killing Dao Luo Lang thought he had succeeded at his ploy, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. Ling Lan's waist twisted abruptly, evading this killing move of Luo Lang's with an extremely exaggerated snake-like, flexible move. Her supple and flexible body, which made Instructor Number 4 salivate, had completely displayed its prowess here. Ling Lan, who was brimming with masculine strength, had still kept the physical flexibility and suppleness unique to women under Instructor Number 9's careful tutelage. She had even learned how to utilize this suppleness to its maximum effect. Having avoided Luo Lang's killing move, Ling Lan charged forwards to meet Luo Lang, sweeping out both her elbows to attack the other's chest. Luo Lang reacted swiftly. The moment his blow met air, he knew that things were bad for him. He rapidly retreated, but he still was not quicker than Ling Lan's attack. A bam rang out. Ling Lan's elbows had struck Luo Lang's chest, pushing him back several paces. As a vital point had been hit directly, even though Ling Lan had already held back on her power, it was still enough to injure Luo Lang. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Lang's lips. Killing Dao personality? I'm someone who has fought my way out of the killing Dao. Trying to beat me with the killing Dao? In your dreams. A cold smirk graced Ling Lan's lips. Perhaps the other powerful personalities would cause Ling Lan to hesitate and harbor reservations, but the killing Dao personality was not among their ranks. Ling Lan, who could be considered an old hat at the killing Dao, naturally knew everything there was to know about the killing Dao. Not to mention that the killing intent emanating from Luo Lang's body right now was truly no match for the killing intent hidden deep within Ling Lan's body. In other words, Luo Lang's killing Dao personality was still rather immature right now. Perhaps after Luo Lang has been through several battlefields and killed a few more people, perhaps then this killing Dao personality would be much more developed. Let me show you what a real killing Dao is like. An idea tumbled through Ling Lan's mind, and the blood-soaked killing intent deep within her body poured out in a torrent. The sheer thickness of it caused the temperature of the sealed room to plummet, also causing the expression of the killing Dao personality opposite her to shift slightly, a trace of unconcealable greed revealed in its eyes. As the killing Dao personality was nourished by bloody killing intent, even as Ling Lan's substantial blood-soaked killing intent frightened it, it was also deeply attracted by it. Uncontrollably, it began to absorb Ling Lan's bloody killing intent, its expression carrying a trace of intoxication. Right then, even if he knew very well that consuming this blood-soaked killing intent might put him under the control of the other, the killing Dao personality just could not resist in the face of this temptation. Seeing this, Ling Lan's brow quirked. She had caught on to the weakness of the killing Dao personality. The corner of her lips tilted up, and she abruptly retracted all the blood-soaked killing intent she had released. The killing Dao personality, who had been blissfully absorbing the blood-soaked killing intent, suddenly found that the killing intent was gone and could not help but blink blankly. After realizing what had happened, he turned a dejected gaze upon Ling Lan, a type of speechless complaint contained within it. That look actually reminded Ling Lan of those adorable puppies in the photos she had seen in her previous life. It was the look when those puppies had had their favorite toy snatched away, unbelievably moan no matter how you looked at it for. Suppressing the laughter in her heart, Ling Lan stared coldly at the killing Dao personality. Her entire demeanor screamed, "I'm not going to give it to you. What can you do about it?" Motivation to kill flashed across the killing Dao personality's eyes. He really wanted to kill the other, snatch the other's bewitching blood-soaked killing intent for himself, and absorb it completely. But very quickly, he calmed down. Just based on the other's blood-soaked killing intent, which was 100 times more potent than his own, as well as the other's previous bizarre evasion skills and efficient attack, he was still no match for him right now, much less talk of killing the other. Still, that thick and beguiling blood-soaked killing intent, he could not simply give up on it just like that. The killing Dao personality looked at Ling Lan with a complicated gaze, and finally opened his mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, "You are like me, and stronger than me." A trace of yearning flashed through the killing Dao personality's eyes. "Do you want to advance?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. "Yes," replied the killing Dao personality resolutely. If he could just continue to absorb that killing intent, he would definitely become much stronger. "If you're willing to submit to your primary identity, I'll allow you to fight with me once a week." Ling Lan offered her conditions. The killing Dao personality's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. He felt that his primary identity was just too weak, not at all worthy of commanding them, the secondary personalities. A weak primary and strong secondaries. This was the true reason why Luo Lang was unable to control his alter egos. "Are you unwilling? Then I will make it so your primary identity never ever activates his innate talent." A smirk hung on Ling Lan's lips. "Let you train your so-called killing Dao on your own forever in that spiritual realm inside him. Perhaps you can also become strong that way," said Ling Lan sarcastically. Helse, these secondary personalities actually dared to look down on their primary identity. Did they not consider that they still needed the primary identity to activate his innate talent? What a bunch of simple-minded fools. Ling Lan's words made the killing Dao personality's complexion pale. This was something he was truly afraid of. Although a large part of why they, the alter egos, were unwilling to submit to the primary identity was because the primary identity was too weak. At the same time, they were also very afraid that once the primary identity took control and had a choice, some of the more unsavory personalities would no longer have a chance to come out. Thus, they collectively decided not to submit to the primary identity, choosing instead to fight for that 1 out of several tens or so chances 5 of coming out when the primary identity activated his innate talent. Think carefully about it. A chance every week to get some fresh air, or to be trapped forever in the spiritual realm. Any smart person would know the right choice. Ling Lan was extremely calm. Right now, she had the initiative and power, so she was not afraid that the other would disagree. Since the alter ego wanted to become stronger, and it also knew that she, who was proficient with the Killing Tao, was an extremely great rival, the Killing Tao personality must know that it would require sparring with her to obtain experience in the Killing Tao. Furthermore, she still had an ultimate move up her sleeve. That killing intent of hers was excellent nourishment for the Killing Tao personality. If the other was willing to accept her conditions, she would not mind feeding it once a week as well. After all, she could always gain more blood-soaked killing intent from the learning space, so she did not mind wasting this little bit of its six. Seeing the gaze of the Killing Tao personality begin to waver, Ling Lan decided to up the ante. She offered up her ultimate killing move. Also, every week, if you behave well, I can give you some of my blood-soaked killing intent. The Killing Tao personality's eyes sparkled. You're speaking honestly? Of course. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Once a promise has been made, even a team of 4 horses cannot take it back 7, stated Ling Lan proudly, her chin lifted high. Would she, Ling Lan, lie to her own follower? Deal, replied the Killing Tao personality firmly. That final lure was too much for him. And besides, being able to get some fresh air once a week, it was worth it even if he had to submit to the primary identity. Then let your primary identity out now, said Ling Lan. Very soon, Luo Lang's primary identity had emerged once again. This time, due to the Killing Tao personality's willing cooperation, it was extremely easy for Luo Lang to take control. It only took several seconds to succeed. The moment Luo Lang took back his body, he could feel the fearsome power of the aphrodisiac. This time, he did not need Ling Lan to remind him. With the final bit of his rationality, he immediately activated the next alter ego. Just like that, Luo Lang activated his innate talent again and again, channeling his alter egos, while again and again, Ling Lan beat them into submission, tempted them with benefits, tricked them. Anything, as long as she could get these secondary personalities to agree to submit to their primary identity. Ling Lan could be said to have used up her bag of tricks. Again and again she redefined the baseline of her ethics, leading Ling Lan to silently sigh at how she really was not a good person. Just like that, heaven knows how many alter egos she had helped Luo Lang conquer. Ling Lan was feeling rather numb by now. Faint traces of sunlight had begun to peek out from within the dark sky. It was getting ever closer to dawn. Observing from the side, Little Four could not help but become anxious. This was because, even with Little Four's help, it would be extremely difficult to sneak back to their living quarters without any trace during broad daylight. Little Four did not know whether he should manipulate things to create the illusion that Boss and Luo Lang had left the villa early this morning to come train in the combat hall. All right, there was still that final bit of time. Little Four decided to wait a little longer in patience. If daylight truly broke, then he would ask his boss whether he should carry out his plan. In the meantime, Luo Lang had activated yet another new personality. The emergence of the personality brought along a surge of ice-cold air, causing the temperature within the private room to drop noticeably. The arrival of this chill made Ling Lan's spirits rally. Could it be that the transcendent cold personality she had been waiting for all this while had finally appeared? Luo Lang's cold and unfeeling gaze swept over, and when he saw Ling Lan, his brow furrowed, and he said, "So it's you." Ling Lan was taken aback. She had met this personality before? She abruptly recalled that this personality had appeared before not too long ago on the stage during the wagered fight with Lei Ting. He had been extreme in his cold rationality, paying the price of his own arm to perfectly ensnare the opponent, achieving an upset by defeating his stronger opponent from a weaker position. Undoubtedly, this was a personality who could be extremely cruel to himself for the sake of victory, severing one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, only allowing oneself to retain endlessly cold rationality, and taking everything into consideration without qualms that could lead to victory. You should be that transcendent cold personality. Ling Lan believed that the other was certainly the target she had been seeking. As expected, a tough opponent. That's right. It's unexpected that you actually know all those details about me. Not simple at all. No wonder the primary identity is willing to recognize you as boss, responded the transcendent cold personality dispassionately. Of course, a hint of contempt could still be discerned from his tone. "I've been looking for you for a long time," said Ling Lan coldly. "I think you should already be aware of the current condition of this body. Seeking me out just for this?" The transcendent cold personality figured out why he had been brought out and could not help but scorn. This kind of little problem, and he already can't take it? That's too disgraceful. Due to the effects of the aphrodisiac, even though Luo Lang's face had been punched till it was black and blue, it was still flushed an eye-catching rosy pink. However, his eyes now were clear, as if not at all affected by the chaotic desire within his body. Sure enough, the transcendent cold personality possessed the ability to detach himself from all 7 emotions and 6 desires, and was thus able to be so serene in the face of disaster. However, Ling Lan was beginning to get a vague sense that something was not right. She began to think back on how when each personality had appeared, those personalities had not lost control due to the aphrodisiac. They had not lost their minds and behaved wildly. Even when that mindless bestial instinct personality had appeared, what he had displayed had only been the basic instinct of a wild beast and nothing else. Could it be that as long as another personality took charge, the effects of the aphrodisiac would actually be contained? In that case, why would Luo Lang suffer the ravaging of the aphrodisiac every time after he conquered those personalities? Ling Lan was rather perplexed. All these doubts merely flashed through her mind. Ling Lan did not have the time to ruminate on them. Now, the most important thing was still helping Luo Lang to conquer this transcendent cold personality so that Luo Lang could fully overcome the effects of the aphrodisiac. Ling Lan did not think that the aphrodisiac of this future world would be so strong, lasting over the course of an entire night. Every time they had switched alter egos, she had seen Luo Lang's agonized expression of force tolerance in between. This made Ling Lan rather worried about Luo Lang's body. She wondered whether it was too much for him and had harmed the very foundations of his body. She hoped that it was truly as instructor number 1 had said, that there would be no negative aftereffects. Ling Lan suppressed the worry in her heart and began to negotiate with the transcendent cold personality. "Speak. What would make you willing to submit to the primary identity?" It would be best if they could avoid a fight. Whenever Ling Lan encountered a rational personality that could communicate, she would not resort to violence right away, instead going into negotiation mode first. Ling Lan herself was afraid that Luo Lang's body would not be able to withstand all this pummeling. "Submit? He's not worthy enough yet," Transcendent Cold responded icily. "Yet? Which means that it's possible in the future. Does this mean that you actually think well of him?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. "He is our primary identity. Once he has become stronger than us, we will naturally submit to him," Transcendent Cold replied evenly. This was the truth. Luo Lang's innate talent was out of his control only because the primary identity was too weak, so the secondary personalities could not be blamed for running wild. "Why don't you all try submitting now? This is actually beneficial for you all as well," suggested Ling Lan. Transcendent Cold shook his head bleakly and refused, saying, "We have our pride. We only submit to the strong. If the primary identity never finds a way to be stronger than us, he will forever be unable to control us. This is the price he must pay. There are no shortcuts." "Is that so?" Ling Lan shot back with a half-smile. The reality before them now proved that shortcuts did exist. They just had not been discovered yet before this. Ling Lan's rebuttal made Transcendent Cold's breath choke. He fell silent for several seconds before opening his mouth to say, "Of course, it's not really that they don't exist. If there is a boss who gains the willing acknowledgement of all of the secondary personalities, we can listen to that boss's orders and recognize the primary identity as our main host." The Transcendent Cold personality stared coolly at Ling Lan and continued, "It seems that you have discovered this shortcut. Those subdued secondary personalities were most likely conquered by the primary identity in this way. If you defeat me, I too will be willing to submit to you. At that time, you can ask me to submit to the primary identity. I will be willing to obey." So that's how it is. Only now did Ling Lan truly understand. Instructor number 1 had suggested this method, not for her to seek out the Transcendent Cold personality, but for her to subdue each and every one of these alter egos to help Luo Lang gain complete control. Who knows how many alter egos are left? Do I have to keep fighting till the last one to end this? Ling Lan muttered to herself, chuckling wryly internally. If luck would have it, she might just have to spend days here. This was truly an onerous task. That's why she had said that being a boss was not so easy. No need. As long as you defeat me, the other secondary personalities will acknowledge you too. Because I am the strongest one among all the alter egos. Transcendent Cold heard Ling Lan's mutters and replied. Even though his tone was exceedingly cool and level, Ling Lan could still hear the pride and confidence of Transcendent Cold from his words. That aside, Transcendent Cold's words had also explained why Instructor Number 1 had said that she must seek out the Transcendent Cold personality. It looked like Luo Lang did not need him specifically to overcome the crisis of the aphrodisiac. Rather, Ling Lan needed to defeat the other so Luo Lang could truly master his innate talent. This so-called chance was just Instructor Number 1's excuse to get her to act. No wonder as time passed, Luo Lang's resistance to the aphrodisiac had seemed to get stronger and stronger. Unlike at the start when he had almost lost his reason, he had always been able to successfully activate his innate talent, holding on till the emergence of the next alter ego. In fact, as he had been fighting, the aphrodisiac was already being diffused. It was as the Transcendent Cold personality had said at the start. The aphrodisiac within Luo Lang's body was just a trivial matter because the drug was already nearing its end and the effects were no longer that strong. At this thought, the tension in Ling Lan's heart eased. Since the aphrodisiac was no longer an issue, as long as she defeated this personality before her now and completed the task of letting Luo Lang freely control his innate talent, she would have achieved a rousing success. Fine. Let me try then and see how strong exactly is this Transcendent Cold personality. Ling Lan calmly stretched out her right hand, signaling for the Transcendent Cold personality to make his move. This was the stance a superior used against an inferior. With regards to this, the Transcendent Cold personality did not feel offended or underestimated. This was because the moment he came out, he had sensed the horrifying strength hidden deeply within Ling Lan's body. He knew very well that this person before his eyes was not that opponent he had met that first time he had emerged. This opponent was much stronger, but that did not mean that he had no chance of winning. A mocking smile appeared on the lips of the Transcendent Cold personality. With a spring of his feet, his figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, his fist had arrived before Ling Lan's face. This speed of his had clearly broken past Luo Lang's original speed, hitting Luo Lang's physical limits. Good, Ling Lan yelled out in approval. Her head tilted to one side, evading the punch, and her palm struck back without any hesitation, aiming for the only opening in this attack of Luo Lang's, the only fatal weakness, his chest. Ling Lan thought that Transcendent Cold would choose to evade, because if this palm strike landed, based on the strength differential between Luo Lang and her, Luo Lang was certain to be heavily injured. Someone proficient in combat would not be so idiotic as to welcome death. However, Transcendent Cold's actions shocked Ling Lan. The other did not dodge, charging forwards fearlessly instead. FCK a lunatic. Ling Lan had not expected the other's actions, and since the other was charging forwards intentionally, Ling Lan's palm made contact with Luo Lang's chest in the blink of an eye. There was already no time to change moves. Ling Lan could only pull back the powerful internal energy behind her palm. Thus, despite striking Luo Lang's chest, as there was no internal energy behind it, her palm did not harm Luo Lang. But right then, there was a sudden twist. Luo Lang's other long-readied fist with 3 layers of 1-inch punch struck out in a diagonal attack at Ling Lan's lower side. Stuck in the tail end of her move, Ling Lan had no possibility of evading. Still, who was Ling Lan? The reflexes of one at the optimal peak of Qi Jin was incomparable to that of one at early-stage Qi Jin. Ling Lan's other hand swept down into a block, and the two forces collided. Powerful forces erupted between the two of them. A boom of collision, and the two were thrown back uncontrollably. They each stumbled back several paces before finding their footing again. Even Ling Lan, due to insufficient preparation and a hasty block, now felt heated blood roiling in her chest, a surge of copper-sweet stench pushing at the back of her throat. It should be said that the heartless scheming of Transcendent Cold, in tandem with the 3 layers of 1-inch punch he used, had given Ling Lan a bitter taste of trouble, actually daring to use Luo Lang's life to trap me. Ling Lan's eyes turned bleak and cold, freezing air beginning to emit from her body. At this moment, Ling Lan's wrath had been piqued. She found that this transcendent cold personality before her was truly without all 7 emotions and 6 desires, only retaining endless cold rationality. For the sake of victory, he had even factored Ling Lan's brotherly affection for Luo Lang into his calculations. From the start, he had known that his attack would be fruitless, but he also knew that Ling Lan cared for his body very much and would not really want to hurt him, and this was his chance. Frankly, he had almost succeeded. However, Ling Lan was just too strong. Despite falling into his trap, she had still managed to withstand his attack by relying on her own superior strength. If your heart had not had any reluctance, my plan would not have succeeded, said the transcendent cold personality. Hence, this is not my fault. At these words, Ling Lan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. So she was the only one to blame for taking this hit? But thinking about it, what the transcendent cold personality was saying was not wrong either. If she had not been reluctant to harm Luo Lang, the other would not have been able to trap her. How bloody despicable. Are you not at all worried I would just go through with it for real and kill you? Asked Ling Lan sullenly. If that happened, then it would be my mistake. Death would be well deserved. The transcendent cold personality's expression was indifferent. In his mind, if his carefully thought-out plan had not succeeded, death would be a proper price to pay. There was nothing to argue about there. Facing this emotionless, transcendent cold personality who only knew how to scheme, unafraid of death and impervious to flattery and petty tricks, Ling Lan felt somewhat like her hands were tied. Hells, this personality was just too troublesome to handle. Did she really have to fight with lethal means? It had to be said that the transcendent cold personality had indeed latched onto Ling Lan's vital point. Ling Lan could not bear to harm Luo Lang. Even though Luo Lang currently looked rather battered, his entire face a swathe of black and blue, his body swollen red and bruised with no patch of unmarked skin, all of these injuries were only skin deep. Luo Lang would only need to lie in a healing pod for 1 to 2 hours, and he would be back to normal. However, if Ling Lan had really been ruthless and injured Luo Lang grievously, Luo Lang may just have to return to the Military Medical Research Center and would not have been able to be discharged for 10 days to half a month. And this was why Ling Lan was now caught in a dilemma. Boss, dawn is breaking. Should I create an illusion of you and Luo Lang coming out from the villa this morning to come spar at the combat hall? Right then, Little Four, who could delay no longer, piped up with an alert within Ling Lan's mind space. An idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind at these words. Yes, by creating this illusion, she would have a reason to send Luo Lang back to the Military Medical Research Center to trouble Li Shiyu again. She could say that, as they had fought, Luo Lang's old wounds had flared up again. As his primary physician, Li Shiyu would need to take responsibility for this. At this thought, Ling Lan's lips could not help but curve up into a slight smile. Since she now had a way to resolve Luo Lang's injuries, then there was no reason for her to be merciful and hold back. Ling Lan clasped her hands together tightly, her fingers emitting the sounds of cracking joints. This action made Transcendent Cold's gaze shift, because he had sensed that his initial plans were likely to be useless now. Still, could the other really bear to be vicious? If that was the case, then, for the primary identity to have acknowledged such a person as boss, wasn't he too bad at judging character, and also too pitiful? Before the transcendent cold personality could ascertain Ling Lan's true thoughts, Ling Lan leapt forwards. This time, she was prepared to initiate attack. A fist was sent flying straight at Luo Lang's face. The force behind the punch was fierce and domineering. Even before it could touch him, the transcendent cold personality could already feel the horrific power contained in the fist. His countenance shifted, and with a quick slide step, he dodged this attack of Ling Lan's. There was a loud boom as Ling Lan's fist struck the floor of the private room. The ground instantly split apart under the tremendous force. In fact, the private room was built with high-tech, ultra-durable materials, capable of withstanding attacks of Qi-Jin below domain stage. The effect being displayed right now was also a product of the technology. After 10 seconds, the ground would be restored to normal. Seeing this great crevasse appear on the private room's floor, the transcendent cold personality confirmed that this person across from him was now truly determined to be ruthless. At this moment, he could not help but scorn his own primary identity once more, thinking that his primary identity really had bad judgment. His boss must not care much for him at all. Otherwise, how could he have switched over to become so vicious so easily? Damn T, what a failure of a primary identity. Since he could no longer count on the other's mercy, the transcendent cold personality abandoned his original plans without any hesitation, beginning to look for other openings to exploit. Meanwhile, the two of them could be seen darting around each other, one attacking, one evading, actually fighting on pretty even ground. It had to be said that Transcendent Cold was the strongest among all the alter egos because he utilized Luo Lang's physical body to its maximum ability. Whether it was in terms of speed or power, he had pushed it to the limit. For Ling Lan to defeat the other, it was likely impossible within a short period of time. This was because the other was calculating the best evasion path for himself under his body's constraints. Transcendent Cold's formidable calculation ability had allowed him to escape by a hair's breadth several times already. Looks like it's impossible without using domain, thought Ling Lan. Frankly, with Ling Lan's capabilities, it was not impossible to take the other down if she went all out physically. However, she did not dare to use all her strength at optimal peak Qi Jin, much less the threefold version of one-inch punch. This greatly restricted Ling Lan's attack range, which was why Transcendent Cold could escape so many times. The strength Ling Lan was currently using was carefully calculated so that even if she hit Luo Lang would only be heavily injured, but no great tragedy would occur. If she added an extra share of strength, she was afraid she might accidentally snuff out Luo Lang's little life. Right then, the Transcendent Cold personality was finding that even if he schemed a lot, it was futile against Ling Lan, who was several times stronger than him. Once strength reached a certain degree, all schemes would become useless. The Transcendent Cold personality experienced the emotion called hopelessness for the first time. However, it was not in his character to admit defeat just like that. So, he decided to trade injury for injury. This was an extremely helpless kind of ploy. If he was not at his wit's end, he would not resort to this willingly. Both fighters intended to bring this fight to a close. When Ling Lan attacked again this time, the Transcendent Cold personality did not dodge. He immediately raised his right fist, and with a loud bellow, the fourth form of one-inch punch was executed without hesitation. Seeing this, rage flickered in Ling Lan's eyes. Without any hesitation whatsoever, she yelled out, "Domain, activate." In the private room, a super mini-domain appeared, instantly wrapping around Luo Lang's entire body. In the midst of performing the fourth form of one-inch punch, Luo Lang was frozen in that stance just like that, suspended in the air, immobile. The smaller the domain, the longer Ling Lan could maintain it. Of course, even with the smallest domain, Ling Lan could only hold it for no more than 1 minute. As for this tiny domain, Ling Lan could hold it for approximately 40 seconds. Although it was not very long, it was more than enough to subdue the Transcendent Cold personality. DM in it. Ling Lan roared, her fist hurtling over to strike the immobile Luo Lang squarely. At the instant her fist struck, Ling Lan dismissed the domain holding Luo Lang secure. Still, the Transcendent Cold personality no longer had any way of dodging her attack. The fist landed squarely and Luo Lang's entire person was sent flying to crash heavily against the wall of the private room and then bounce off it to crumple to the ground. A heaving sound, and Luo Lang was spewing out several mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Ling Lan had not held back in this strike. Her finely calculated internal energy had been borne by Luo Lang in its entirety. It was unsurprising that Luo Lang had received severe damage. Do you know? I really hate you right now. With Luo Lang's current abilities, using the fourth form of one-inch punch will cause the Qi Jin in his body to run rampant. An unlucky chance could cause his combat realm 1 to fall. The first time, on the arena stage during the wagered fight, you did not want to lose to an outsider and used it. Even though you paid the price of your right arm, I tolerated it. But now, just because you did not want to lose to me, you chose to use this type of move that would deal 100 damage to the opponent but deal 1,000 damage to yourself too. Are you a goddamn bloody idiot? What transcendent cold? You are just a freaking brainless blockhead. Calm and level-headed, my ass. Ling Lan, who was extremely incensed by the other's actions, had a stony expression on her face as she grabbed the transcendent cold personality off the ground and began rapping him smartly on the head with her fists, berating him fiercely all the way. This attitude of Ling Lan's made the transcendent cold personality instantly descend into a confused stupor. Perhaps, in his world, this type of fire-breathing dragon behavior was completely incomprehensible. Wasn't he the one who had gotten injured? Why was the opponent so enraged? Perhaps he had been tricked from the start. Perhaps the other's affection for his primary identity was in fact sincere, and the other had not been utterly merciless? Taking stock of his own injuries, Transcendent Cold believed his judgment was accurate. He should have been dejected by the discovery, because he had actually been fooled by the opponent and had lost his chance to win. But for some reason, his heart actually felt lighter, as if this was how things should be. Transcendent Cold's stunned gaze had never shifted from Ling Lan's face. Fuming, Ling Lan did not have any patience to speak of. With an angry glare, she said, "What are you looking at? Do you got him in submit or not?" Transcendent Cold let his silence speak for him. He was already having his head wrapped while he was in the other's hold. How could he not submit? Seeing Transcendent Cold's cooperative attitude, Ling Lan's mood improved. She patted Luo Lang gruffly on the head and said, "If you had just done so from the start, wouldn't things have been better?" Perhaps noticing the Transcendent Cold personality's dejected expression, Ling Lan added, "Also, I'm your boss. What's there to be discouraged about in losing to your boss?" How pathetic. He was pathetic? Well, at least he's still better than the primary identity, right? The Transcendent Cold personality could not help but scrunch his brow. He was unwilling to accept this critique. But the primary identity being so weak, won't boss look down on him? Subconsciously, the Transcendent Cold personality had actually begun to worry about the place his primary identity held in their boss's heart. Why don't you let the primary identity out now? Ling Lan sent another fist flying to beat away Transcendent Cold's gloomy emotions. Transcendent Cold did not want to suffer any more of boss's fists, so he could only obediently let the primary identity out. "Boss, you've settled yet another personality?" The moment Luo Lang came out, he asked happily. Gathering one personality after another under his control, Luo Lang could feel himself becoming stronger. His innate talent was also beginning to feel increasingly easier to wield. Yes, congratulations on escaping from your abyss of misery. Seeing Luo Lang appear, Ling Lan's initial wrathful expression calmed into cool stoicism once more, and her tone was as indifferent as it ever was. Luo Lang, as the primary identity, did not sense anything out of the ordinary, but the Transcendent Cold personality on the other side could sense the subtle change in Ling Lan's aura. It was still cold, her voice just as cool, but compared to when she had been fighting with him, her aura was actually considerably warmer. So apparently even this icy attitude of their boss would change when interacting with the different personalities. For the first time, the Transcendent Cold personality felt the emotion called jealousy. He actually began to feel envious of his primary identity, who was able to receive boss's care and affection. Luo Lang was a clever babe. Hearing Ling Lan's words, he instantly reacted with joy. "You found the Transcendent Cold personality? HN, go subdue it quickly. Your aphrodisiac is also mostly settled," said Ling Lan calmly. "Don't try to resist. A gentleman should never go back on his word." Ling Lan's tone shifted abruptly, becoming extraordinarily frigid. Transcendent Cold knew that these words were directed at him. He was just another personality in the same body, but the treatment he received was so different. This tone now and that tone earlier were so obviously worlds apart. Transcendent Cold thought to himself dejectedly. Luo Lang could not know Transcendent Cold's thoughts. Heeding Boss Lan's words, he pounced at the Transcendent Cold personality beside him. The moment he touched the other, the primary identity could sense how powerful the other was. There were no openings for him to attack, so he could only stare at the other helplessly. What an idiot. Transcendent Cold saw this pathetic display of the primary identity and barked reproachfully. Still, he did not plan to go back on his promise with Ling Lan. Thus, he could only suppress his spiritual power as much as he could, squeezing it down smaller and smaller, until the point where the primary identity could overpower him. The two personalities began to merge. The transcendent cold personality was experiencing everything the primary identity had been through, including those experiences as the other grew up and his bonds with those companions of his. Demit, the primary identity was really too bloody weak. If he had been the primary identity, the prize seat of Boss's first follower would definitely belong to him and not that simple-minded Qilong. Transcendent Cold thought moodily to himself. This time, the process of subduing the transcendent cold personality took much longer than with the other personalities. Day was upon them, and the combat hall was beginning to become crowded. Some were there to enter closed-door meditation and seek out insight, while others were there to practice their combat arts. All the students selected their own private rooms and went off to do their respective things. There were also those students who had no classes today, who did not want to log on to the mecha world, who had come to the combat hall looking for a spar or two. Finally, Luo Lang's tightly shut eyes opened. A gleam of cold light came and went, and then Luo Lang could be seen to laugh and say, "Boss, it's done. How does your body feel?" That is, the aphrodisiac. This was what Ling Lan was most concerned about. It doesn't feel that strong anymore. After subduing the transcendent cold personality, the effects have eased greatly. As expected, the transcendent cold personality is the sure kill move against aphrodisiacs, reported Luo Lang excitedly in his cluelessness. At his side, Ling Lan's cold face could not help but quiver slightly. Fine, she was a bad person. She absolutely would not tell Luo Lang the truth. That, in fact, all his injuries this night were actually unnecessary. "How are your injuries?" Ling Lan asked, scratching the bridge of her nose, still feeling somewhat guilty. Luo Lang chuckled wryly. "Not very good. I'm injured pretty badly. Looks like I'll have to go to the treatment center for another round of treatment." "It's better to go to the Military Medical Research Center," said Ling Lan. The smile on Luo Lang's face stiffened, as if thinking of something. Ling Lan raised a brow and asked, "Recalling that scumbag? Afraid now?" Luo Lang shook his head and said, "No, that scumbag has been handled by Boss. What do I have to be afraid of?" That said, a hint of coldness appeared on his face. I believe that he must be wishing he were dead right now. Luo Lang had full faith in Ling Lan, believing that his boss would not let the other off so easily. Even though his boss might not have taken that pervert's life to minimize the outcry from this incident, his boss would definitely have used some other method to destroy the other, such as crushing the other's future. This kind of revenge method was also something he approved of. Hating a person did not mean the other person had to die, destroying that which he prized most. Now that was satisfying. Don't worry. He will spend the rest of his life in a daze. No one knows you had been abducted. You only made a visit to the Military Medical Research Center. That's all. Ling Lan conveyed Shi Mingyi's final outcome in a few short phrases, also telling Luo Lang that this incident would end here. There would be no continuation. "Thank you, boss." Luo Lang smiled brightly at these words. Despite the mottled bruises on his face, this smile lit up his lovely features, still making others feel that his smile was very beautiful. "It's pretty late. We should hurry to the Military Medical Research Center. The earlier you're treated, the earlier you'll be back on your feet." Ling Lan indicated for Little Four to open the room door, prepared to take Luo Lang to the Military Medical Research Center. Luo Lang's smile stiffened and he said with a grimace, "Boss, can we not go there?" "Why?" Ling Lan asked curiously. Luo Lang's body could not help but shudder a little, a trace of fear on his face as he said hesitatingly, "The medical agent Li Shiyu uses on us causes too much suffering?" He then proceeded to tell Ling Lan every single one of the effects the medical agent produced in their bodies. Ling Lan's eyes flickered in surprise, and even Little Four within the mind space was gaping in shock. That medical agent Luo Lang was describing. Why did it sound so much like an enhanced version of gene agents? Could it be that Li Shiyu had used a medical agent with a similar makeup to gene agents? Ling Lan rubbed her jaw, her expression thoughtful. This would explain why Luo Lang's body had had a significant elevation in baseline. It would appear that Li Shiyu was much more capable than she had imagined. "Little Four, tell me, letting that Li Shiyu become the exclusive army doctor of our team, don't you think that's a good idea?" She could not let such a capable military doctor get away. A clear curve adorned Ling Lan's lips. Taken in combination with her calculative gaze, little Four could not help but shiver and say hurriedly, "Yes, Li Shiyu is pretty good. Boss is wise." After all, he did not even know Li Shiyu that well. So why should he care how things would turn out for him if he fell into his boss's hands? He only needed to keep his boss happy, and that would do. Little Four decisively pushed Li Shiyu into the fire pit. Having resolved the issue of the team's military Dr. 1, Ling Lan carted Luo Lang off to the Military Medical Research Center in a great mood. The moment they arrived at the doorway, they bumped into someone. Ling Lan glanced nonchalantly at the other, and her first thought was that the other seemed somewhat familiar. Of course, Ling Lan did not take it to heart. She was just about to brush by and enter the doors when that person greeted her on his own with a smile. "Morning, Junior Ling Lan." Ling Lan had no choice but to stop. Even though Ling Lan appeared very aloof on the surface, her entire body emanating a cold air, and her demeanor seemingly extremely unapproachable, she was actually a very polite and courteous good child. Generally, anyone who greeted her in a friendly manner would not be spurned by Ling Lan. "Morning, Senior." Ling Lan responded lightly. "Ho ho, looks like Junior does not recognize me. I'm Li Lan Feng of the 4th year mecha piloting special class. Last time, after your arena battle, we met at the treatment center." Hearing Ling Lan's response, Li Lan Feng could tell the other did not know who he was. Thus, he introduced himself good-naturedly, also reminding the other when they had met. Ling Lan finally recalled who this person before her was. Back then at the treatment center, he was the one who had spurred Li Shiyu with one phrase into taking over the treatment of her 3 brothers. At this thought, Ling Lan nodded and said, "So it's Senior Li, hello. Why has Junior come here today?" Li Lan Feng asked curiously. His gaze swept over to see Luo Lang, whose terrible condition was prefaced by swollen eyes and a bruised nose, and instantly cried out, why is this Junior in such a terrible condition?" He peered closely at the injured person for a long while, then cried out again, "Isn't this Junior Luo Lang? Hadn't you already recovered a few days ago and had been discharged?" Luo Lang laughed awkwardly, and Ling Lan helped him to reply. "Today, we went out early to the combat hall for a spar and found some minor problem with Luo Lang's body. So we're here to see Duxley to figure things out. I was just about to go see young Master Shiyu myself. Let's go together," suggested Li Lan Feng, sensing Ling Lan's anxiety. And so the 3 of them strode together into the Military Medical Research Center to seek out Li Shiyu. At this time, Li Shiyu was in the process of checking the data charting the stats of Qi Long and Li Yingjie from the night before. Seeing the numbers improve day by day, he let out an internal sigh of relief. It looked like the gene agent S modification did indeed have a significant effect in increasing one's physical constitution. Even with regards to wound recovery, it had strengthened that by several folds. Another 10 more days or so, and Qi Long and Li Yingjie would probably be fully healed, ready to go back and continue attending physical training. Thus, he was in high spirits when he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind, "Young Master Shiyu, hello." Li Shiyu turned his head and saw that it was Li Lan Feng. He could not help but smile and say, "Lan Feng, so you've come." During this period of time, Li Lan Feng would pop by to visit him whenever he had the time. This had caused the relationship between the two to become extremely close. However, Li Shiyu's good mood came to a screeching halt when he saw the person standing next to Li Lan Feng. "What are you here for?" Li Shiyu rolled his eyes at Ling Lan, his entire face darkening instantly. He was still bearing a grudge over the incident of Ling Lan threatening him. Ling Lan seemed oblivious to Li Shiyu's displeasure, saying calmly, "I've come here to return Luo Lang to you." This statement caused Luo Lang, who was standing behind her, to blink blankly, extremely bewildered at why his boss Lan would say such a thing. "Return? What do you mean?" Li Shiyu was similarly taken aback, staring at Ling Lan uncomprehendingly. "His old injuries have flared up again. Who should I look for if not you?" The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked. Her cold gaze settled firmly on him, and that gaze was so sharp that Li Shiyu's heart skipped a beat or two. Luo Lang secretly wiped away the cold sweat which had sprung out from his forehead at these words. "Boss, you're truly too black-bellied. Actually daring to blame these injuries on Duxley." Li Shiyu composed himself, then rebutted fiercely. How can this be? When he left, all his numbers were clearly as good as they could ever be. But he was really injured. Ling Lan pointed at Luo Lang, signaling for Li Shiyu to go and examine him. Li Shiyu stepped forward and felt Luo Lang's pulse. His expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly felt Luo Lang's chest, checking on his internal injuries, and then turned to glare furiously at Ling Lan. Why were you so vicious? Ling Lan calmly tugged on her own sleeves to straighten them, and replied coolly, You think I would be so vicious while sparring with my own brother? Then where did these internal injuries of his come from? Are you saying that someone else assaulted Luo Lang? Li Shiyu asked angrily, pointing at Luo Lang's chest. Well, of course there was no assault. Early this morning, Luo Lang and I went to spar for a bit in a combat room. We only exchanged a few moves, and this was the result, Ling Lan replied calmly. I only used the strength level Luo Lang was used to from before, but when I hit Luo Lang, he actually became so injured. This made me suspect that Luo Lang's body may not have been fully recovered to begin with, and you actually discharged him too. Before he was discharged, I checked to make sure all of his stats were within normal standards before letting him go. Hearing Ling Lan questioning his professionalism, Li Shiyu glared at her. This was something he could not accept. I believe you, but I don't trust these machines. Ling Lan thumped a treatment device by her side. Some injuries may have always been hiding within a patient's body, but those diagnostic devices may never find them. For example, Major General Bob of the Caesar Empire had similarly been declared completely healed by the best hospital, but half a year later, an old wound reared up again, and in the end he could not be saved despite emergency care. Or like with Governor Thera of the Iron Alliance, who, also due to misdiagnosis, missed the best window of time for treatment and so had to retire prematurely. Even in our Federation, this type of misdiagnosis is not few in number. Do you need me to list out the examples? Li Shiyu, do you think you can say confidently and unreservedly that these examination devices are truly, completely foolproof? Ling Lan queried forcefully as she read out the name list of misdiagnosis cases that Little Four had compiled. This caused Li Shiyu's face to flush and pale erratically, but he just could not find any words to rebut the other because everything Ling Lan had said was fact. Even his instructors would never dare to give an absolute guarantee. But the accuracy of the machines is as high as 99.97%. Li Shiyu protested weakly. Although there was indeed the chance for misdiagnosis, the odds of it happening were just too low to consider. So, there is still a 0.03% chance of error. Can you guarantee that Luo Lang does not fall into this category? Ling Lan abruptly interrupted Li Shiyu, eyes trained intently on the other as she asked this question. Li Shiyu's mouth flapped open and closed, but he found that he could say nothing definite. Even though he believed deep down that he had not misdiagnosed Luo Lang, when it came to medicine, there was indeed no way to guarantee 100% safety. I heard that a truly exceptional military doctor is able to determine on his own whether a person has fully recovered before matching his personal judgment with the output of the diagnostic machines. This basically eliminates all possibility of a misdiagnosis. I would like to ask, Duxley, are you already at this level? Ling Lan was unrelenting, chasing Li Shiyu with another question. Li Shiyu could only continue to remain silent, because his medical skills were indeed still not yet at that level. Typically, military doctors who achieved that stage were those who had been practicing for up to 20 years and more. Only accumulated medical experience could allow them to do so. If you cannot do that, then how can you argue with me that Luo Lang's injuries are not a relapse of his old injuries? Asked Ling Lan with a raised brow. Boss, you're so despicable. Little Four and Luo Lang saw Li Shiyu being questioned so harshly by their boss that he was completely flummoxed, and they could only shake their heads mutely and sigh. So easily and casually shunting responsibility to the other, without having to owe the other anything to boot. Once more, it was proven why only Boss Lan could be their boss. Sure enough, Boss Lan was stronger than them on all fronts. Even in terms of despicableness, this was so. Li Shiyu's chest heaved up and down, making Ling Lan rather worried about whether he would pass out from anger. She could not help but begin reflecting on whether she had taken things too far. And you only know this now? 1. Fine. Consider this occasion my fault, and just let Luo Lang return for treatment. Li Shiyu finally managed to suppress his anger and replied through clenched teeth. He glared fiercely at Luo Lang, causing Luo Lang to feel a chill penetrate straight to his very bones. Seeing that stormy expression of Li Shiyu's, Luo Lang turned a pitiful look on his boss, pleading, could he not be treated by Li Shiyu again? Ling Lan pretended to see nothing, but she was cheering for Luo Lang inside her heart. In order to become even stronger, O Luo Lang, why don't you just endure this suffering for a while? Ling Lan believed that leaving Luo Lang at the Military Medical Research Center would definitely yield excellent results. After resolving the issue of Luo Lang, Ling Lan cheerfully left the Military Medical Research Center. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng quickly said goodbye to Li Shiyu and left as well. He had borne witness to all of Ling Lan's cutting questions earlier and knew that Li Shiyu must be in a terrible mood right now. He was not going to stay and chance earning any spillover hate value. Li Lanfeng had not forgotten that he had entered together with Ling Lan. If Li Shiyu thought he was Ling Lan's companion, then it would be a tragedy too. Besides, he had some things he wanted to say to Ling Lan, so leaving now would be killing two birds with one stone. And so, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng left the Military Medical Research Center together. After walking for a distance, Ling Lan halted abruptly. Lifting a brow, she turned to Li Lanfeng, who had been trailing behind her all this while, and asked, can I help you? Li Lanfeng smiled and nodded. Taking a step forward, he drew closer to Ling Lan, causing Ling Lan to frown slightly. This was because she did not like strangers to get too close to her, but Li Lanfeng's following words made her forget all of this. Luo Lang's injuries have something to do with the Tianji incident, right? Li Lanfeng said under his breath, so only the two of them could hear. Ling Lan shot a cool look at Li Lanfeng and asked in return, the matter of Tianji. I heard their headquarters collapsed. The Academy administration is investigating now. There's no official report yet. Pray tell how Senior Li came to this idea? Could it be that you have some insider information? Can you tell this Junior and clear my confusion? Sure, Mingyi has become a vegetable. Li Lanfeng commented with a half-smile. Other people may not know where his predilections lay, but I know very well. It's such a coincidence that Luo Lang's appearance is exactly the type that Shi Mingyi favors. I've also found out that Luo Lang had visited the Military Medical Research Center once yesterday afternoon. But I asked young Master Shiyu, and he knew nothing of it. Ling Lan's expression did not change at all at his words. As calm as usual, she replied, Senior Li, baseless conjecture will only lead people to the wrong conclusion. If you want to know why Luo Lang went to the Military Medical Research Center yesterday afternoon, I can give you an explanation. Ling Lan paused for a beat, then continued. In fact, since the beginning of yesterday afternoon, Luo Lang had felt something off about his body. So, after finishing the day's physical training courses, he hurried off to the Military Medical Research Center, thinking to find Duxley. However, our new cadet regiment suddenly received a mission from the administration of the military academy, and this mission was directly assigned by the upper ranks to Luo Lang by name. That's why we called Luo Lang to return, and this is also why Luo Lang had rushed back without seeing Duxley. On this end, Ling Lan was composedly spinning a believable tale for Li Lanfeng, while inside the mind space, the flustered little four was hurriedly modifying information on the mainframe according to Ling Lan's words. Who'd have thought that even after she had wiped the slate so clean, this Li Lanfeng before her now had actually still managed to pick at a corner. As expected of those within the military academy, this seemingly harmless, genial, gentleman-like Li Lanfeng actually possessed such formidable deductive abilities, quite frightening when he began to scheme. It was lucky that the other had not been more patient, coming to her immediately with just this bit of suspicion, thus giving her the chance to fill in all the gaps. Otherwise, if he had continued to investigate stealthily just like this, he might really find something incriminating. At that thought, Ling Lan could not help but feel some delayed fear, becoming rather apprehensive towards Li Lanfeng. Once Little Four returned to confirm that he had settled everything, Ling Lan continued to say, all of this should be recorded within the school mainframe. I believe that Senior Li has many talents in your camp, so you should be able to find the relevant records. Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng's heart clench. Had he truly made a mistake? Just as Li Lanfeng was wavering in shocked indecision, Ling Lan advised him with a half-smile. That's why, Senior Lee, we need to learn how to fully understand the truth first before coming to conclusions. Otherwise, it's very likely that we will bring unwanted trouble to ourselves and others. I believe Senior Lee agrees with me, right? Ling Lan's words were vaguely threatening, but Li Lanfeng did not mind at all, instead smiling to say, I was just afraid that this matter really had something to do with Junior Ling Lan and your friends. You all have just offended Lei Tang, and now if you all offend Tianji as well, life will really become very difficult for you all in the military academy. But since this matter has nothing to do with you juniors, then I can stop worrying. Li Lanfeng's words made Ling Lan's brow furrow lightly. What was the intention of Li Lanfeng telling her all this? Was he really just being nice? Li Lanfeng did not care what Ling Lan thought, directly bidding farewell to her. Before he departed, he left one last statement behind which could be taken as an expression of concern, or which may perhaps have some deeper meaning. He said, Junior, your spiritual mutation is very powerful, but try to use as little of it as you can. You cannot be certain that there is no one else at this military academy with a spiritual mutation similar to yours. Be careful in all things. That subtle smile Li Lanfeng directed at her before he left raised warning flags in Ling Lan's mind. What in the world had Li Lanfeng discovered? In her bewilderment, Ling Lan turned to Little Four to ask what he thought, but Little Four's answer only made Ling Lan even more confused. Little Four said that this Li Lanfeng overall gave him a sense of familiarity, but Li Lanfeng was keeping everything under a tight lid. The slight trace of aura he exuded seemed like someone they knew, but it was also somewhat foreign as well. Little Four just could not tell who he was like right then. Perhaps if they interacted with him a few more times, Little Four would be able to find something more useful. All right, since Little Four also had no good answers, Ling Lan could only push Li Lanfeng to the back of her mind for the moment. Besides, Li Lanfeng did not seem to have any bad intentions right now anyway, so Ling Lan decided not to waste too much effort thinking about him, because she now needed to begin working on the mission the new cadet regiment had accepted. Although Luo Lang had returned to the Military Medical Research Center to continue treatment, the selection of the honor guard to welcome the examiners still had to proceed. Ling Lan brought Wu Jiong and Xie Yi along, and they began selection activities among the new cadet regiment. Over the course of a few days, they finally rounded up a full team of members who fit the criteria the school administration wanted. Subsequently, Ling Lan's team took charge of the training of this reception team. Those ceremonial tasks, such as lining up and welcoming procedures, were all handled by Wu Jiong, who was from a military elite family. Meanwhile, Ling Lan hung back till the end, where she then unleashed her horrifying force of presence upon them, letting these members accustom themselves to the feeling. Ling Lan believed that these examiners would certainly consist of battle-hardened soldier kings, so they would definitely carry a thick air of killing intent about them. If the members of the reception team could not get used to this type of oppressive killing intent, then no matter how perfect their preparations in lining up and welcoming the others were, the moment the members met the examiners, they would still be scared spineless by them and become unable to move. That would be too disgraceful for their new cadet regiment. Ling Lan's words received everyone's agreement. In particular, Wu Jiong was deeply moved. No wonder every time he saw his father or his grandfather, he would be so afraid that he found himself stilling in fright. One look was enough to almost send him slumping to the ground in fear. This was probably the endless killing intent they had cultivated from their experiences on the battlefield affecting his mind and spirit. On Ling Lan's end, training for the reception was going on like a raging fire, while Luo Lang continued to endure the unbearably torturous treatment procedure under Li Shiyu. With regards to Luo Lang's return, Qi Long and Li Yingjie were filled with extreme schadenfreude. Frankly, when Luo Lang had left this abyss of misery so early, getting away from the research center, the two of them had been rather disgruntled. Think about it. They had all been injured within the same Trench 3, so what right did Luo Lang have to escape so quickly while they had to continue staying here and suffer? Of course their feelings would be imbalanced. Thus, when they found out that Luo Lang had returned, all their discontentment was cleared away. It could only be said that these two were the absolute worst of good friends. Another 10 days went by, and Luo Lang finally recovered fully. Once again, he was discharged by Li Shiyu. Of course, before he was discharged this time, Li Shiyu ran countless examinations on him, even asking his instructor for a second opinion, because he was now extremely afraid that Ling Lan would continue extorting him. However, in the eyes of Li Shiyu's instructor, this action was so commendable that he was touched. Look at this beloved disciple of his. How cautious and meticulous he was. As a military doctor, this was the correct attitude to have, being responsible for one's own patient till the very end. And so the instructor's satisfaction levels towards Li Shiyu once again reached an all-time high, which was an unexpected boon for Li Shiyu. Who knows how Li Shiyu would feel about this when he finds out? Should he hate Ling Lan or be grateful to her for creating such a beautiful misunderstanding? Being discharged along with Luo Lang were Qi Long and Li Yingjie. Qi Long, in particular, had recovered astoundingly quickly. Although his injuries had been the worst among the three of them, his physical constitution was the best, and his body's ability to absorb the medical agents was also very strong. Thus, the three of them coincidentally ended up recovering altogether to be discharged at the same time. When the three of them stepped out of the Military Medical Research Center, they were so moved that they instantly hid their faces and cried. Demit, they were finally free of that hell. Even the typically upbeat and fearless Qi Long had been thoroughly traumatized by Li Shiyu's fearsome treatment methods, while Li Yingjie found fear growing within his heart. From this point on, he had an unshakable psychological apprehension towards his cousin brother. In future, this would cause him to not dare to disobey Li Shiyu's orders at a critical moment. 4. It had to be said that Li Shiyu had indeed achieved his objectives through this move. He had established a brotherly bond with Li Yingjie, making them able to watch out for one another in the end. And though this bond was somewhat counter to his original imaginings, at the bottom of it, Li Yingjie would still listen to him now. 5. The moment Luo Lang came out, he was whisked away by Wu Jiong to join the reception team. Initially, Luo Lang did not want to participate, but when he found out boss Ling Lan was also part of the team, all his protestations died on his lips. Think about it. The boss was already doing it. How could the follower hide? Not only that, Li Yingjie, who had just escaped the abyss of misery with him, was also snatched up by Ling Lan to join. Even though he really wanted to object, when Ling Lan swept a glacial stare upon him, Li Yingjie could only rub his nose and obediently accept his fate. Li Yingjie believed that boss Ling Lan was still 100 times more brutal than his own second elder cousin brother. Just like that, after training for approximately 3 days, it was finally their time to debut. Ling Lan led a bunch of handsome youths with stately physiques to the only main road connecting the military academy to the outside world. There, they arranged themselves into a long line, whereafter they stood tall and unmoving. Dressed in the white and blue ceremonial military uniforms specially designed by the school, these youths appeared extraordinarily heroic with maximum visual impact, a real treat for the eyes of any observers. The administrators of the school who came to supervise were extremely satisfied by this. Of course, this was just the first step. Whether these youths were just pretty on the surface or were true gems would still depend on their upcoming performance. The assessment teams from the various army divisions arrived one after the other to the First Men's Military Academy. When they saw the reception team standing there in welcome, they were all startled. When had the First Men's Military Academy begun doing such a thing as well? Salute! Ling Lan cried out, and all the members of the reception team lifted their heads and executed a cadet salute almost simultaneously. The coordinated dance of their white gloves, along with their stern and serious faces, caused the initially indifferent attitudes of those from the assessment team to shift, becoming serious and proper in turn. They reflexively lifted their hands to return a salute, before solemnly walking past the reception team towards the inner grounds of the school. As every assessment team walked by the reception team, though their attitudes were extremely solemn, it could not be denied that there was a trace of approval in their eyes. It looked like the performance of the reception team had indeed pleased them. Seeing this, the administrators of the school could not help but be secretly gleeful, certain that their decision back then was not wrong. These new cadets were surprisingly capable. Doing things this way fully displayed the masculine force and daring of the First Men's Military Academy. Taking the members' handsome appearances and their youthful manners into consideration as well, Even the most stubborn and bitter soldier could not help but find their mood lifted by such a sight. All the assessment teams were to arrive over the course of 3 days. The teams included the 23 permanent army divisions and 10 or so other independent armies. It could not be considered a lot, but it was not very little either. Every single assessment team that passed by was greeted by the reception team as if they were facing a great enemy with all of their strength. Perhaps the military academy's pretty boy strategy had succeeded, for after the assessment teams arrived at the school, their attitudes did indeed seem much better than before during the previous years. This made the administrators of the school let out a great sigh of relief. It looked like they had done the right thing. Ling Lan snorted derisively at how the military academy relaxed just like that. She did not believe that the assessment teams would show any mercy just because they now had a good impression of the school. When it was necessary to be ruthless, they definitely would not falter and show mercy. This was the base nature of a competent soldier. It could only be said that the school administrators had been away from the army for too long. They had already forgotten some things. However, Ling Lan would not go remind these administrators. After all, the cadets just needed to complete the task set by the military academy, and that would be enough. As for the final outcome, that had nothing to do with the new cadets at all. Ling Lan was perfectly happy to be a carefree bystander. However, Ling Lan's composure only lasted for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, when the representatives of the 23rd Division appeared, Ling Lan's composed face finally faltered. The 23rd Division was one of the new permanent army divisions of the Federation. When it had appeared on the name list of assessment teams, it had drawn the collective attention of all the instructors at the academy. Of course, it being the division of her own dad, no matter how cool Ling Lan acted, she could not help but speculate who her dad had sent to take charge of the assessment this time. She naturally wished that a fair and unbiased team leader would be sent, so that the 23rd Division could leave an excellent impression with the 1st Men's Military Academy. However, when she saw one man stepping down from the special train from the spaceport, her initially unmoved ice block face finally cracked, giving a violent twitch. That man who was intentionally pulling his army cap down with a large face mask covering half his face. Even though he was dressed in a major general uniform, pretending to be aloof, how could this familiar presence fool her eyes? Ling Lan clenched her teeth internally. Bloody hell, why is my idiot dad here? What in the world is he planning? Ah, it's Daddy. In the mind space, Little Four's eyes were spilling over with red hearts, squealing joyfully as he stared at Ling Xiao fanatically. He was instantly sent flying with a kick from Ling Lan. You bloody keep quiet. Boo-hoo-hoo. Boss, I haven't seen Daddy in so long. Why aren't we saying hi to Daddy? Little Four quickly scrambled back, crying as he hugged Ling Lan's leg, strongly requesting to go reunite with their daddy. It's obvious from a glance that this idiot dad is here undercover. How can I go greet him? Ling Lan stared speechlessly at that man who thought he was disguised so well, really unsure what she could say anymore. Luckily, the people by his side were intentionally blocking off the other's line of sight, and Ling Xiao himself was keeping a low profile, so his identity was not exposed. When the 23rd Division assessment team passed before Ling Lan, Ling Xiao abruptly stopped. His eyes, the only part of him exposed, were clearly smiling as he asked, "Both stance and ceremony are pretty good. Are you all freshmen?" Was he intentionally making conversation? Ling Lan mentally rolled her eyes dramatically at her dad, but as composed as usual on the surface, she saluted and replied, "Yes, sir." Ling Xiao turned to look at the accompanying administrators beside Ling Lan and said with a laugh, "Not bad. Having such flair even as freshmen. It looks like the 1st Men's Military Academy lives up to its name." Ling Xiao's intention was absolutely to praise his own daughter, nothing at all to do with the 1st Men's Military Academy. However, the administrators registered his words differently. Almost everyone felt that this was the representative of the 23rd Division expressing appreciation for the military academy, and this instantly injected joy onto their faces. It was wonderful, but of course they still acted humble on the surface, repeatedly saying, "Not at all, not at all." Mind you, even though the previous other divisions had reacted favorably towards the welcoming team, they had not said anything outright, maintaining the unassailable dignity of an army division all the way. It was unexpected that the leader of the 23RD Division's team was so friendly. This made the 23RD Division's impression rise by several notches more in the administrator's eyes. At the same time, they were awed at how General Ling Xiao was truly General Ling Xiao. Even a subordinate of his was so nice, causing others to feel as if visited by a balmy spring breeze. They began to plan, since the 23rd Division thought so well of the 1st Men's Military Academy. Could it be that they would take in more cadets from the school this time? At that thought, the administrators' hearts heated up with excitement. They all prepared to return and pass on the word to all the instructors, telling them to encourage the students to apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division as much as possible. This fondness the administrators had for the 23rd Division would continue on indefinitely after this. In future, every year, they would not forget to remind the instructors to encourage their students to choose enlistment with the 23rd Division as much as they could. This was Ling Xiao's personal charisma. He would always breed a favorable impression in others' hearts, and they would then choose to follow him without even knowing it. Wow, Daddy's awesome. Witnessing this scene, Little Four once again turned into a crazed fan, staring adoringly at Ling Xiao with his face cupped in his hands. At this moment, Little Four looked nothing like an intelligence entity one. Ling Lan stared up at the sky, speechless. She just knew that whenever Little Four met Ling Xiao, his systems would shut down and his higher functions would stop working. It looked like if she wanted to preserve Little Four's reliability, she would need to keep him away from Ling Xiao. This youth is pretty good. While we're here at the military academy, is it possible to ask this student to accompany us and take us around the school so that we can better understand things? Ling Xiao requested from the administrators smilingly as he pointed at Ling Lan. The administrators naturally clamored to agree. Didn't this mean that the 23RD Division's interest in the school was that much greater? This was a good thing. They must support this. This move of Ling Xiao's instantly threw Ling Lan's plans out the window too, causing Ling Lan to silently gnash her teeth. It looked like Little Four would be unable to help her for a long time after this. Just like that, within the 1st Men's Military Academy, the first meeting between the Ling Xiao and Ling Lan father-daughter pair went by so unremarkably without drawing anyone's attention. Oh no, well that was not quite true. After the representative of the 23rd Division assessment team had walked a distance away, Luo Lang, who had been standing right beside Ling Lan, asked her softly with a face filled with confusion, "Boss Lan, you know that person?" Ling Lan quirked a brow, answering with just a look, as if asking why Luo Lang was asking this question. "I felt your aura become a little unsteady earlier," said Luo Lang uncertainly. Ever since subduing all his secondary personalities, Luo Lang's sixth sense had become extremely sensitive. He was now able to pick up the emotions of those he cared about, like how Ling Lan had obviously felt a little troubled earlier. "Tell you when we get back," Ling Lan replied lowly. Since her dad was here, she believed that her old man absolutely would not leave quietly without a trace. He would definitely cause some trouble. Moreover, she too wanted to let her dad meet these companions by her side. She wanted to tell her father that these companions were her most treasured brothers, and that she hoped Ling Xiao would value them highly as well. At this time, Ling Lan still had not realized that her current actions were just like that of a child on the cusp of growing up seeking a parent's approval. Luo Lang nodded his head at her reply and said nothing more. This was because the welcoming ceremony had not ended yet. There were still a few more assessment teams from both the divisions and the independent armies about to arrive. 3 days were enough to make even these youths with excellent physical constitutions feel thoroughly wrung out. When the administrators finally declared the end of their task, the youths all cheered wildly, extremely grateful that they had finally left this abyss of misery behind. Truth be told, even though the whole thing seemed to only be a few simple movements, standing at attention, lining up, and saluting, the mental pressure the youths were under belied their casual demeanors. These soldiers who were here for the assessment were all battle-hardened soldier kings from various battlefields. An oppressive cloud of killing intent hung around them, constantly challenging the psychological resilience of these youths at every turn. Facing these strong and formidable examiner soldiers, the youths had been able to perform their duties so perfectly, composed and assured, unusually calm and undisturbed, all because of Ling Lan's daily bombardment with her own aura. This allowed the youths to become used to this type of killing intent within the shortest period of time possible. In the end, they had persevered and completed their mission flawlessly. At the same time, they had also left an extremely favorable impression with those assessment team representatives. This established solid foundations for their future development, no matter which army division they went to. As long as they mentioned being part of this year's reception team, those officers would view them with different eyes. It went without question that their future development would definitely not be too bad. It was worth mentioning that those excellent youths had still been frightened badly by that Major General of the 23rd Division. The moment the other had appeared, they had sensed the horrifying force of presence emanating from that Major General's body. It was almost enough to crumble their composure instantly. If the other had not stopped to speak with Ling Lan, thus dissipating this pressure, they might not have been able to hold up for long. This also made them secretly admire the 23rd Division even more. As expected of General Ling Zhao's man, compared to the other divisions, the 23 RD Division's representative was clearly much more impressive. This caused these youths to revere the 23rd Division greatly. 4 years later, quite a number of students would choose the 23rd Division as their enlistment goal. This was certainly a beautiful misunderstanding. Just think, if the full force of Ling Lan's presence at optimal peak of Qi Jin was unleashed, it would naturally exceed the pressure exerted by a regular officer. Besides that, the visiting officers were afraid to put too much pressure on the students, so they had all tamped down on their force of presence. Thus, these students had the false impression that the 23rd Division was much stronger compared to the other teams. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was a God-class operator. Even if he was fully suppressing his presence, when the gap between the realms of two parties was too wide, mere proximity would be enough for the weaker party to feel a tremendous pressure. This was also why those students had felt the pressure so keenly. However, when Ling Xiao had spoken with his daughter, his mood had become joyful, which had subconsciously relaxed his defensive aura, thus reducing that pressure by a significant amount. In fact, it was precisely this kind of moment that would be a prime opportunity to assassinate Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's only two weaknesses were Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan. Thus, it wasn't that those other representatives were not strong. The father-daughter duo of Ling Xiao and Ling Lan were just too strong, which was why such a wondrous misunderstanding was created. After bidding farewell to the other team members, Ling Lan led Luo Lang back to their villa. Before Ling Lan could tell Luo Lang the truth, however, Ling Lan received a notification from the school administrators. The message said that there were representatives from the 23rd Division on their way to her villa for a tour. At the end of the message, the administrators did not forget to remind Ling Lan to try and find chances to extol the virtues of the school. If the academy did well, then everyone would be even better off. Ling Lan hung up the call with a frigid expression on her face, while the news made Han Jijian and the others exchange looks. The assessment teams had nothing to do with them freshmen, so why did this person from the 23rd Division want to come find them? Right then, they were a little blind, having forgotten for the moment that the commander of the 23rd Division was Ling Lan's dad, Ling Xiao. Alright, since Ling Lan had never spoken much about Ling Xiao in front of them, as time went by, they had almost completely neglected the fact that Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father. This was a classic example of missing something in plain sight. It could only be said that, in their minds, Ling Lan was formidable enough in her own right to make them forget about Ling Xiao's existence. Else, what other tricks is that idiot father planning? A grumpy Ling Lan could only wait in the living room for her dad to arrive, her expression frosty. Seeing Boss Lan shrouded in cold air, everyone knew that Ling Lan was in a bad mood. By now, Luo Lang could already confirm that his boss most definitely knew that Major General back there. Among those coming to the villa, other than the representative from the school administration, there were only 3 people from the 23rd Division. The leader was Ling Xiao, while the other 2 trailed behind him silently. When Ling Xiao stepped into the hall of the villa, the other 2 men automatically chose 2 strategic positions and planted themselves there. Seeing this, Ling Lan knew that these 2 must be her dad's personal bodyguards because of the positions they had chosen. One was at the window. The range of sight at the window was vast, allowing him to have a firm grasp of the situation outside. Meanwhile, the other was standing at a position that would be almost overlooked by all the people in the hall, but where all the people would be clearly captured by his gaze. In other words, any strange movements by the people within the hall would be seen by him. One obvious, one unassuming, one outward-facing, one internal. Their cooperation was impeccable. Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Lan's group of 6 with a smile. Under the administrator's arrangement, he sat on a sofa in the hall and began chatting amicably with Ling Lan's group, getting a rough idea of their situation. Then, he conversed for a bit with the administrator, and finally, by his request, the representative from the administration had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Of course, when he left, the administrator did not forget to throw a pointed glance in Ling Lan's direction. Once the administrator was gone, there was only Ling Lan's team left in the villa and Ling Xiao's group of 3. Only then did Ling Xiao drop his scholarly gentleman demeanor, shaking out his arms as he leaned back into the sofa and grumbled, "Speaking with them is really so tiring." The way he was behaving, loose and relaxed like he was in his own home, made the corners of the eyes of his 2 bodyguards twitch subtly. In their minds, they were probably howling, "Sir, please maintain some bit of the decorum and dignity a general should have." Of course, this behavior also made Qi Long and the others stare at one another, uncertain what they should do. If this were a proper conversation, they might still know what they could say, but this type of situation was beyond their expectations, so they really had no clue how to react anymore. Unanimously, they all turned to look at their boss Ling Lan. Ling Lan had his arms folded across his chest as he stared coldly at the other. All right, boss was definitely in a bad mood. They had better keep their distance. Surreptitiously, Han Jijian, Xie Yi, and Lin Zhongqing retreated several steps back in unison. Han Jijian was a staunch brother, not forgetting to tug on Qi Long's arm to alert this rather insensitive fellow. Qi Long stared in confusion as the 3 put some distance between themselves and Boss Lan. But then he checked his boss's aura. Fine, he may be a bit insensitive, but his animal instinct let him understand that Han Jijian and the others were acting appropriately. And so, he followed suit instantly to retreat, and holding true to the ideology of helping a comrade who had suffered with him before, he did not forget to alert Luo Lang while he was at it. Just like this, Luo Lang also realized the danger and retreated silently. These actions only took several seconds to complete. If one was not paying attention, the 5 of them would seem to have dashed back at about the same time. Perhaps the cold air around Ling Lan was rather aggressive. It took a while, but Ling Xiao finally discovered that his daughter did not seem to welcome his arrival. He quickly stood up and said with an awkward smile, "Cadet, has our visit troubled you? What do you think?" "Sir Major General," responded Ling Lan coolly. She could already predict that her initially peaceful and tranquil cadet life would definitely be destroyed by her old man. Truth be told, Ling Lan's cadet life had never been tranquil from the start. Could this be considered Ling Lan willfully trumping up a charge to condemn Ling Xiao? 2. Ling Lan's retort caused Lin Zhongqing and Xie Yi to suck in a cold breath. Was it really okay to use this kind of hostile attitude when interacting with a major general from the 23rd Division? Only Han Jijian seemed to have an inkling spark through his mind, but it went by so quickly that he could not grab hold of it. This made him crinkle his brow and descend into thought. Those 2 bodyguards of Ling Xiao also frowned at the same time. Ling Lan's manner made them extremely angry. As Ling Xiao's personal bodyguards, they would not permit anyone to show any disrespect to their senior officer, especially since this senior officer was also the one they revered the most. The only one who was still as cheerful as ever was Ling Xiao. He did not mind Ling Lan's attitude in the least. In short, no matter what expression or motions his daughter did, in this father's eyes, they were all perfect and wonderful. "See, this is my daughter. Her proud bones would absolutely never break, just from a show of greater power." As expected of a progeny of mine, Ling Xiao's. In the eyes of this 24 filial exemplar's dad, his own child was absolutely faultless. If by any chance there was any fault, then it still must be the fault of other people. Thus, an internally gleeful Ling Xiao walked towards Ling Lan, all smiles as he opened his arms wide and said, "In short, for this duration of time at the academy, I'll be troubling you." Ling Xiao moved forwards, planning to use a passionate hug to convey how proud he was right now, as well as give an outlet for his full birth of fatherly love. This passionate action of Ling Xiao's made the complexions of Ling Lan's team of 5 pale. Having already retreated a distance away previously, they once again took several steps back right now in unison, putting even more distance between them and Ling Lan. They knew very well that their boss really hated any physical contact with strangers. Even with them, unless absolutely necessary, he would not come close and touch them, much less this type of passionate embrace. Han Jijian could not help but peek at Boss Lan, who was emitting a steady flow of cold air, standing stiffly right ahead of them. He hoped his boss would be able to just tolerate this hug this time. After all, the other was a major general of the 23rd Division. If they offended the other... Wait, something was not right. Wasn't the 23rd Division Ling Lan's father's division? Han Jijian's brain finally seemed to figure something out. He turned his head to stare gobsmacked at that obviously affectionate major general, and a notion sparked through his mind. Reality proved that Ling Lan would not resign herself to things she disliked. She abruptly raised a fist and plowed it straight into the offending person's abdomen. A bam, and Ling Lan sent her dad reeling back into the sofa with one punch. This extremely blatant attack made the two men by Ling Zhao's side blanch dramatically. They had planned to intercept the attack, but they had been frozen in place by a tremendous force of presence at that instant. Bewildered, they stared at their senior officer, not even daring to struggle. This was because they were well aware who was the source of this force of presence. It was precisely their leader, General Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao playing up how pitiful he was by laying on the sofa cradling his stomach with a pained expression, Ling Lan blew on her own fists lightly and then asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "I missed you," said Ling Xiao, his gaze sad and pleading. Despite appearances, he was actually extremely glad in his heart, because this behavior of Ling Lan's proved that his daughter had already recognized him even with his disguise. As expected of his daughter, what keen and discerning eyes, able to see the truth with just one glance. "You actually abandoned the 23rd Division so irresponsibly to come here? Is that how a commander should act?" Ling Lan's ice block face finally cracked as she bellowed in a deep voice. Why had she thought that Ling Xiao was a responsible and good man worthy of trust? Sure enough, the idealized image in her heart was having a serious mismatch with reality. Ling Lan felt that she had been duped. This bellow stupefied Qi Long and the others. They stared in shock at that major general sitting on the sofa cradling his stomach, his eyes the only thing exposed on his face. So he was the gentle-mannered and refreshing like a spring breeze national idol, General Ling Xiao? Only Han Jijian let out a soft sigh, thinking, so it is him. I missed my son, so what's wrong with coming to visit him? Since his charade had been exposed by his daughter, Ling Xiao no longer tried to pretend. He sat up properly on the sofa and tugged down that rather stifling mask, declaring why he had come with bold righteousness. Beneath the mask was, as expected, that handsome face which the entire Federation was crazy about. On it was Ling Zhao's trademark smile, still as likable and respectable as ever. Ling Zhao's words made his two bodyguards stare in shock at Ling Lan. Although they had always known General Ling Xiao had a child, they had not known the particulars, much less that he was studying at the First Men's Military Academy. No wonder the general had randomly decided to come here this time. He was probably here to see his child. Realization flashed through the two bodyguards' eyes, and they turned unanimously to stare somewhere else, showing that they were unconcerned with their senior officer's private matters. But clearly, their ears were perked up high. Deep inside, they were still very curious about how General Ling Xiao interacted with his son. These straightforward words of Ling Xiao, filled with fatherly love, left Ling Lan somewhat uncertain on how to react. Mind you, when they had first met, Ling Xiao's demeanor had been extremely reserved. It should be said that, having been absent for the 16 years of Ling Lan's life when she had been growing up, Ling Xiao was completely clueless about how he should express his fatherly love. Equally flustered, both Ling Lan and Ling Xiao had been trying to adapt to their new roles, trying to accept each other's existence. Unexpectedly, after this time apart, seeing Ling Xiao again, her father had actually changed his original warm but reserved manner completely, becoming extremely aggressive in his approach. I am your father, so you must accept me. But this type of Ling Xiao was something Ling Lan was not ready for, so she actually did not know what to do anymore. She couldn't very well say coyly back that she did not need her dad to miss her. Right. This type of flirtatious conversation was really inappropriate between them. Therefore, Ling Lan could only react with silence. You've been gone for so long, we all miss you a lot. Also, your mom has been worried these days whether you're adapting well to life in the military academy. So when she found out about this opportunity, she asked me to come and see. Ling Xiao saw Ling Lan staying silent and felt that something was up, so after once more expressing how much he had missed his daughter, he decisively pushed the blame one onto his wife. Before outsiders, ahem, he still had to maintain his dignity as a general somehow. Ling Lan peered coldly at him, then replied evenly. Tell Mom that I'm fine on all fronts here. And also, if you are missing your son, I recommend, Father, that you go back and discuss things over with Mom. Based on the current situation, the both of you could just birth another one. At that time, you won't have the free time for your mind to stray anymore. That's a matter for later. Ling Xiao could only chuckle awkwardly at this reply of Ling Lan's, which gave him no face, but he did not dare to say anything in return. Who asked him to owe his own daughter so much as a dad? The fact remained that it was all his fault. Putting aside his disappearance for 16 years, why did he have to make such a huge blunder right after he returned? Actually sending his own daughter right into the great wolf's den of the First Men's Military Academy. Every time he thought of this, Ling Xiao could not help but stamp his feet and pound his chest, unbelievably frustrated and annoyed. Although Ling Xiao had received a blow from Ling Lan, his extraordinarily strong heart was completely fine. He continued to carry out his plan with determination. Yes, before he had to leave the military academy, he intended to capture the heart of his daughter and let her call him daddy, with full sincerity, not this cold and emotionless address she was using now. Just imagining his daughter coyly and adorably calling him daddy, he felt ardor and zeal coursing through his blood. Right then, Ling Xiao had conveniently ignored reality. Would Ling Lan, with her typically cold, domineering, unruly swag, really morph into a delicate and cute persona and address someone coyly? Clearly, Ling Xiao's imaginings would absolutely never become reality. Before Ling Lan, even Ling Xiao had to back off sometimes. His initially warm smile filled with boundless sunshine even seemed a little awkward now. But it was precisely this conciliatory and compromising display of fatherly love which caused a multitude of feelings to well up in the hearts of Qi Long and the others. Some of them were even looking at their boss with admiration and reverence, as expected of their boss Lan. Even in the face of General Ling Xiao, he could be so collected and domineering. Relating the relationship between Ling Xiao and Ling Lan to their relationships with their own fathers, all of them felt like crying. Why was Boss Lan's father, General Ling Xiao, so good-tempered, so warm and nice, and so tolerant? When they thought about their own dads back home with angry, slanted brows and full of criticism, they began to wonder whether they had been wild children randomly picked up from somewhere. 2. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's method of expressing his fatherly love had hurt the souls of these children. As a result, after reflecting on this pain, Ling Lan's band of little companions all decided that when they returned home, they would raise their flags and fight for independence, beginning their prolonged revolutionary life. This would also cause their fathers to stab knives at Ling Xiao's image in the dark depths of the night when no one else was around. Against this move of Ling Xiao's, even the composed Ling Lan was helpless and relented. How could Ling Lan have known that this national idol, this supreme elite of the Federation, would actually be this thick-skinned? Ling Lan, who had always not been good at expressing herself, could only rub her nose at this time, keeping her silence once again. She couldn't very well heartlessly chase away her dad, who had traveled all this way to visit her. At the heart of it, this behavior of Ling Xiao's had still moved Ling Lan considerably. Right then, she truly felt like she was a wild and unruly daughter being spoilt and pampered by her father. Who was Ling Xiao? He immediately sensed the softening of his daughter's heart and was instantly overjoyed, convinced that he had done the right thing. Honestly, regarding how Ling Lan had always been unwilling to accept him as her daddy, Ling Xiao had been very anxious despite feeling resigned to it. After saying goodbye to Ling Lan previously, he had constantly been thinking how he could resolve this distance between Ling Lan and him. Ling Xiao had never been a father before, so suddenly having a daughter emerge out of nowhere made him exceedingly flustered, unsure how to communicate with her. Although Ling Xiao did not know what to do, he was someone who was willing to learn. Thus, even while he was working on establishing the 23rd Division, he had not forgotten to purchase lots of reading materials about parent and child relationships from the virtual network. Outside work, whenever he had the free time, he would hide away in his study and pore over these books diligently, trying hard to seek a solution to his problem. After reading through countless books, he finally felt it was time to progress to the next stage. Thus, he had decisively grabbed the chance to come down here to the military academy and rushed over excitedly, prepared to sweep away this issue that had been plaguing him for so long in one concerted attempt. In short, he would definitely become the most perfect daddy in his daughter's eyes. Therefore, the moment they met, he had followed the instructions of the books. Fatherly love should not be hidden. It must be explicitly expressed, otherwise your child will not feel it and think you do not love him. Only by letting your child feel your love will he accept you, and only then can you establish a close relationship with your child. Of course, when Ling Xiao read those books, he was absolutely ignoring that line of extremely small print at the bottom of the covers. This book is only suitable for use on babies aged 0 to 3. Ling Xiao felt as if he had gained something, which made him even more convinced of the efficacy of the book's guidance. All smiles, he looked towards the few youths standing behind Ling Lan and said kindly, "You all must be Ling Lan's good friends. It's a pleasure meeting you all for the first time. And also, thank you all for taking care of Ling Lan all this while." Ling Zhao's friendly manner flustered Qi Long and the others. Overwhelmed by this unexpected show of favor, they quickly replied, "Not at all, Ji General Ling." Fine, having gotten used to the stern authoritative image of their own fathers, Ling Zhao's attitude of treating them like equals was undoubtedly a shock to them. Of course, at the same time, their expressions were dreamy. Even though they had long known that Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father, they had never met him before. In their minds, Ling Xiao was still that national idol far away out of reach, their lifelong goal in their studies. And now, they had finally encountered their idol in the flesh in such close quarters. "You all are my son Ling Lan's good friends. Just call me Uncle Ling," said Ling Xiao with a wide smile. When Ling Lan heard this, the frost on her face thawed a little. Ling Xiao yelled a great big yes in his heart. Sure enough, to be a qualified dad, one must treat the little companions who played with one's child with a good attitude. This would make the child feel that they were respected, and they would just love you more and become even closer with you. Yes, on Uncle Ling. They looked at that face of Ling Zhao's, which was so youthful it could almost pass off as their own elder brothers, and once more compared it to the grizzled faces of their dads adorned with white sideburns, and were instantly tearing up inside. This cry of uncle was truly quite difficult for them. But they were well aware that these words of Ling Xiao meant that he had acknowledged them, accepting them as Ling Lan's confidants. Watching Ling Xiao conversing with Qi Long and the others with full sincerity, his attitude warm and an easy smile on his face, Ling Lan stared up into the sky, utterly speechless. Ling Lan knew her dad's charisma was boundless, but this was truly too much. With just a simple exchange of words, he had completely taken Qi Long and the other four in under his spell. Seeing their faces filled with idolization and adoration, Qi Long and the others might have already forgotten that they still had their boss by their side. This made Ling Lan feel a little wistful. As expected, she was still no match for her dad. Even more frightening was the fact that, in the mind space, Little Four had been screaming his adoration nonstop ever since Ling Xiao had arrived. He was making so much noise that her head hurt. Not only that, he was even complaining that Ling Lan was not giving him a chance to talk with Ling Xiao. His various antics expressing his gloom and sadness almost made Ling Lan resort to domestic violence once more. Luckily for Little Four, after being tempered by Instructor Number 5's countless perverse training torments, Ling Lan still managed to restrain herself before she went berserk. Still, right after, Little Four was heartlessly thrown by Ling Lan into a small dark room, and the world was instantly peaceful and quiet again. Ling Lan felt refreshed and at ease down to her very soul. However, Ling Lan's good mood soon turned sour again. This was because she could hear Qi Long and the others telling Ling Xiao everything that had happened ever since they had entered the military academy, without any reservations. They told him how they had been pressed by the seniors since joining the school, forced to accept a wagered fight with Lei Tang, and how 3 members of the new cadet regiment had been injured heavily in the subsequent arena, requiring Boss Lon to use his mighty fist to settle the issue, etc., etc. Fine, telling him all this, so be it, but unexpectedly, that brat Luo Lang actually told Ling Xiao all about the incident with Tianji with a grieved expression on his face. When Ling Xiao heard that there were actually evil and manipulative students within the school that liked the same gender 3, his initially warm and genial smile finally cracked. With a boom, the livid Ling Xiao slapped a powerful palm down onto the only tea table 4 in the living room of Ling Lan's villa, pulverizing it into dust. Bastard, how dare he? Ling Xiao roared. His force of presence whipped free for an instant, and all the lights in the hall shattered with consecutive pops, plunging the entire villa into darkness. Apparently, his daughter, who was as lovely as flowers and jade, was still in so much danger even though she was disguised as a boy. Staring out into the pitch blackness before her, Ling Lan could no longer keep calm. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Dear father, are you planning to demolish our living quarters? And then let us sleep on the streets?" Ling Zhao's anger, which had been about to explode, deflated rapidly under this question of Ling Lan's, scattering to the winds. The entire hall was eerily silent for a few seconds, and then Ling Xiao could be heard to say carefully, "This. I really could not control it. I'm sorry, son. I'll take care next time." Next time? There would still be a next time? Ling Lan felt her head start to ache. She had known that her dad coming here would definitely not be calm and peaceful, but it still should not be to the extent of breaking her house down, right? In a very bad mood, Ling Lan's entire body was giving out endless cold air, dropping the temperature of the room instantly by several degrees, making the others in the room shiver involuntarily in the dark. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was a sign that his daughter was truly enraged now, and so he could only ask hesitantly, "Then, this. What should we do?" "What to do? Of course we'll need to fix it. And also, father, do you expect me to fix it personally?" Ling Lan stretched out a porcelain hand with a cold expression, waving it in front of her dad's face. Ling Xiao naturally could not bear for his beloved daughter to do this kind of rough work, and so he said quickly, "I'll fix it. I'll fix it." Taking care of one's daughter was the solemn duty of a dad, not to mention that this accident was his fault anyway. He could not shirk the responsibility. "Sir, let us handle it." His bodyguards quickly stepped up to volunteer. If they let General Ling Xiao do such menial things himself, they could forget going back and just kill themselves here and now for the crime of doing so. Then I'll leave this to you both. Thank you for the trouble." Ling Xiao knew that if he insisted on doing it himself, these 2 bodyguards would definitely disembowel themselves and use their deaths to pay for the crime. In order to save 2 lives, he could only let them help him. "We'll help too." Although the 2 men who had volunteered were bodyguards, the insignia on their shoulders clearly marked them as majors. How could Qi Long and the others just sit around and watch the 2 majors repair their things? They quickly leapt up to lend a hand. In the face of the students' eagerness, the 2 bodyguards naturally would not refuse. Just like that, the few of them begun to clean up the mess Ling Xiao had made. In fact, the villa had its own self-automated sweeper and cleaning device, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao's burst of power had also destroyed those things as well. Thus, the group could only do things manually unless they sought out someone from the administration to come solve this. But that would be even more troublesome. Once everyone had begun busying themselves with their respective tasks, all of them leaving the hall, Ling Xiao turned to look at Ling Lan and said, "Do you want me to do anything, son?" Even though Ling Xiao really wanted to call his child darling daughter, as level-headed and rational as he was, he would never commit such a base mistake and bring possible trouble to his daughter. "What can you do?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. "They'll probably apply for enlistment, right? Even if I cannot influence the other divisions, for the 23rd Division at least, I have the ability to refuse them," said Ling Xiao with a smile on the corners of his lips, still appearing as kindly and gentlemanly as ever. It was as if what he was saying had not one whit of personal motive leading to his abuse of power. Ling Lan decisively shook her head and said, "No need." "Why?" Ling Xiao was shocked by her response. He was sure his daughter must be angry at those who bullied her, and he truly wanted to help his daughter vent some of her anger. "This is between us students. There is no need to escalate things," said Ling Lan evenly. Besides, even if they manage to qualify for the 23rd Division and become my rivals in the future, I'm not afraid of them now, and I won't be afraid of them in future either. Ling Lan stated all this with conviction, the confidence on her brow moving Ling Xiao greatly. Boo-hoo-hoo, my daughter is just too amazing. She is just too aspirational. Inside Ling Xiao's mental landscape, his 24 filial exemplar's dad mode was officially activated. He was all kinds of emotional inside, weeping freely and copiously. However, on the surface, he was as composed as usual. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "That's how my son should be like. If they really apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division and pass, I'll take them all in. And as for the grudge between you and them..." Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed brightly. "I'll let you handle it personally." As if not sensing the sudden spike in the pressure coming from Ling Xiao's body, Ling Lan continued to stand tall and replied steadily, "What I have said, I will do." Ling Lan's behavior made Ling Xiao both proud and sad at the same time. He was proud that his daughter was so independent and strong, but also sad over all the hardship his daughter had had to suffer to support the entire Ling family for these past 16 years. If he had not disappeared for those whole 16 years, how could Ling Lan have turned out like this, believing that she had to handle everything herself? At this thought, Ling Xiao was filled with regret. In a low voice, he said, "I'm sorry, these past years have been hard on you." What these words were referring to, both Ling Xiao and Ling Lan understood very well without needing any further explanation. Ling Lan's heart throbbed, a complicated emotion stealing over her heart. For a moment, she did not know what to say, and the silence stretched out between father and daughter. Finally, Ling Lan raised her jaw and replied proudly, "I do not feel wronged. I feel that this shall be one of the most colorful parts of my life. I am glad that I could experience all of that." Yes, if she had not impersonated a man, would she have made friends with this bunch of steadfast companions and become their boss, working hard and growing up together? At most, she would only have been able to become a girl much like Luo Chao or Han Shuyawan, chatting about the things girls like to chat about, fantasizing what their future husbands would look like too. But was that sort of life really what she wanted? Ling Lan mentally shook her head. She had already gotten used to her current thrilling roller coaster life with its dramatic ups and downs. A tranquil life would probably feel strange to her now. At the very least, she just could not imagine becoming that kind of sweet and delicate girl like Luo Chao. Becoming a tomboy like Han Shuya was perhaps a more likely possibility. At this thought, she began to miss those two girls, wondering how they were doing at the Federal Co-ed Military Starship Navigation Academy. "All right, Ling Lan, you must remember what you've said today. I, Ling Xiao, am proud of you." A trace of emotion brushed across Ling Xiao's eyes. With a daughter like this, how fortunate was he? If he could, he would laugh wildly up into the skies to better express the full swell of his happiness. "Father, I will not disappoint you." Ling Lan reeled back her nostalgic thoughts, speaking to Ling Xiao with a serious expression. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, but his heart was weeping. "Daughter, if you switch that father into daddy, I'll be even happier." Right at that moment, the villa's hall was abruptly lit up. It turned out that Qi Long and the others had finished repairing a small part of the light sources. The greatest contributor was Lin Zhongqing. He lived up to his role as the team's logistician, repairing all those devices at soonest notice. After that, under the intense repair work of these reactivated devices over the course of 10 minutes in the dark, Ling Lan's entire villa was once again restored to the light. Of course, not everything was as good as it had been previously, but at the very least, the lights were back on, and that was a good thing. Seeing this, Ling Lan felt that she could not keep her dad, this king of destruction, here any longer in order to save her villa from further catastrophe. So she said, "Father, the assessments begin tomorrow. You had better go back earlier and rest." Ling Xiao was touched. His daughter was really too considerate, fearing that he would become tired. In any case, he would not admit that his daughter was sick of him and wanted him out of her house. Though he was touched, Ling Xiao could not bear leaving his daughter so quickly. He was just about to say that he was not at all tired when Ling Lan suddenly lifted a brow and sent an icy look straight at her father, saying, "Don't you think so too, my father?" In particular, the two words "my father" was greatly emphasized, pretty much squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Those phoenix eyes filled with an air of desolation. The subtle warning in her words, that demeanor and tone, was exactly alike when Lan Luofeng was warning him. And so, Ling Xiao succumbed to tragedy, because he just got him in had no resistance at all to this kind of tone and demeanor. In the end, Ling Xiao could only leave Ling Lan's villa with a bellyful of resentment and reluctance. Of course, when he left, he did not forget to remind his daughter to report to the assessment point bright and early tomorrow. For a week from now, all of Ling Lan's time had been claimed by this shameless dad, Ling Xiao, and he seemed rather comfortable ordering his daughter around. After they had sent Ling Xiao off, Ling Lan let out a silent breath. Finally, this great bundle of trouble, her dad was gone. When she turned around to see those countless pairs of starry eyes, Ling Lan's headache became worse. It turned out that her troubles were just beginning. She still had to settle these 5 obviously overexcited and curious little followers before her eyes. At this thought, Ling Lan could not help but sigh long and loud. Other dads helped their daughters settle problems, so why was it that when it came to her, she as a daughter had to clean up the messes her dad made? As expected, she was not a winner in life in this world. She was not a global sweetheart, a female lead showered with the love of the masses. This was why her life was so tragic, filled with trials and tribulations. After Ling Xiao and the 2 bodyguards left Ling Lan's villa, they very quickly arrived at the nearest hovercar stop and waited for the next hovercar to come. At this time, one of the bodyguards suddenly spoke up. "Sir, young Sir Lan is very strong." It was the one who had been closely watching Ling Lan and the others from his position in the corner of the hall all the while. "Don't call him young Sir Lan. Just Ling Lan will do," replied Ling Xiao with a subtle smile. "In future, he will be a soldier, just like you all. At that time, the both of you will be his senior officers." "Yes, sir," said the 2 bodyguards in unison. Respect shone from their eyes. General Ling Xiao was just this sort of person, treating every single soldier objectively, without caring about their personal statuses. Soon, the hovercar arrived, and the bodyguards opened the door to the back seat, and Ling Xiao boarded the car and sat down. Then, the bodyguards split up. One sat at the back with Ling Xiao while the other sat in the front and swiftly entered the address of their lodgings in the military academy, and the hovercar sped off. Seated inside the hovercar, Ling Xiao still maintained that typical trademark smiling face of his, but the bodyguards by his side could clearly sense his unusually excellent mood. Ling Xiao was indeed very happy, because today's meeting had proven that Ling Lan's disguise was impeccable. After living with Qi Long and the other boys for so long, they had still not discovered that she was a girl. Just this ability alone would make it much harder for any outsiders to discover Ling Lan's secret. This caused a worry which had been weighing on him all this while to disappear. She only needed to endure for 4 years, and it would all be over. When she reached her 5th year, he would definitely enlist his daughter into his army division and protect her from close quarters, and then provide her with a life that would truly belong to her. Ling Xiao mentally clenched a fist and made a promise to himself. Outside the regiment commander's office of Leitang headquarters, Lin Jidong suppressed his urge to flee and forced himself to press the doorbell. "Who is it?" A cold voice came from within. It was the voice of the current regiment commander of the Leitang mecha clan, Xiao Ting. "Regiment commander, it is I, Lin Jidong." Lin Jidong sucked in a breath and stated in a still relatively steady voice, "Come in." At the same time that Xiao Lin's voice rang out, the room's door slid to the left. The first thing that came into Lin Jidong's sight was a well-built youth with a stern and frosty expression seated on the sofa on the right. He was Xiao Ting. Meanwhile, on a sofa to his side, another youth was seated. His expression was sinister, and he was clearly a little younger than Xiao Ting, and he was currently looking at Lin Jidong with a wide smile. In fact, this person was actually seated in a position which was even more easily noticeable by anyone entering the room. However, Xiao Ting's aura was too powerful, unable to be ignored, which was why the first person Lin Jidong saw was Xiao Ting. Seeing the other youth, Lin Jidong's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and forced himself to stay calm and walk through the doorway. As intelligent as he was, by now he had already realized that this youth must have come one step earlier to tattle to Regiment Commander Qiao. It looked like he would not be able to overcome this matter easily. Sit. Xiao Ting casually pointed at the sofa across from him, signaling Lin Jidong to sit down and speak. Lin Jidong sat down carefully, as if in the presence of a great enemy. This behavior of his made a mocking smirk appear on the corner of the other youth's lips. I heard Lin say that, a month ago, you initiated a wagered arena battle and lost. Right then, 2 deep furrows had appeared on the stern-faced youth's brow. It was clear to see how bad his mood was. Lin Jidong bowed his head, deeply ashamed. I am sorry, Regiment Commander. I was careless. The youth who had tattled was Xiao Ting's younger brother, Xiao Lin. Lin Jidong knew that no matter how he tried to explain, it would not stand up against one word from the regiment commander's own blood brother. The regiment commander most certainly had already formed his opinions beforehand, so he might as well admit the fault honestly. The regiment commander might be merciful this way. Xiao Ting said nothing. His right arm resting on the arm of the sofa, his index finger and middle finger were rubbing vigorously against his thumb. This was a habitual motion of his while in thought. Xiao Ting's silence made Lin Jidong even more afraid to say anything. He could only watch silently as he waited for Xiao Ting's decision. Freshman, Xiao Ting seemed to be inquiring, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Yeah, it's that bunch of arrogant freshmen. Even creating a new cadet regiment. Who knows whether in their second year, after entering mecha piloting, this new cadet regiment will still be standing. Xiao Lin butted in with a face full of anger. He cast a cutting glare at Lin Jidong across from them and said resentfully, and our vice regiment commander Lin, before fully understanding the other's true strength, impulsively suggested a wagered arena fight, losing all our Leitang's face, even helping to boost the new cadet regiment's reputation. Lin Jidong could only bend his head even lower, hunching into himself. Even if he knew Xiao Lin was saying all this because Xiao Lin was dissatisfied with his position, and so was intentionally mocking him, there was nothing untrue in what the other said. On this matter, his responsibility was indeed the greatest. His tactical error had caused Leitang's reputation to be greatly impacted. If not for the fact that the Tianji incident had coincidentally occurred right after, drawing away the attention of the entire school, Leitang's situation would have been much worse than how it was now. Jidong, so hastily rushing into a wagered arena fight, and submitting a wager to fully absorb the other side into our Leitang. Was there some special reason behind this? Xiao Ting stopped the motions of his fingers, peering intently at Lin Jidong as he asked. Lin Jidong looked up in astonishment. He had not expected Regiment Commander Xiao Ting to be willing to hear his explanations. This made Lin Jidong feel extremely grateful, his loyalty to Xiao Ting increasing by a level higher. He nodded solemnly and said, Yes, there is one very important reason. I believe that taking in the new cadet regiment would push the power of our faction one step further. Even if we don't take in those punks, our Leitang will still be the #1 faction in the academy. Xiao Lin did not believe Lin Jidong's words at all, feeling that he was just making excuses. Lin Jidong seemed about to say something, but stopped. Seeing this, Xiao Ting said, Just speak if you have something to say. Lin is my younger brother. He will not spread what we say here lightly. Hearing this, Xiao Lin sent a glare in Lin Jidong's direction, believing that Lin Jidong was certainly doing this on purpose, trying to get his elder brother to think that he was unreliable. Lin Jidong knew that this time, Xiao Lin had truly been offended. Still, Lin Jidong could do nothing about it. Who asked Xiao Lin to find him disagreeable? Till today, he did not know why this was so. Although Lin Jidong felt that Xiao Lin was untrustworthy with secrets, since the regiment commander had spoken, Lin Jidong could not continue to hedge. He passed a document he always kept on him over to Xiao Ting and indicated for him to take a look. Xiao Ting flipped it open casually, and then he abruptly sat up straight, the expression on his face becoming grim and focused. Meanwhile, from the moment his brother had flipped open the first page, Xiao Lin had scampered over to peek at the document as well, and when he saw the grading of excellent and good attached to row after row of names, he too was dumbfounded. Xiao Ting snapped the file closed and asked sternly, Is this document true? Lin Jidong nodded heavily. I retrieved it from the S-tier partition of the Academy mainframe. There can be no error. Xiao Ting stood up, pacing back and forth a few times before turning his head to ask, Who else knows of this information? Lin Jidong replied. All the other vice regiment commanders of Leitang know, but I've already told them clearly from the start that this information stays with us few. All of the documents were destroyed after they looked at it. Good, well done. Xiao Ting shouted abruptly, a slight smile finally appearing on his austere face. He paced back and forth animatedly a few times in the room, involuntarily clenching his fists in his excitement, and said, their joining would not only advance our Leitang by a step, it might even allow us to become the true rulers of the entire military academy. Xiao Ting's words made Lin Jidong excited as well. Worked up, he smiled and said, yes, that's what I thought back then, which was why I wanted to take in all these freshmen in one go before the other factions discovered this info. At this point, Lin Jidong's smile vanished, his excitement and adrenaline fading, leaving behind only endless regret. Unfortunately, in the end, I messed up. I did not fully understand the depth of the new cadet regiment's strength, thus helping them increase their reputation instead. Lin Jidong's words made Xiao Ting's high spirits settle down as well. After some careful consideration, his mood turned up once more, and he said, no, the wagered fight this time did not turn out too terrible. Although Leitang's reputation has been damaged somewhat, the other side's wager has also given us another chance to integrate them into our ranks in the future. Lin Jidong raised his head in confused shock, unsure why Regiment Commander Xiao Ting would say this. Was he just trying to console him? No, this is not consolation, said Xiao Ting, sensing Lin Jidong's confusion. Didn't we promise to help the new cadet regiment fend off all harassment from the other factions for 2 years? This means that, in these 2 years' time, the new cadet regiment will still be right under our watch and will not be consolidated into any of the other factions. This wager gives us an excuse to pull the new cadet regiment under our wings, preventing any of the other factions from coveting them. Once the 2 years are up, that will be the chance for us, Leitang, to try our hand again. Xiao Ting's eyes were filled with fire. Just the information in this document alone was worth Leitang spending 2 years' time to wait and plan. Just thinking about how he would have a chance to accomplish such a great undertaking, Xiao Ting's face was flushed with vigor and excitement. Finally, he forcefully suppressed the emotional upheaval in his heart and turned to look at Xiao Lin, whose head was spinning in confusion from the other two's conversation, and warned the other, Lin, everything that you've heard or seen today, not one word can be leaked to the outside. Otherwise, don't blame me for skinning your hide. The unforgiving cold glint in Xiao Ting's eyes scared Xiao Lin so much that he shuddered, emphatically shaking his head and saying, never, never, I would never. Xiao Lin did not dare to disobey. He knew well that his elder brother was an absolutely ruthless person when the occasion called for it. So he would truly do what he dared to threaten. He really did not want to be skinned alive by his brother. But 2 years later, when you, regiment commander, enter an army division for your practical training, if the new cadet regiment produces another 1 or 2 genius mecha operators, I fear that our odds of winning a wagered fight will not be very high still. Having lost once, Lin Jidong had become extremely cautious. Without Xiao Ting holding the fort, he still felt that it was rather risky. At these words, Xiao Lin said angrily, don't worry, 2 years from now, I'll definitely be able to take on the heavy responsibilities of my elder brother and make Leitang even bigger and better. Xiao Lin had always considered himself to be the next regiment commander of Leitang, so Lin Jidong's words had once again pricked and irritated him. Yes, he disliked Lin Jidong so much because the other did not take him seriously, thinking he was an incapable fool, but his mecha skills were clearly not bad, able to place him within the top 5 in his class. Xiao Lin had never considered the fact that his mecha class was not a special class, merely a regular class. Lin, shut up. Xiao Ting, who had always been gentle and courteous with his own younger brother, instantly berated the other angrily when he heard such foolish and self-deluded words coming from Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin heard Xiao Ting's angry roar and glared back with an expression of stubborn indignation. However, his eyes were already turning red, a wounded sort of feeling expressed by his gaze. Seeing Xiao Lin like this caused Xiao Ting to sigh helplessly. Mecha piloting is not as simple as you imagine it to be. When you advance to intermediate mecha warrior level, I'll bring you with me to a clan battle, and let you properly experience the depths of mecha piloting. He was the reason why Xiao Lin, who did not have much talent in the way of mecha piloting, had refused to listen to the advice of their family and had stubbornly insisted to apply for the mecha piloting specialization in the first academy. Although his ability qualified him for the regular mecha class, in the long run, it was impossible for him to develop to Xiaoting's level. Still, Xiaoting knew that Xiao Lin had not given up. He worked very hard. When no one was looking, he had always been training hard in his mecha control. Xiao Lin was willing to use hard work to compensate for his lack of talent. This made Xiaoting unable to say anything discouraging, only able to sigh in the end. Lin Jidong wisely sidestepped this matter between the two Xiao brothers, pretending that he knew nothing. After comforting Xiao Lin, Xiaoting turned his head to say to Lin Jidong, "Don't worry. We have to spend 6 years in the military academy. Even if we go off for practical training in an army division, we will still be military academy students and can still fight on behalf of Leitang." Lin Jidong lifted his head in pleasant surprise. "Regiment commander, you're saying that?" "Yes. 2 years later, I will return once more with my mecha battle squad and host this wagered fight." After subduing the new cadet regiment, in his final year, he would utterly conquer the entire military academy and accomplish his grand goal of complete domination. Sheer naked ambition flashed through Xiaoting's eyes. Meanwhile, in the upcoming 2 years, the new cadet regiment would constantly be on Xiaoting's mind, always within the sphere of his attention. In Li Lanfeng's villa, 3 uninvited guests were there once again, and their expressions were extremely solemn. These 3 were Zhao Jun, Han Yu, and Wei Ji. Seated in the living room flipping through video data, Li Lanfeng saw them drop in suddenly for a visit and stared at them in confusion. He asked, "Why are your expressions so horrible? What has happened?" Zhao Jun's face was dark as he said, "According to the latest news, the Thunder King has come out of closed-door meditation." Li Lanfeng's finger jerked to a stop in the middle of swiping across the screen, then resumed its motion without any fuss. He advanced. Han Yu sneered and said, "Yes, he has become the first genius mecha operator in our school who managed to advance to ace operator in his 4th year. Everyone is saying that he will be the next General Ling Xiao. This is a good thing. When the time comes for us to apply for enlistment with the divisions, it won't be like this year where the divisions are being perfunctory, only sending some small fry to handle things." Li Lanfeng replied nonchalantly. "Li Lanfeng, stop looking at that." Han Yu blocked the screen in Li Lanfeng's hands with a palm. Peering at Li Lanfeng, he said, "Don't you know what this means?" Li Lanfeng regretfully set the miniature display in his hands aside, lifted his head, and said, "I know. The Thunder King's ascension to ace mecha operator means that he has truly become the #1 within the military academy. We are no longer able to threaten his top position. Not just that, I'm also worried that he'll take the opportunity to dominate the entire school, perhaps even merging all the factions of the school together to become the true king of the military academy," said Wei Ji with a frown. His initial calm and unruffled air had completely disappeared at this moment. It was clear to see how great a blow the ascension of the Thunder King was to him. "He won't. He has just advanced to ace. His realm isn't stable yet. The Thunder King will not act against us so quickly." After some thought, Li Lanfeng outright denied this possibility. "There will come a day when his realm will settle. We all know that the Thunder King has wanted to be the military academy's true king for a very long time," said Han Yu worriedly. "King, is it?" This querying tone of Li Lanfeng was airy, and a chill seemed to envelop the other 3, only for the sensation to vanish in the very next second. Startled, they stared at Li Lanfeng. He still had a smile on his face, and the warm air around his body had not shifted for even a moment. It was as if that brief sense of cold had just been their imagination. "If we want to stop him from becoming the king of the academy, we can only become even stronger." Li Lanfeng did not seem to sense the other 3's shock, directly offering his own opinion. "Although we have all advanced to special class operator, aside from Zhao Jun, Wei Ji and I are both newbie special class operators. Being able to stabilize this realm is already not easy, not to mention raising our level further. Probably only Zhao Jun has hope of advancing to ace operator, right?" Han Yu turned to look at the hulking physique of Zhao Jun with a hopeful expression, hoping that he would be able to hear some good news from him. Zhao Jun shook his head. I've not sensed the possibility of advancing to ace operator. For the near future, I can only solidify my own abilities as a special class mecha operator. Zhao Jun's words made disappointment emerge on Han Yu's and Wei Ji's faces. An ace operator who had stabilized his realm would be able to easily handle up to 5 or 6 special class operators. Even if their Wuji mecha clan sent out a team of special class operators to gang up on him, they would be no match for the Thunder King. Furthermore, the Thunder King had other strong and powerful teammates by his side as well, and those people were also special class operators themselves. I never said that becoming stronger meant advancing to ace operator level. That's something that depends on serendipity, which cannot be forced. Following their discussion, Li Lanfeng could tell that they had misunderstood his meaning, so he quickly spoke up to clarify. If we cannot advance to ace operator level, then how do we become stronger? Han Yu's face instantly became grim and dark. He really hated this demeanor of Li Lanfeng's, which seemed to say he had everything under control, as if indirectly showing them up as idiots. But it just so happened that they currently could not separate themselves from Li Lanfeng's strategic planning. Every time they sought out Li Lanfeng, Han Yu always felt as if his face as regiment commander was smacked thoroughly by Li Lanfeng. Since we cannot beat him individually, we can only obtain victory through numbers. Li Lanfeng did not seem to sense Han Yu's displeasure, still composed as he calmly stated his recommendation. Numbers? Lei Tang is the #1 faction in our school, and it also has the most members among all the factions. What numbers will we use to obtain victory? Hearing what Li Lanfeng had to say, Han Yu's face turned even darker. Was this Li Lanfeng messing around with him? Lei Tang is indeed the faction with the greatest numbers in our school. None of our other factions can match up to it. But what if we combine 2 factions together? Or perhaps even 3 or 4 factions? Li Lanfeng felt that the current situation did not allow for units to battle individually anymore. It was time for the factions to work together to bring down Lei Tang. Li Lanfeng's words made Han Yu's and Wei Ji's eyes light up. Even as Han Yu was moved by the proposition, he could not help but hesitate a little. Who knows if Tianji and Doha Central would be willing to collaborate? If their 3 factions joined forces, even though the Thunder King had advanced to ace operator, Lei Tang still would not be able to eat them all. If we want the Doha faction to work with us, I do have a plan. Right now, Tianji is at their lowest. If both your factions challenge them at the same time, I believe that our rankings will go up a little. Once we become the 2nd faction and gain Doha as an ally, we can work with some other factions. Even without Tianji, that will not affect our going up against Lei Tang. Li Lanfeng dutifully outlined his plan to Han Yu. As for whether Wuji could climb over that necessary step, that would depend on whether Han Yu had enough resolution as a leader. Han Yu's complexion was shifting rapidly. His eyes met Wei Ji's, and there was an exchange of opinions. Li Lanfeng's recommendation had perfectly scratched the itch nestled deep within Han Yu's heart. He did not dare to oppose Lei Tang, but he had been eyeing Tianji's #2 position for all this time. And now, with Li Lanfeng's reminder, he realized that it was truly a great opportunity to snatch the position of 2nd. He was moved. Finally, Han Yu stood up abruptly and slammed a heavy fist onto the tea table before him. Through clenched teeth, he said, "Let's do it." Having found some direction, Han Yu and Wei Ji quickly said goodbye to Li Lanfeng, while Zhao Jun planned to stay back for a while longer. According to him, Han Yu and Wei Ji were going to busy themselves planning and arranging this matter, and these were things he hated the most, so they should leave him out of it. As long as they told him the time and place of the operation once they were done discussing, that would do. Han Yu and Wei Ji did not force him, for they knew Zhao Jun was a fierce brute who was all brawn and little brain. And besides, they were indeed returning to look for the top ranks of the Wuji Mecha clan to discuss things, such as how to best use this chance to join forces with Doha and push Tianji off its pedestal to obtain the #2 position in one go. As such, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng, as external collaborators, were indeed rather unsuitable to be present at their meeting with the upper ranks of Wuji. Zhao Jun walked the two out of Li Lanfeng's villa and then returned to the living room. He peered intently at Li Lanfeng for several seconds and then asked, "You're really that nice?" Knowing how black-bellied Li Lanfeng was so far and how he liked to entrap others, Zhao Jun just did not believe Li Lanfeng would be so generous this time and give out such a good suggestion freely. Li Lanfeng stretched leisurely, cast an accusatory glance back at Zhao Jun, and said, I've always been very nice, okay? He definitely would not admit that he was a black-bellied fellow. Always. Zhao Jun's lips twitched. These words were just too fake. Fine, I do indeed have some small ulterior motive. I want to know, when the Thunder King is still unable to become the true king of the military academy after advancing to ace operator level, will he be angry enough to vomit blood? Admittedly, Lanfeng with a laugh. He too felt that his previous words were too far off the mark. Lanfeng, do you hate the Thunder King very much? After a beat of silence, Zhao Jun suddenly spoke up to ask. Li Lanfeng's smile stiffened as he turned back to ask incredulously, Zhao Jun, why would you think that? Frankly, whether or not the Thunder King manages to consolidate all the factions in the school has nothing at all to do with us. We might be collaborators with Wuji today, but we might not be tomorrow. We have had no issues in contention at all with the Thunder King, but every scheme of yours seems to be setting up roadblocks in the Thunder King's path to becoming king. I can't help but suspect your motives. Zhao Jun was very frank. He, like Li Lanfeng, was from a third-rate planet. It could be said that qualifying for the First Men's Military Academy was definitely a 1 in a million chance. Therefore, besides them, no one else from their respective planets had managed to get in. This caused them to feel like they did not belong to any of the factions. Many times, Zhao Jun felt as if Li Lanfeng was just playing with the world around him. With deft and skillful manipulations, he would incite conflicts between several large factions, like just now, especially hopeful that they would actually break out into a great fight. Zhao Jun's words made Li Lanfeng laugh once more. I have no grudge against the Thunder King, but just imagine this. The Thunder King has everything within his grasp, but because of us small fishes from third-rate planets, his path to domination becomes riddled with difficulties and challenges, so much so that he will not succeed. Don't you think that's very interesting? You? Zhao Jun gaped at Li Lanfeng in shock. He had never known that Li Lanfeng was holding such thoughts. I only want to prove that even if we come from third-rate planets, we can still stir up a storm of bloody trouble within this military academy. Even though I am still weak and vulnerable right now, I can still prevent that person from becoming king. The smiling Li Lanfeng adeptly secreted his true thoughts deep within his heart. There were some secrets that should never be shared. Zhao Jun could only shake his head in resignation at those words. All right, your words are convincing. I would also like to see if that Thunder King can overcome all the difficulties to climb to the pinnacle of the school. Watching the show and whatnot were the things he most liked to do. Even though Li Lanfeng still had a smile on his face, there was an emptiness in his eyes, along with endless coldness. I have another question. If we plan to ally with other factions to go against the Thunder King, why do you want Wuji to go challenge Tianji? That's obviously against your original plan. Zhao Jun very quickly came up with another question. He was not at all as simple-minded as Han Yu and the others thought he was. The things he needed to know, he picked up on them much better than Han Yu and the others would. Compared to the Thunder King, you hate Tianji even more. Knowing Li Lanfeng too well, Zhao Jun stated his conclusion with conviction. So, even if the timing is inappropriate, you still egged on Han Yu and the others to act against Tianji. Why is that? Have you not heard about the horrific incident which happened a few days ago? Hearing Zhao Jun ask this question, Li Lanfeng's smile finally disappeared. The murder of Shi Mingyi? That was the first thing that sprang to Zhao Jun's mind. Since Tianji had such a shameless and despicable vice-regiment commander, it's about time they paid the price, said Li Lanfeng coldly. At this moment, he no longer had any trace of warmth around him. It was clear to see how deep his hatred of this sort of thing ran too. The enlistment assessments at the military academy officially commenced. Almost all of the attention of the cadets were drawn by this major assessment. As the leader of his assessment team, Ling Xiao had to be present for the first day at least. This made Ling Lan feel as if her time was her own again. These past few days, Ling Xiao had made Ling Lan bring him all around the school, his excuse being that he wanted to understand the conditions of his daughter's campus. Regarding this, Ling Lan was extremely disdainful of Ling Xiao. Could it be that when her dad was giving this reason, he had completely forgotten that he himself had graduated from this very school 20 years ago? Of course, Ling Lan understood inside that this was just her dad finding opportunities to get closer to her. After all, having been absent for 16 years, whether it was Ling Xiao himself or Ling Lan, they both needed this kind of opportunity. Thus, Ling Lan may have been disdainful of his lame excuse, but she still gladly accepted this task and accompanied her dad around the campus for the past few days. It should be said that the effect was still pretty good. At the very least, the two of them were no longer like they were before, awkwardly silent in each other's presence. Now, they could at least find a few topics to discuss. However, having obtained half a day of free time, after eating lunch, Ling Lan was once again summoned by her dad's incessant pestering one. Apparently, after showing his face for courtesy's sake, Ling Xiao had excused himself and then came running back. Arriving at the place Ling Xiao was staying, Ling Lan saw Ling Xiao standing at the doorway, casual and nonchalant, and then she looked back outside where the sun was blazing brightly at the zenith of the sky, and instantly felt that going out at this time was really not a good idea. Seeing Ling Lan frown as she looked outside, Ling Xiao glanced over as well, and then scratched his nose a little embarrassedly. It looks like it's rather hot now. With his mind filled with the thought of seeing his daughter again, things like the weather were not something Ling Xiao had considered. Why don't we just rest for a bit inside? Ling Xiao's temporary quarters was also a villa, and it was one that was even more luxurious than Ling Lan's. Although Ling Lan was not afraid of the heat, she too did not want to go out and be roasted by the intense noon sun for no reason, so she gladly agreed. However, after she and Ling Xiao finished drinking their third pot of iced red tea, she began to think that it was rather silly for her and her dad to just keep drinking tea in silence like this. Ling Xiao seemed to have also noticed this, and this made Ling Xiao rather dejected. Over the past few days, he had already explored all the topics they could talk about, and now, he truly did not know what else to say. Was he really going to just go over all the questions he had asked in the past few days all over again? Would this cause his daughter to run away because she really could not take it anymore? Or perhaps she would blow her top and just send a fist flying at him. Seeing the ice in his daughter's eyes, Ling Xiao believed that it was far more likely for Ling Lan to dash away. How could he willingly to let this hard-won opportunity to hang out with his daughter slip away like this? Ling Xiao began to think hard. What exactly could he ask her? A 16-year-old girl should already be at the age when romantic passions begin to blossom. Should he ask Ling Lan whether she has anyone she likes, or perhaps admires recently too? Just as Ling Xiao was struggling with indecision, the long silent Ling Lan, who had been stroking her teacup, finally spoke up. "Father, do you have any virtual network login pods here?" Ling Xiao was startled, but he quickly replied, "Yes, on the 3rd floor." In order to properly accommodate the assessment officers of the divisions, all their accommodations had been installed with virtual world login pods. This made it very convenient for the officers to log on to the virtual world during their spare time. Ling Lan placed her teacup back on the tea table, lifted her head to peer intently at Ling Xiao, and said, "Father, since you're free this afternoon, come with me to explore Mecha World." Go to Mecha World? Ling Xiao thought about it. Ever since he had ascended to God-class operator, he had not been there for a very long time, almost about to forget the youthful days he had spent there. He too had once been an obsessed member of Mecha World. His heart moved as his interest was piqued. Of course, most importantly, this was a personal invite from his darling daughter. Even if he had never ever been to Mecha World, he would still want to go take a look now. All right, Ling Xiao happily agreed. And so the father-daughter pair swiftly went up to the 3rd floor and laid down in 2 virtual login pods. Right before Ling Lan entered her pod, she did not forget to tell Ling Xiao that her username in Mecha World was Lingtian First String. Lingtian First String. Ling Xiao stared at the closed hatch of the login pod beside his, and smiled contemplatively. Meanwhile, at this time in Mecha World, in a sealed private mecha combat room, 2 mecha were in the middle of an intense spar. One was a standard Federation advanced mecha, its body painted with traditional blue and white. Other than being equipped with some weapons of personal preference, almost no modifications had been done to it. In contrast, the other mecha was extremely unique in both form and color. It was distinctly different from the blue, white, silver, or red basic colors of standard mecha, instead colored black, which was rather infrequently used within the Federation 3. The mecha's entire outer frame, when compared to the other standard advanced mecha, was obviously much taller and bulkier. Just its forelimbs alone were twice the size of the other mechas, not to mention its equipped weapons, which all belonged to the higher tier of cold weapons. With just one glance, one could tell that this mecha was most definitely a close combat type. Anyone familiar with Mecha World would know that this type of unique mecha was certainly a special class mecha, and those who could operate them must certainly be special class mecha masters. Generally speaking, when an advanced mecha warrior encountered a special class operator, the combat would end in a one-sided win. In other words, the special class operator would definitely obtain the final victory, while the number of moves it would take would all depend on how great the gap was between the two combatant skills. However, this fight was rather different. Although overall, it seemed like the advanced mecha warrior was indeed always at a disadvantage, they were only disadvantaged. The fight was not a clear one-way landslide. Several times, there were indeed precarious situations where the advanced mecha operator was being suppressed by endless blows, almost unable to catch their breath. But in the end, the advanced mecha warrior still managed to push through. And so, the fight became a fight of endurance. In the end, what they were competing on was neither their mecha control skills, nor was it the capabilities of their mecha, but rather the stamina of the operators. The two mecha clashed once more in midair, causing a loud noise of collision. In close combat, the advanced mecha was obviously at a disadvantage. This could be seen from the distance the two needed once they sprang apart to land. After the attack this time, the two mecha did not continue to grapple with one another, instead facing off from a distance. Huff, huff, huff. Due to the absence of outsiders, the two mecha had opened their public comms, and intense panting could be heard coming from the comm channels. Demit, Li Lanfeng. You freak. The first to recover from panting was the black mecha, who could not help but swear as soon as he caught his breath. The speaker was none other than Zhao Jun, who had already advanced to special class mecha. He chuckled Li Lanfeng weakly. The gap between levels was not so easily made up. He could make it so Zhao Jun could not defeat him, but that was already the extent of his abilities. This outcome made him rather dejected. He was not at all pleased by this outcome, which would already be greatly astounding by anyone else's standards. Wasn't I almost defeated by you a few times back there? Still panting heavily, Li Lanfeng spoke in fits and spurts. In terms of stamina recovery, he was no match for Zhao Jun and his type of physical constitution. Didn't you manage to push through? Just like an unkillable cockroach, grumbled Zhao Jun. Fighting with Li Lanfeng was always a frustrating matter for him. He kept having the sense that he could defeat the other, but he would always fall short by just that one breath. Quite a few times, the victory at hand would just graze by him narrowly. The disgruntlement he felt was no less than Li Lanfeng's. How the heck did you train? Able to resist my special class operator attacks, just as an advanced mecha operator. If you advance to special class operator, what am I supposed to do? Zhao Jun felt that his position as #1 mecha expert was being threatened. It looked like he would have to train harder now, so as to prevent himself from being out of a job once Li Lanfeng advanced. Zhao Jun was very rational. Ever since he had discovered how aberrant Li Lanfeng was, he had been determined to stick with Li Lanfeng. His brain was actually pretty good, but after being showed up many times by Li Lanfeng, he did not want to waste the mental effort anymore, so he had set himself the role of supreme thug. No, make that supreme fighter. But now, he found that this goal was actually pretty tough to realize as well. Don't worry, there's still quite a block of time before I advance to special class operator level. By that time, I reckon you would already have touched upon the gates to ace operator level. Li Lanfeng had finally recovered enough to speak in proper sentences again. So, you'll still be able to lord over me by a head. You'll be fine, consoled Li Lanfeng with a smile. Are you comforting me or mocking me? Zhao Jun muttered back, discontent. Right then, a bright red system notice startled everyone, as well as interrupted the conversation between the two. Heavyweight news. The great top-class mecha elite, Belief, 4 has graced the mecha world with his presence. Does his coming herald the successive appearance of other top-level elites? It can be predicted that the mecha world will once again bear witness to great waves. Belief. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng shouted almost in unison. This name was just too familiar. This was the name of God-class operator Ling Zhao's mecha. Despite not knowing what Ling Zhao's name in the mecha world was, the moment this name was linked to a top-class elite, they could not help but suspect whether this person was Ling Zhao himself. It has to be fake, right? How could General Ling Zhao have time to come to mecha world? Zhao Jun's face was filled with disbelief, and he was the first to voice a denial. They were well aware that General Ling Zhao was currently establishing the 23rd Division, as busy as could be. Even if he had time, he would not come to mecha world, this sort of virtual world where youths made up the majority. If he wanted to find a PK partner, he would more likely go to a virtual simulation mecha battle stadium specially set up for the Federation military, where only military officers in service could enter. I don't know, but these top-class elites are basically all old beasts from 10 or so years ago, or perhaps even decades before that. It could just very well be him. In contrast to Zhao Jun's disbelief, Li Lanfeng did not outright reject the possibility. Perhaps General Ling Zhao had been seized by whimsy and had decided to come back and indulge the nostalgia for his younger days. Who knows? Leaving aside Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's uncertainty, everyone else in the mecha world had also been struck dumb by this heavyweight news. It could be said that the entirety of the initially raucous virtual world descended into a long moment of silence, while there were even some mecha operators who lost their lives to the monsters they were battling due to the distraction. However, all of this was not a problem. Very soon, the mecha world was swept up in commotion once more. People all turned to the companions beside them and asked, who in the world was this top-class elite belief? Several of those with quicker minds immediately logged onto the official website of Mecha World to look up information on belief. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. This was because the information of top-class elites could only be accessed by elites of the same level. All they obtained from their search was the response that their strength level was not high enough, hence they did not have enough clearance. Thus, they could not glean any clues from the website. Ling Lan was oblivious to the things happening within Mecha World because this news had been announced a second before Ling Lan logged in, so she just so coincidentally missed this alert. If Ling Lan had known about it, she definitely would not bring her dad gallivanting all across the town. Very swiftly, Ling Lan received a friend request from Belief. Seeing that familiar name, Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop. How much did her dad love this name really? After she accepted, the other party instantly sent over a private chat request. When Ling Lan accepted it, she heard her dad's warm voice coming through. Ling Lan, where are you? Ling Lan immediately told her dad her location. When she had logged off previously, she had been outside hunting monsters. Not because she wanted to collect any points from the monsters, but because in her mission to advance to Advanced Mecha Warrior, she needed some items which would drop from these monsters. The route Ling Lan was taking was different from other people. She never ever looked for monsters to level up, instead mostly choosing to enter the arena fights for cross-level challenges to gain a large amount of experience points in one go. This was also why Ling Lan had been able to earn enough points to advance to Advanced Mecha Warrior in such a short amount of time. Of course, Ling Lan's personal mecha control skills were already high enough in terms of standards, allowing her to bring out the greatest combat power of the mecha she piloted, which was why she could take this shortcut. If she had been like Qi Long and the others who had started from zero, she would have had to take her time and accumulate the fruits of hard practice. Thus, Qi Long and the others had spent a full 3 years to train up from trainee mecha to Advanced Mecha Warrior. Meanwhile, at Ling Lan's speed, it would not be long before she caught up to Qi Long and the others. However, Ling Lan was planning to pause once she hit Advanced Mecha Warrior level, because she wanted to lead Qi Long and the others personally at that point. Through verbal teachings, self-modeling, and sparring with them using mecha, she wanted to push them into mastering all the control skills of Advanced Mecha Warriors so that they would be able to transition smoothly into the realm of Special Class Operator. Well aware of the importance of foundational controls, Ling Lan did not want her companions to fall into the common pitfall of neglecting those skills. Once they had all successfully mastered those, at that time, it would finally be time for her to let them spread their wings and fly freely. This was because once one entered Special Class Operator level, one's mecha piloting would begin to display one's individual style and character. No one else would be able to help with the development of these control skills. One could only rely on oneself to contemplate and seek insight. This was also the true reason why special class operators were also called mecha masters, while advanced mecha operators could only be called mecha warriors. However, entering special class operator level was still only the first step. Only by advancing into ace operator status could one prove that one's personal control style had matured and become complete enough to be considered a distinct style of its own. Many mecha masters had ended up being stuck at this level. Many people would only be able to be half-assed special class operators for their entire lives, unable to push through to find a place among the ranks of those who held true strength, ace mecha masters. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had left mecha world almost 20 years ago, so he had to be rather unfamiliar with this mecha world which had been updated countless times since then. Whatever the case, Ling Lan had to eliminate the monsters in the area she was in a whole 26 times before she saw Ling Xiao's mecha landing beside her, fashionably late. Ling Lan herself did not really care how long she had to wait. After all, she was still trying to get the mission item she needed to drop, so this was not a waste of her time. Still, when she saw Ling Xiao's mecha, her initially calm heart became unsettled, the corners of her eyes twitching noticeably. Damn T, just how much of a show-off could her dad be? Did he really not know how much attention operating such a bright and gleaming mecha, almost bright enough to make her blind, over would bring? Ling Lan sensed motion in the distance. It looked like her father's pretty mecha had drawn some attention. Ling Lan did not know that she had only guessed part of it. A greater reason was that this was a relatively low-level hunting ground. For such a high-end mecha to appear here was definitely unusual. Thus, everyone could only think, could the person operating that mecha be that top-class elite belief mentioned in the system announcement? Regardless of whether he was or not, they would not let go of any bit of possibility. Therefore, everyone who saw this mecha all headed after the mecha in the direction it was flying in, chasing after it. The fact that no one had chased up to Ling Lan's location was all thanks to how much the speed of Ling Xiao's mecha outstripped that of all of the mecha here. Ling Xiao's mecha was indeed extremely perfect. It was neither a standard mecha nor a modified mecha, but a mecha listed by Mecha World as a top-class redemption reward, an Imperial mecha. This was the only top-class mecha the people playing Mecha World could use points to redeem. As for the rumored God-class mecha, it could only be obtained by completing a mission, and that mission had already been confirmed by the majority of people to be humanly impossible. There were 6 types of Imperial mecha that could be redeemed, and Ling Xiao's mecha was one of those 6 types. Ling Lan had taken a cursory glance at it. When she was redeeming her current mecha, it was called Wind's Shadow 1. As its name implied, this was a mecha characterized by its speed. The entire mecha was uniformly white-silver in color, its form streamlined and elegant. Any equipment and structural design that could influence its speed had been discarded, leaving only those equipment and weapons which were necessary. It could be said to be a very extreme type of mecha. These kinds of speed-type mecha were generally built for long-range attacks. Ling Lan saw 2 long and thin particle beam long-barreled guns slung on its back, and knew her guess was not wrong. However, Ling Lan's gaze was then drawn by the 2 sword hilts sticking out at the mecha's waist. Based on the direction the hilts were facing, one could tell that they were not the general swords used by mecha. They were very likely short swords similar to high-frequency blades. But since the mecha already had the standard equipped high-frequency blades on it, Ling Lan could not understand why it would have more short swords with almost the same function equipped. Ling Lan very honestly voiced the doubts in her mind, and Ling Xiao laughed and replied, "This is the frightening aspect of this mecha. Everyone assumes that it's a long-range attack-type mecha, and so are usually on guard against long-range attacks, neglecting its ability to close in swiftly." Ling Lan's eyes lit up. "Father, you mean that this mecha is an all-round mecha which is proficient at both long-range and close-range?" Ling Lan's offensive maneuvers were inclined towards close-range combat, but the designs of close-range combat mecha were typically very bulky and heavy. This clashed somewhat with Ling Lan's need for speed, and furthermore, Ling Lan was still a girl at heart, so she much preferred light, graceful, and elegant mecha over those great, hulking, towering types. This was why when she heard that this pretty mecha was also strong in close-range combat, her heart was moved. Yes, because it's extraordinarily fast, it can switch freely between close-range and long-range attacks, flustering the opponent. This is its strength, but also its weakness at the same time. Seeing that Ling Lan had great interest in this mecha, Ling Xiao began introducing it in more detail. It requires its operator to satisfy 3 conditions. Otherwise, even if one has this mecha, they would be unable to use this mecha to its full capacity. What 3 conditions? Ling Lan was listening very carefully. Although she could not possess this mecha which she coveted right now, this did not prevent her from making this mecha her future goal. For things she needed to pay attention to, Ling Lan would take them extremely seriously. 1. The operator's reflexes must be exceedingly quick to be able to keep up with the speed of the mecha itself. 2. The operator's hand speed must reach a frighteningly high rate. Otherwise, they will not be able to execute any sequence of action transitions during high-speed movements. 3. The demand on the operator's physical condition is high. It should be known that executing action transitions at high speeds puts 3 to 4 times the burden on the body than piloting a mecha at regular speeds. Without a strong and stout physique, one can never operate this mecha well. Otherwise, the operator would become injured simply by making a few moves, to say nothing of operating this mecha into battle. Ling Xiao listed out each of the requirements to pilot this mecha, when in fact, he really wanted to say outright, "Oh daughter, this mecha is not destined for you." A girl's body was just inherently weaker, unable to reach that level of toughness required even with stringent training. Ling Lan only nodded after hearing all this, though of course she did not forget to ask what Little Four, who was within a little black room, thought about these conditions. Why was Little Four in a little black room? Well, this had to be explained from the beginning. Every time they met with Ling Xiao, Little Four just could not keep his composure. Therefore, whenever Little Four regressed into a mindless fan, Ling Lan would shut him up in a small black room for a while so he could calm down. Of course, if Little Four behaved well, he would be let out again. Today, Little Four had once again lost control when Ling Lan had been drinking iced red tea with Ling Xiao in stilted silence. That was why he was currently stuck inside that small black room, waiting for Ling Lan to show mercy again. Little Four was just being bored out of his mind in the little black room when he heard Ling Lan's question. He instantly patted his little chest and guaranteed that as long as he, Little Four, was around, his boss could have as tough a body as she wished. She could control whatever, or anything else she wanted. Little Four's answer made Ling Lan relax. She secretly set obtaining this mecha as the goal she would accomplish within the next few years. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao thought his daughter had understood his intentions and received his counsel, and so relaxed as well. Ling Xiao did not know that Ling Lan had indeed listened to him, but her choice was completely contrary to what Ling Xiao was hoping for. Of course, Ling Xiao was not the type to take things for granted. He was about to personally ask what Ling Lan thought when he suddenly heard some commotion coming from a distance. He could even vaguely hear someone saying, "Is it over there?" This made Ling Xiao hold back on what he had intended to say, turning to look in the direction of the noise with a troubled expression, uncertain what was going on. Ling Lan had also heard the voices and figured things out instantly. She said to her father, "Not good. Let's run." "Huh? Run?" Ling Xiao did not know why they had to run, but seeing that his daughter had already activated her mecha and was swiftly running towards a dense forest in the distance, he dared not tarry, chasing after her quickly. They had just dashed into the forest and concealed themselves when quite a number of mechas showed up in the initially endlessly empty grass fields. These were the people who had been attracted by Ling Xiao's mecha and had rushed here in pursuit. "It's not here either. Looks like this isn't the spot." Everyone saw the empty fields before them and turned to leave despondently. Even if there was the possibility of hiding in the dense forest ahead, everyone had naturally overlooked this avenue of thought. This was because they subconsciously believed that no one would do so and seek death. It should be known that the savage beasts in that dense forest were several times stronger than the savage beasts in the plains. Even if it were a special class operator going in, they would be coming out horizontally 3. Right then, they had all forgotten that the one they were seeking was a top-class elite. How could he be afraid of these savage beasts? It could only be said that these people were fooled by their own preconceptions. They were all low-level mecha operators. Even special-class operators were existences that they had to look up to, so it was very likely that they just could not comprehend what a top-class elite truly meant. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan hid in the forest, coolly watching batch after batch of mecha come and go. Even though they had to hide in the forest for up to an hour, there was not one trace of impatience on their faces. It could be seen that both father and daughter had extraordinarily strong patience. Ling Xiao glanced at the completely still Ling Lan and her mecha by his side, and just knew that his daughter was extremely calm. The feeling called pride reared up in his heart once more. Just this patience alone was not something an ordinary person could possess. Following the passage of time, their patch of grass finally regained its initial peace and quiet. Only then did Ling Lan move her mecha, and she could not help but say, "Father, you should keep a lower profile. Why don't you change to a slightly more common mecha?" She did not want to keep hiding here in this dense forest, unable to go out. Ling Xiao was silent for a beat, then sighed and said, "This is already my worst mecha." In his virtual mecha hold, all the other mecha were even higher level than this one. One of them was even the so-called God-class mecha he had obtained by completing that horrific mission, while several others were exclusive special editions specially gifted to him by the mecha world after he had created a few Imperial-level skills in the game. These were all representations of his personal identity. The moment he piloted those mecha out, just the Fire Phoenix logo on their chests alone would allow others to guess who he was. Ling Lan was utterly speechless. The two of them once again descended into wordless silence. But then, right at that moment, Ling Lan's heart clenched, a sense of danger suddenly rushing into her. Without thinking, Ling Lan chose to leap up and dodge instantly. When she turned around, she saw Ling Xiao, who had initially been standing immobile beside her, slowly in the middle of resheathing the two short blades of his mecha back at his waist. Meanwhile, on the ground beneath his mecha, two extremely ferocious-looking forest savage beasts were laid out. Seeing this, Ling Lan's heart was shaken. When she had sensed a threat earlier, she could only choose to evade. But Ling Xiao had been able to easily finish off these ambushing savage beasts coming from behind him. From the two bodies laying on the ground, she could clearly see that there was only one point of fatal injury on them. In other words, Ling Xiao had instantly drawn his swords, both swords stabbing out to kill one savage beast each in the blink of an eye. This may seem like a simple thing, but to do it was certainly not easy. A savage beast's life force was extremely formidable. Even if one struck a fatal weakness directly, their powerful vitality would still allow these savage beasts a chance to carry out a final counterattack. This was precisely why many people did not dare to attack these type of savage beasts at close range. However, all of this was no problem at all when it came to Ling Xiao. With clean and efficient moves, he had eliminated all danger. When you strike their vital points, you must instantly sever their nerves and disable their reflexes in one go. This way, the savage beast's ability to counterattack will be destroyed. However, this kind of ability requires tens of thousands times of training before you will be able to do it. It cannot be rushed. Ling Xiao knew what Ling Lan was bothered about, and so spoke up to explain. Ling Lan nodded at his words. Her eyes shone vibrantly, because she had discovered that her father Ling Xiao was most likely the best instructor in this world to mentor her in mecha control. Though instructor number 3 in the learning space was indeed very strong in terms of mecha control, because the world she lived in now was still different from the world the instructors had come from, there were still some aspects which Ling Lan found rather difficult while learning from him. It should be said that the control methods Ling Lan was learning were modified from the control methods of their world, based off the results of instructor number 3's analysis of this world's mecha. Despite being very high level, those methods could not achieve true 100% compatibility. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was one of the top mecha operators in this world to begin with, and all the control methods he had learned were the accumulated results of this world over thousands of years. It should be said that Ling Xiao's control skills were the most appropriate for the mecha presently being used by the Federation, and he would be able to let Ling Lan truly understand the mecha of this world. Ling Lan was rather frustrated at this time. Why had she not realized this over these past few days? Actually wasting so many days for no good reason. Knowing that her dad's time was precious, Ling Lan decided that she could not continue wasting it any further, so she said to Ling Xiao seriously, "Father, you should be free these few days, right?" Ling Lan's eyes were sparkling brilliantly, her eyes shining with boundless hope. Could it be that his daughter had acknowledged his fatherly love? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Did this mean that his daughter was willing to accept him now and call him daddy affectionately? He quickly nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm extremely free. Then instruct me a little on mecha controls. Ling Lan's subsequent words made Ling Xiao's mood plummet from the heights of heaven straight down into hell. He was greatly depressed, tears all over his face inside. Oh daughter, daddy came all this way to come into the military academy undercover, just so I could establish a deep and meaningful father-daughter relationship with you. Not so I could PK with you and be your instructor. But facing that bright-eyed gaze of Ling Lan's, Ling Xiao just could not say anything to refuse. He could only nod and say, okay. Hearing Ling Xiao agree, Ling Lan's lips quirked up instantly. Even though Ling Xiao could not see his daughter's expression, for some reason, he just felt that his daughter was in a great mood. He could only smile wryly and console himself that he had finally done something that made his daughter happy, that all his efforts had not been for nothing. An excited Ling Lan was completely an action-oriented Ling Lan. Without saying anything more, she led her dad back to the city closest to them, Clearwind City, running all the way. They came to the mecha combat hall at the city center and found an empty private room and requested entry for a spar. Her entire mind filled with thoughts of learning from Ling Xiao. Ling Lan did not notice that when she and Ling Xiao had entered Clearwind City, they had been noticed by those sharp-eyed people at the city gates. It could not be helped. Ling Xiao's mecha was just too unique. There was no way to conceal it. Some people were even quicker, instantly taking photos of the two of them flying across the city and uploading them onto the official website. The title of the post was naturally Top-Class Elite, Belief, Cited. This news caused a commotion instantly, the post scoring several billion hits within just a few minutes. When someone pointed out that the gleaming and eye-catching mecha in the photograph was the top Imperial mecha in the mecha world, the entire mecha world was rocked to the core. For context, Imperial operators were very difficult to see in the mecha world now. These top-class masters were now all old men who had become famous a decade or even a few decades ago. They were all basically already living reclusively, rarely sighted. There was even a time when many people questioned whether there were any Imperial operators existing at all within the mecha world. And this time, this photograph proved that the Imperial operators of rumor truly did exist in mecha world, and one had finally appeared. Everyone was worked up, especially since the post stated very clearly that the photo was taken at Clearwind City. Having found some direction, the mecha operators all flocked towards Clearwind City. Fortunately, Ling Lan and Ling Xiao were both moving extraordinarily fast, not meandering inside the city for long. They had directly headed straight into the combat room of the mecha combat hall to fight, thus dodging this crisis, not being trapped by the mecha operators who had rushed over because of the news and jammed up the city. Nevertheless, the small little Clearwind City had turned into a choked-up hive of activity within the course of several minutes. Those outside could not get in, while those inside could not get out either, causing the entire city to become unbearably congested. Inside their own private combat room, when Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng saw the news about the top-class elite belief descending upon mecha world, they no longer had the mood to continue sparring. They too wanted to see what the top-class elite belief was like, and so were preparing to go outside and try their luck. They had just left the private room on their end when Zhao Jun received a text message from a member of his team. Zhao Jun instantly stopped moving after he glanced at the message, prompting Li Lanfeng to ask him curiously, "Why'd you stop?" Zhao Jun smiled wryly and said, "It looks like we can't get out anymore." Taken aback, Li Lanfeng immediately used his communicator to check, and after finding out about the situation, he too smiled bitterly and said, "Who would have expected that belief would actually be at Clearwind City? I really don't know if we're lucky or unlucky. Lucky, because they were in the same city. Unlucky, because they were trapped within the combat hall, unable to go out. We just weren't destined to meet that elite," said Zhao Jun regretfully. "Since we can't go out, why don't we have another spar?" He had no intention of going out to crowd with the people outside. Li Lanfeng naturally agreed and said, "That's fine." Obtaining Li Lanfeng's agreement, Zhao Jun bent his head over his communicator, connecting to the AI of the mecha combat hall as he said, "Let's just go back to our previous room 817. Even as he spoke, he keyed in the number 817, and without even noticing the alert tagged to the room, he clicked to enter. Seeing Zhao Jun's entire mecha suddenly disappear before his eyes, Li Lanfeng shook his head helplessly. Knowing that the impatient Zhao Jun must have already gone ahead to room 817, he quickly connected to the mecha combat hall's AI as well and selected room 817 too, then chose to enter. Li Lanfeng unintentionally saw that the number of the people in the room was 3. Huh? What was happening? The next second, Li Lanfeng had entered room 817. In a corner of the room, he saw that familiar black-colored special class mecha of Zhao Jun's. Not only that, on the stage in the middle of the room, 2 mecha were facing off against one another. One was an extremely common standard intermediate mecha, while the other was an extremely dazzling and beautiful mecha. With just one glance, Li Lanfeng could tell that this was the rumored top-class Imperial mecha. What in the world is this? Li Lanfeng was stunned by this scene before his eyes and quickly sent a private message to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun very quickly responded with a message of his own. Shoo, don't make a sound. That Imperial mecha's operator is most likely belief. Let's observe quietly. Don't let them discover us and kick us out. Zhao Jun worked hard to shrink in on his own mecha. Right then, he truly wished that his mecha could instantly become tiny. Best if it could become a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye. Li Lanfeng saw Zhao Jun's actions and sweat dropped profusely. This fellow. Did he not know that no matter how much he tried to hunch in on himself, these 2 hulking mecha they were piloting just had no way of becoming any bit smaller? This series of actions by Zhao Jun only made him even more conspicuous. Do you know those 2 mecha? Ling Xiao had long noticed these 2 mecha that had entered behind them, and he turned to ask Ling Lan about them. Ling Lan shook her head and said, No, should we kick them out? Even though she had left messages for her companions, asking them to come to room 817 of Clearwind City to observe the mecha fight between her and Ling Xiao. Qi Long and the others had soon responded with news that the entire traffic of Clearwind City was already paralyzed. They just had no way of getting there. For this reason, Qi Long was so frustrated he could almost bang his head into a wall, while Luo Lang was actually tearing up. The others were not reacting that much better either. After all, this was a mecha instructional fight from a god-class operator. How lucky did they have to be to witness that? But now they had to watch helplessly as this great fortune slipped right through their fingers, unable to do anything about it. Ling Lan could only placate and comfort them, promising that they would still have opportunities in the future. At that time, she would definitely inform them beforehand to enter the combat room in advance so they could observe. Only then did these bunch of mournful brats subside. It was precisely because of that Ling Lan had not set a passcode on their room at the very first moment to restrict outsiders from entering. By the time she had settled her companions, 2 strangers had already entered the private room. Ling Xiao was nonchalant about it. No need. Since they have already come here, it can be considered that they're fated to see us. Besides, they don't know us. Let them watch a little, and if they gain some insight, that's their fortune. Ling Xiao was not someone who would stick to the beaten track one. Otherwise, he would not often invite others to PK with him at the military-exclusive combat fields. The stronger the Federation mecha masters were, the gladder Ling Xiao would be. He was a pure-minded military man. Since, father, you have said so, then let them stay. Ling Lan agreed with her dad's mindset. The mecha operators in Mecha World came from all the various star systems of the whole Federation. No one could tell who another was, or which planet they came from. If those spectators could gain something from this fight, it would indeed be a kindness on their part. Ling Lan recalled the first time she had entered Mecha World and met that cheetah mecha. They had not known each other, but had had a startlingly amazing rapport. During that time, if not for the others' constant companionship and their mutual encouragement and supervision, perhaps she might not have been able to endure through that period of dry and monotonous foundational training. Ling Lan cherished this sort of heaven-given serendipity, and so did not want to stand in the way of it. Since her father was not opposed, Ling Lan decided to just let them watch. Of course, the prerequisite being that they knew their limits and did not disturb her and her father. On the stage, the 2 mecha that had been standing around casually began to shift. The intermediate mecha suddenly raised its hand to draw the long weapon from its back and got into an attacking stance, while the Imperial mecha remained still and unmoving as before. At this point, Zhao Jun could not help commenting surreptitiously, "Lanfeng, this match is probably going to end in one move. The gap between the strength of the two is just too wide. The intermediate mecha will definitely be unable to withstand an attack from the Imperial mecha. It won't end like that," Li Lanfeng responded confidently. Why not? Zhao Jun was boggled. Just think, which Imperial operator would have the free time to PK an intermediate mecha operator? I'm guessing that the latter is just a disciple of the Imperial operator, which is why the former would come to instruct him a little, Li Lanfeng analyzed. In this match, the Imperial operator will definitely control his strength, perhaps even sealing away some advanced control skills and killing moves. In other words, this is an instructional fight. Zhao Jun's eyes brightened. Instructional fights were not only extremely useful to the one fighting, spectators would also learn quite a bit. However, Zhao Jun began worrying once more, carefully asking, "Lanfeng, do you think they'll chase us out?" After all, this type of instructional fight is usually related to some sect legacies and secrets. Li Lanfeng glared exasperatedly at Zhao Jun. "You've only now noticed this point? Still, it's been so long. Since they have not kicked us out, they are likely to have tacitly agreed to our presence here." Really? Li Lanfeng's words made Zhao Jun ecstatic. "Yes, of course, they could also have mistaken us for people they know, but that possibility is almost zero, so it can be excluded." Li Lanfeng knew well that it was indeed possible to conceal one's ID in Mecha World, so that name cards would have to be exchanged before one's name would be revealed. However, this feature was ineffective against top-class masters like Imperial operators. That was a sign of respect and distinction Mecha World afforded to Imperial operators. Thus, it was obvious that the other must know that the two of them were strangers. "I believe that they have chosen not to kick us because they intend to give us a chance." Li Lanfeng felt that this was the likeliest possibility. Many top-class masters believed very strongly in fate and serendipity. Perhaps the other felt that he and Zhao Jun stumbling into this room was fated, and so left them alone. "That's great." Zhao Jun clenched his fists, exhilarated. Li Lanfeng's words moved him greatly. If he could learn anything at all from this Imperial operator, he would never ever forget this fated kindness for the rest of his life. "Our luck today is truly incredible," said Li Lanfeng with a sigh. Perhaps his destiny was not going to be as tragic as he had thought. Would this be the turning point of his life? "Oh, they're starting," cried Zhao Jun, instantly calling Li Lanfeng back from his scattered musings. On the stage, the two mecha divided by a great disparity in strength finally clashed for the first time. Facing her unfathomable father Ling Xiao, Ling Lan chose to take the initiative and attack. She just did not have the confidence that she would be able to withstand her dad's powerful attacks, so she decided to take the advantage of striking first. Ling Lan could be seen to control her mecha to sprint forwards like a gust of wind, striking out towards Ling Xiao's mecha. When she was about 3 meters away, Regretless, which had been hanging low, was abruptly lifted up into a diagonal slash, drawing a streak of cold light through the air. This was a mid-range attack. While Ling Lan had been waiting, she had already considered things thoroughly. The only close-range weapons on her father's mecha were his short swords, so he did not have a long, cold weapon like Regretless to fight against her. This undoubtedly gave Ling Lan a slight upper hand in terms of weapons, and this was also her only advantage. Not bad. Seeing his daughter choose to execute a mid-range attack with her long weapon, Ling Xiao unstintingly gave praise. Against such a formidable opponent like himself, with no chance of winning, Ling Lan could still identify and use her greatest advantage to strike out against a weakness of his. This was undoubtedly a testament to Ling Lan's level-headedness and strategic mind. However, Ling Xiao was a god-class operator after all. Moreover, he was operating a formidable Imperial mecha, both in terms of control skills and plain mecha advantage. His strength exceeded Ling Lan's by too much. The counterplan Ling Lan had worked so hard to execute simply would not work against Ling Xiao. With an elegant slide step, Ling Xiao operated his mecha to twist to one side, dodging this streak of savage light. At the same time, the arms of his mecha folded firmly over the gleaming blade. actually performing an empty-handed weapon grab with his mecha. Even though Ling Lan's attack was already so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with one's eyes, for Ling Xiao, it was still a little slow. He easily caught Ling Lan's relentless between his palms. Ling Lan, this move won't work against me, said Ling Xiao with a smile. You'll need to come up with something else. Father, don't get too careless now. The right arm of Ling Lan's mecha suddenly shook and pulled back, and Ling Xiao felt that long sword between his mecha's palms slipping away like a slippery fish, escaping from his tight clasp. Ling Xiao's heart jolted, and he instantly dashed back, once again pulling a distance away from Ling Lan. He stared curiously at relentless in Ling Lan's hands, and could not help but ask, this weapon is very unique. What are its attributes? This particular quality which let it escape was something even Ling Xiao had never seen before. Its special attributes are high tensile strength and sharpness, replied Ling Lan. Ling Xiao immediately opened up his mecha's palm, and an extremely faint line could be seen on it. This made even Ling Lan too exclaim in awe, for it should be known that the outer shell of an imperial mecha was so strong that even the Federation's strongest beam saber would not be able to leave a mark on it. Who would have expected this relentless to be able to do so? This weapon is very powerful, lauded Ling Xiao. This is the work of one of the seniors in the academy. As long as I keep it well, even when I upgrade to Ace Mecha, it'll still be useful. Ling Lan was indeed very fond of relentless. Her introduction of it clearly carried a trace of pride. Once that senior of yours grows up and reworks this weapon 2 or 3 times, perhaps you might be able to use it for even longer, exclaimed Ling Xiao. It can still be reworked 2 or 3 times? Ling Lan was overwhelmed with curiosity. She had thought that all weapons were forged to completion in one go. Of course, that's why a mature mecha battle clan must have an outstanding mechanic. They can help a battle clan's combat power rise vertically. Of course, once one reached Imperial level and above, all this talk was just passing clouds. Aren't mecha battle clans all made up of people from the mecha piloting specialization? Ling Xiao's words confused Ling Lan. She had truly thought that mecha battle clans were organizations built by a group of people who specialized in mecha piloting. Of course not. Ling Xiao replied, astounded. Could it be that Ling Lan did not know about this? However, after a beat, Ling Xiao figured it out. Generally, it was the father's job to teach about all this, but he had been missing for 16 years, and since coming back, he had been bogged down with various official duties. Thus, he had not had any chances to communicate properly with his daughter, much less even think about teaching her all this. Of course, if the student's father was not a mecha operator, hence not allowing them to receive such instruction from their father, when they advanced to the second year of school, there would be mecha instructors who would guide students in building their own battle clans or in choosing one to join. At that time, Ling Lan too would have learned about the composition of a battle clan. However, right now, Ling Lan was still a first year, so she had yet to have a chance to learn any of this. At this thought, Ling Xiao apologized and said, "This is all my fault, not instructing you in these things in time." At the heart of it, it was still his own dereliction of duty as a father. In fact, the members of a mecha battle clan are not solely from the mecha piloting specialization. It can encompass many specializations. It all depends on what route your battle clan wants to take. Generally speaking, a battle clan needs 3 types of mecha warriors: close range, comprehensive, and long range, along with logistics and support units, which includes a repairman, a doctor, and a quartermaster, etc. Thus, at minimum, a battle clan requires 6 people. However, this type of small battle clan is inadequate to support the logistics component in the clan for long, so now, a developed mecha battle clan needs at least 12 people, 8 mecha warriors, and 4 support personnel. Ling Xiao continued to explain. With 2 warriors for each support personnel, a mecha battle clan will be able to continue running smoothly. Each person in the clan will be able to benefit and grow without any wastage. Support personnel required warriors to provide for them, otherwise they would not be able to procure any resources to improve their abilities. This was why smaller battle clans were gradually being eliminated. Of course, a battle clan could also abandon logistics and support, but this type of battle clan would definitely be unable to compete with other clans which had better allocation of roles, so their elimination was also inevitable in the long run. In other words, if I want to lead my companions further, I need to make sure to allocate my members' roles within the battle clan in the most logical and perfect way. Ling Lan scrunched up her brow. It looked like she had taken things too much for granted. At this time, Ling Lan finally figured out some things she had always found puzzling before. Why Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian had chosen to apply for other specializations in the military academy, even though their mecha control standards were not much lower than Xie Yi's, Luo Lang's, or the others. In Mecha World, they were all already at the level of advanced mecha warrior. It turned out that they were already familiar with the composition of a battle clan, and so had made their choice early on for the sake of the future of their battle clan. In contrast, as the boss, she had been rather muddled and clueless till now. Though she had known subconsciously that they had done it for the team, she had not understood their motives as deeply as she did now. This is absolutely necessary. For example, that senior who made this weapon for you would be a great candidate. You should know that for a person to create such an outstanding weapon, he must have reached the pinnacle in terms of his mastery of materials. He is most definitely a prodigy in engineering and modification. He'll be able to help you greatly by increasing your battle clan's strength by one-fold, or even more, replied Ling Xiao. If he hasn't joined any other battle clan yet, I recommend you act quickly. This kind of prodigy is a truly rare and lucky find. I'll have to think well on this. Regarding the composition of their battle clan, Ling Lan still wanted to check in with Qi Long and the others first. After all, even if she wanted to expand the team and take in new people, Ling Lan still hoped to receive their agreement. Right then, Ling Lan could not help but think of that dux of the military medical research specialization, Li Shiyu. At first, she had only felt that the other's medical skills were amazing, which had moved her to establish a good relationship with him in hopes that if her team members were injured in future, they would have a trustworthy doctor to rely on. Now, from the looks of it, she needed to change her strategy and redraw her plans. Ling Lan also recalled that the students studying to become military doctors typically would not join any battle clans, strictly holding onto a neutral stance. She reckoned that this dux, Li Shiyu, would also be the same. Ling Lan decided that no matter what, she must manipulate. No, force. Wait, that's not right either. Snatch him for her clan. Ling Lan silently clenched her fists tightly. She could not let this type of prodigy slip away just like that from her hands. Li Shiyu, who had initially been not really all that important in Ling Lan's mind, had all of a sudden become Ling Lan's top priority target. Right then, Li Shiyu, who was still immersed in medical research in the Military Medical Research Center, did not know that his future had already been decided for him by Ling Lan, without him being the wiser. Let us take a moment of silence to mourn for him. If you really want to establish a battle clan, you indeed need to think well on this. When Ling Xiao had mentioned the first half of his sentence, he could already feel the endless cold air seeping out from within Ling Lan's mecha, and he smiled wryly. It was probably impossible for his daughter to cast aside those few little companions who had grown up alongside her. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not know whether to be proud or sad one. His daughter, who should have been a bundle of adorableness to be cosseted in the palms of his hands, had now become so cold, stern, and domineering. Her boss aura even more formidable and fearsome than his had been while he had been thriving in the military academy back in his time. Had his wife really given birth to a daughter? Ling Xiao was suddenly uncertain. He had the impulse to immediately contact his wife to confirm. Back then, had she really given birth to a girl? Could it be that his wife had wanted a girl so much that she had forcefully decided to treat their son as a daughter? This notion was quickly dispelled by Ling Xiao because it was an absolutely impossible scenario. He was really too stupid to even consider it, certain to be chased out of the bedroom by his wife for half a year if he asked her. Of course, there are two ways the members of a battle clan can join. One way is for them to be permanent members. These people must have gone through some testing and have earned your trust. And then there are some talents who may not be so reliable, who you can choose to sign on into your clan temporarily. For example, you could take in some battle clan members temporarily, just for these few years at the academy, and once you all graduate, the contract automatically ends. Ling Xiao shoved aside all those messy thoughts in his mind, continuing on with the previous topic and listing the rest of the key information about battle clans. Aside from a few necessary permanent members, A typical battle clan is primarily made up of contracted members, because no one can guarantee that in future, there won't be better team members who come along. One more thing. Permanent team members who are not united in spirit, who do not trust each other unconditionally, may very well choose differently when the time comes to choose their army division in the future. This would not create much difficulty for those team members themselves, but for the battle clan leader, the departure of a permanent member could be devastating. This would indicate that this team leader does not possess great leadership abilities and may also have problems with his judgment of character. In the army divisions, this would significantly impact that leader's future progress. Of course, this point won't influence you much. As long as you think they're all right, just take in whoever you want. You don't have to worry. Ling Lan would definitely be in Ling Zhao's army division in the future. As long as she did not commit any major fault, ascending the ranks step by step would certainly be no issue. Besides, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng were already in tacit agreement. They would gradually weaken the presence of the male Ling Lan, not allowing her to stand out too much in the division. Therefore, even if her battle clan really split apart in future, there would not be much impact on Ling Lan's future. A battle clan usually only stabilizes properly after the clan has entered an army division. That's why the clan leader who organized the clan would mostly choose to have temporary contracts with the members, waiting to properly establish the battle clan after he has chosen and entered an army division. Ling Xiao went through all the important parts of building a battle clan. Ling Lan nodded pensively, and then Ling Xiao asked, "Right, are the specializations of all those companions of yours in mecha piloting?" Lin Zhongqing chose logistics, Han Jijian chose starship command, while Qilong, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi chose the same as me, mecha piloting. Ling Lan responded to Ling Zhao's question by listing out all the specializations of her companions. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled at this response. Inside, he was happy for his daughter's sake. These little fellows had truly been aiming for the perfect establishment of a battle clan. Are Qilong, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi particularly strong in terms of combatability? And are their awakened innate talents more suited to mecha piloting? Yes, compared to Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian. It is indeed so, Ling Lan nodded and said. Pleased, Ling Xiao nodded and said, from the looks of it, your battle clan is still lacking a strategic advisor, a doctor, and an engineer mechanic. High-level engineer mechanics are generally in high demand. If you can't find a particularly exceptional one, I recommend you look for a skilled mecha repairman. That would be more useful than an average engineer mechanic. The extra slots you have on your team can be filled with several other strong mecha operators. There's no need to look for a strategic advisor. That's Han Jijian's secondary specialization. He was already exceptionally gifted in that area, only choosing Starship Command for the future of the battle clan. Ling Lan conveyed the situation with Han Jijian to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao found himself speechless. He really had no words to describe how lucky Ling Lan was. Actually having such an exceptional prodigy among the companions she grew up with, able to take on two roles. This way, the battle clan would have one less support member to provide for, and the pressure would be much less. It could be said that in comparison to other similar 12-man battle clans, Ling Lan's battle clan would definitely be much stronger because of this too. Ling Lan, you need to cherish these companions well. They're really very good, said Ling Xiao seriously. Since the members were giving their all to contribute to the formation of the battle clan, as the clan leader, Ling Lan needed to live up to their contributions. Ling Lan's lips quirked up at these words, and she nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, Father, they are the most important friends of my life. I will definitely treasure them. That said, Ling Lan's gaze narrowed in contemplation, silently considering a candidate for the engineer mechanic of her team. No matter what, getting to know no mecha unrepaired in Mecha World was indeed a stroke of luck, plus the other was also from the First Men's Military Academy. He was truly the most suitable candidate. At first, she had only thought to establish a good connection with the other, but now, this idea of taking him in was indeed a good one. It would resolve the problem of finding an extremely important support member for her battle clan. Right then, no mecha unrepaired, who was in the Suncreed City Library engrossed in researching all sorts of blueprints and reference materials, felt a sudden chill go through his body. He lifted his head warily, silently observing the other fellow aficionados in the library who were similarly bent over their own blueprints and diagrams in focused study. After all, he had offended the Thunder King before. Who knew whether the other would send people to trouble him here in Suncrete City? He looked left and he looked right. However, no matter how he looked, he could see nothing strange. Could it be that he was too tired lately, thus messing up his sense of perception? No mecha unrepaired, decided to finish up with the diagram he was studying and then take a good rest so that he could avoid this sort of paranoia messing with his productivity. At this thought, Ling Lan involuntarily turned her head to glance at the two people watching the fight. Could these two people also be serendipitous acquaintances for her? Ling Lan's mind stirred, and she turned to ask Ling Xiao, "Father, what are the IDs of those two mecha? Why do you ask for their IDs? Has something happened?" Ling Xiao frowned. He had allowed those two to spectate because he wanted to show them a kindness, but he did not want them to distract his daughter from learning. "No, I'm just wondering whether they could be a fated connection for me. They could turn out to be a member of my battle clan in future," said Ling Lan coolly. "Fated meetings are not so easy to come by. Perhaps they should pay some price for this." "Heir, is this his daughter? Isn't this too sly and cunning?" Ling Xiao could not help but glance at those two innocent mecha who were still clueless about what was happening. In his heart, however, he firmly gave his daughter 32 thumbs-ups 3. DMN, as expected of a daughter of mine, definitely never taking a loss if she can help it. The black mecha is called Forge the Future 4, while the advanced mecha is called Self-Defined Destiny 5. Ling Xiao revealed their IDs to his daughter without any hesitation, using action to show his support for his daughter's decision. Seeing the two mecha on the stage stop fighting to turn and look at them one after the other, Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun felt their hearts skip a beat. Was the other side about to kick them out now? In his mecha's cockpit, Zhao Jun even began to pray with his palms held together. "Oh God, please no." In the midst of Li Lanfeng's and Zhao Jun's worrying, the two mecha on the stage turned back in silent unison, and then the intermediate mecha suddenly leapt backwards, pulling away once more from the Imperial mecha to put some distance between them. It looked like a new fight was about to begin. That scared me. I thought we were really about to get kicked out of here. Only then did Zhao Jun lower his palms with the sense of relief of a survivor, exclaiming to Li Lanfeng with some lingering fear. "For some reason, I still feel somewhat uneasy." Li Lanfeng did not know why, but a strong sense of danger was spreading within his heart. "What's wrong? Could it be that they truly intend to kick us out?" Zhao Jun, who had relaxed, was once again anxious as he asked with a look of concern. "No, since they have yet to kick us out, I doubt they would do that after this. However, I have a hunch that we might have to pay a huge price if we continue observing." Li Lanfeng's voice was extremely soft, seemingly talking to himself. He was unable to come up with a reason at the moment as to why he had that hunch. "Even if we have to pay a price, are you willing to abandon this opportunity?" Zhao Jun did not believe Li Lanfeng was willing to take the initiative and leave. "Of course not. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will still stay and observe." Li Lanfeng replied decisively and smiled bitterly afterwards. Being a #1 elite family, the Li family naturally had a few Imperial operators serving them. However, no matter if it was his current identity or his other unpresentable identity, he did not have the right to obtain pointers from those people. He was thus unable to reject the temptation before him, especially because he wanted to become a winner who could dictate his own destiny, and that was why he was all the more unable to reject this opportunity. Therefore, why should we think about the future? What we should do now is to grasp the opportunity to observe and study what's before us. Zhao Jun smiled, being of the same mind. "You're right." Li Lanfeng laughed soundlessly and started to reflect on his mentality of overthinking things. It was just that this bad habit had been ingrained in him from a young age and was impossible to correct even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Li Lanfeng sighed softly and appeared at a loss. "Quick, take a look. The intermediate mecha is moving." Zhao Jun's shout suddenly sounded beside his ears. Luckily, they were using their private comms, or else, with Zhao Jun making such a big disturbance, they would have definitely been chased out by the room's owner. Li Lanfeng hurriedly curbed his thoughts and focused on the arena. The intermediate mecha had indeed moved, but it did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, It hopped around the Imperial operator by the edge of the arena at high speed. Its speed increased to the point where the mecha's silhouette turned blurry. How is this possible? This shadow slide step is a technique only an advanced mecha warrior would know. Looking at this scene, Zhao Jun cried out in disbelieving surprise. Li Lanfeng's expression instantly stiffened. Could it be that the operator of this intermediate mecha was an advanced mecha warrior? There were numerous techniques that could only be executed with a compatible mecha, just like the shadow slide step, which was an exclusive technique of an advanced mecha. Did an intermediate mecha have the capability of allowing the operator to execute such a technique? For some reason, the rabbit mecha of that time surfaced in Li Lanfeng's mind at this moment. It had clearly been a trainee mecha, yet the other party had executed many movements which exceeded the limit of a trainee mecha, pushing the mecha to its extreme limits. Wait, it was to the extent of even exceeding the limit. Could it be that this intermediate mecha operator was another outstanding aberrant operator? No, it's impossible. The rabbit mecha operator is unique and unmatched. Li Lanfeng shook his head and expelled the thoughts in his mind. He would never admit that someone could be mentioned on equal terms with the rabbit in his heart. Just as both spectators were bewildered, the intermediate mecha finally launched another attack after circling several times around the arena. The shadow slide step was simultaneously an evasion and confusion technique that would cause illusions to appear before the opponent. An afterimage of the mecha would be displayed through the external recording device, and although this would only cause several seconds of delay, it could perhaps lead to an important turning point to obtain victory during a high-speed mecha fight. Therefore, by the time Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng could see the attacking movement of the intermediate mecha clearly, it had already appeared behind the Imperial mecha, and the sharp, shiny, black Tangdao in its right hand chopped down, making a sound of tearing through air. This showed that the attack was both powerful and fierce, but while facing this attack the Imperial mecha did not move in the slightest. Even though Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng knew that it was impossible for the attack to land, seeing the intermediate mecha's Tangdao about to chop down on the Imperial mecha's shoulder made them involuntarily cry out, "Ah!" in alarm as the mecha was so close to danger. With a resounding bang, the Imperial operator merely leaned slightly to the side and, raising his right hand, stopped the Tangdao that was about to strike the shoulder of his mecha. So it turned out that the beam shield on the Imperial mecha had quietly activated while the Tangdao had struck the beam shield, which generated a powerful rebound and directly sent the intermediate mecha bouncing backwards into the air. Both of them were under the impression that the intermediate mecha would retreat after having made an ineffective attack, but it suddenly rallied itself and renewed its onslaught. After the intermediate mecha was sent away by the rebound, its originally silent engine abruptly exploded with noise, and using its thrusters as opposing force, it directly neutralized the powerful rebound force. The mecha's engine ceased once again after neutralizing the rebound force. Having maintained its position, the intermediate mecha suddenly began to rotate rapidly like a spinning top before following up by launching a fierce kick towards the Imperial mecha below it. Whirlwind Garrote. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng once again cried out in surprise as this was another advanced-level technique exclusive to advanced mecha warriors. Seemingly having anticipated this move, the Imperial operator once again easily broke through the move. The operator was only seen to decisively raise both arms of his mecha, easily grasping firm hold of the intermediate mecha's powerful kick from among the flurry of afterimages of the spinning leg. There was a loud bang as the intermediate mecha was firmly smashed onto the ground and slid out several meters. The instant it was smashed onto the ground, even Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng, who were standing at the edge spectating the fight, could feel an intense vibration from where they stood. This terrifying impact caused their expressions to faintly change, believing that the advanced mecha warrior who had received the brunt of this force would not be feeling any better than what they imagined. Both of them were under the impression that the intermediate mecha would halt all its movements. Even if its body was sturdy, usually one would choose to lie down on the ground to recover their conditions for a few seconds upon receiving such a powerful blow. Unexpectedly, while the mecha was sliding out several meters and had yet to stop, it moved once again as its right hand suddenly slammed the ground, and using the rebound force, the entire mecha soared into the air. At the same time, The mecha's engine turned on again, and this time round, it took advantage of its speed to fiercely pounce towards the Imperial mecha in a flash. The cold weapon in its hand carried the momentum of a violent storm as it chopped towards the Imperial mecha. Seeing the intermediate mecha dashing around the Imperial mecha, no one could guess at the intermediate mecha's direction of movement. This type of irregular movement style caused Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's countenance to change once again. Currently, they were certain that the operator controlling the intermediate mecha was absolutely not an intermediate mecha warrior, as they had previously believed, and was undoubtedly an advanced mecha warrior. Reason being, this type of irregular movement style required the execution of numerous hand movements at a frightening speed in an instant. It was definitely not something an intermediate mecha warrior could accomplish. Li Lanfeng could not help but think to himself that if he were to operate this intermediate mecha, could he accomplish those practically non-stop hand movements like the other party could? Considering the limitations of the intermediate mecha, Li Lanfeng realized that it would be very difficult. Perhaps he might be able to accomplish it, but it would not be possible to perform it so brilliantly and smoothly, and at the same time with such ease like the other. Did this mean that the other party's control skills were better than his? Thinking of this, Li Lanfeng felt faintly disappointed inside. Genius operators had appeared around him one after another. With his average control talent, would he truly be able to change his fate as he challenged heaven's will? Hey, talent is indeed important, but foundations and hard work are of more importance than talent. If you were to train all levels of foundational controls to perfection, I believe that you will not be inferior compared to those geniuses. The words left behind by that rabbit mecha surfaced once again in Li Lanfeng's heart, and he was suddenly jolted to his senses. That's right, maybe he was lacking in talent, but he would continue working hard and practice every foundational control skill until they became part of his instinct. Although the difficulty increased with each level, he had never forgotten the warning words of advice the rabbit had given him, and this had always been his psychological pillar. Rest assured, I will not be defeated by those geniuses. I will be more hard-working than them, and when we meet, I hope I will no longer be looking up at you. Li Lanfeng secretly clenched his fists as his confidence, which had received a setback due to the intermediate mecha, once again recovered. He could lose to his rabbit friend, but he could not lose to others. Even if the intermediate mecha warrior before him had an aberrant talent and control, it could not cause his confidence to crumble. He would never lose to the other party. On the arena, the sounds of fighting had never stopped, and at times the rhythm of those sounds even seemed as if they were well planned and methodically arranged. Even though the battle was somewhat indistinct from Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's perspective, they knew that the Imperial operator had without a doubt intercepted all the advanced mecha warriors' irregular attacks. Just like that, the intermediate mecha continued to launch fierce attacks for approximately 1 minute. Although it might not seem long, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng understood that during this 1 minute, the hand speed of the intermediate mecha operator had been in a state of high speed. Even Zhao Jun, who was classified as a special class operator, could not help but tremble internally, hands starting to throb in pain as he imagined himself being the one doing the operating. These movements had high requirements of an operator's hand speed, and for an ordinary intermediate mecha to execute those high-level techniques, it would require the operator's control skills to match. Therefore, Zhao Jun even suspected that the operator's hands were currently cramped and had become numb. When the intermediate mecha landed, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng could not help but breathe out, thinking that they should be able to relax and rest for a moment now. Unexpectedly, the intermediate mecha had just landed when it once again moved and executed a shadow slide step, the exclusive technique of advanced mecha, while dashing towards the Imperial mecha. What the FCK, does he never get tired? Zhao Jun could not help but curse. Could it be that the operator of the intermediate mecha was a robot? What if the other party's true level is at Mecha Master level? Li Lanfeng replied unperturbedly. From the control skills displayed by the intermediate mecha, Li Lanfeng did not think that the other party's real skills were only that of an advanced mecha warrior. He even believed that, perhaps, the other party might have already reached the level of a special class operator, or even possibly the level of an ace operator. Although these conjectures caused discomfort in Li Lanfeng's heart and made him feel that the huge difference between them would be difficult to make up for, he would not disregard the other party's strength due to this. It couldn't be. Zhao Jun replied in astonishment. When fighting against an Imperial operator, even if it was just a guidance match, it was undoubtedly an insult towards that operator by using an intermediate mecha to take up the challenge. Perhaps there might be a deeper meaning to it. Li Lanfeng touched his chin and started pondering. What deeper meaning? Zhao Jun asked in puzzlement. Could using a lesser mecha to execute advanced-level techniques help in comprehending those advanced-level techniques? Li Lanfeng had indeed overthought things. He would always come up with some reasonings to convince himself, just like now. He decided to go redeem an intermediate mecha again after he finished spectating the fight, and experiment using advanced-level techniques on that mecha to see if it would be of help in improving his control over advanced techniques. Based on Li Lanfeng's current strength and hand speed, he had already achieved the standard to advance to special class operator level. The reason he had yet to advance was that he felt there were some fundamental movements that he was unable to execute exactly as he willed. He had always borne in mind the words that the rabbit mecha had consoled him with, so without perfecting those techniques, he was unable to convince himself to enter the next level. He had originally assumed that this problem was due to insufficient practice, but from the current situation, he felt that perhaps it might be because of his lack of thorough understanding and that it was time to change and try another method. At this moment, Ling Lan was unaware that her execution of techniques surpassing her level had caused Li Lanfeng, who was spectating the fight, to have a different train of thought, hence opening up a different type of training method. This fortuitous misconception gave him new insight towards foundational control. Ling Lan, are you still not aware that there's a problem with your control? Just as Ling Lan executed a shadow slide step to continue attacking Ling Xiao, her father's indifferent voice suddenly sounded out in the cockpit. Ling Xiao's voice had always contained indulgence and acknowledgement, yet his current tone actually contained a hint of coldness and reproach. Hearing his words, Ling Lan was alarmed, but her attack was already a knocked arrow that had to be released. Ling Xiao's counterattack was efficient this time. He launched a palm strike which, with a snapping sound, struck the crook of the arm of the mecha that Ling Lan was operating. It directly destroyed the mecha arm's control system, which basically meant that the right hand of Ling Lan's mecha had been crippled. With a clang, the cold weapon Regretless in Ling Lan's hand dropped to the ground. The right hand, which had lost control, obviously did not have any means of holding on to that heavy weapon, and so the weapon was naturally dropped. Ling Lan immediately leaped backwards, increasing the distance between them, and quietly stood stationary while starting to decipher the meaning of Ling Xiao's questioning words. Ling Lan, after launching attacks for so long, haven't you noticed your problem? Ling Xiao's voice once again rang out in the cockpit, asking the same question. Is there a problem? Ling Lan pondered aloud. Indeed, she had not noticed any problems with her own control. Although executing advanced-level techniques which were distinctive to advanced mecha on an intermediate mecha was quite strenuous, she had undoubtedly increased the combat power of the mecha several times over. Otherwise, based on an intermediate mecha's capability, it would have been impossible to exchange blows with an Imperial mecha for such an extended period of time, and she would have long been knocked down. Are you thinking that you've increased the mecha's combat power? Ling Xiao could make out Ling Lan's thoughts at a glance, and so bluntly asked her. Yes, Ling Lan replied honestly. But are things really what you believe them to be? Ling Xiao's questioning stunned Ling Lan. Using higher-level techniques would of course allow a mecha's power to be greater. Or was she mistaken? What's the current damage level of your mecha? Ling Xiao sighed, and could not help but rub at his brow. As a father, he had lacked severely in fulfilling his obligations. If Ling Lan had not proposed to have him guide her in mecha piloting, he would not have known that his daughter's understanding of mecha piloting would have actually entered a diverged route. It seemed like there were too many things he had to learn to become a competent father. However, it was not serious as it was not considered too late for him to have realized this. Ling Xiao took a glance at the silent intermediate mecha displayed on his screen and felt certain. As long as Ling Lan realized her mistake, her control skills were bound to improve. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but feel proud once again. Take a look, this is Ling Xiao's daughter. Even though she's a female, she has still managed to inherit my exceptional control talent, and she'll definitely be the best female mecha master. Ling Xiao had high hopes for Ling Lan and believed that she would inevitably become an ace mecha master. Of course, under his wholehearted nurturing, it was not impossible for her to become the #1 imperial operator in the Federation. Thinking of this possibility, Ling Xiao could not help but tremble. Despite being a god-class operator, he was still so moved at the thought of possibly witnessing his daughter ascending to the pinnacle that he could not be calm. All right, please forgive a father's feelings. Even if Ling Xiao was a god-class operator, at this moment, he was still an ordinary father who dearly loved his daughter. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Lan did not delay in asking Little Four, who was currently in control of the mecha, about the mecha's condition. Little Four replied that although he had tried his utmost to maintain the mecha's balance, its current damage level was already at 32.77% due to Ling Lan overextending the mecha by repeatedly executing advanced-level techniques. That was to say, if Ling Lan were to continue fighting in this manner, the mecha would only be able to sustain itself for another 3 minutes before it would completely fall apart. Damage level is at 32.77%. Ling Lan had not expected that the mecha's damage level would be so high. She somewhat dejectedly relayed this answer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quirked his brows, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that, with Ling Lan frantically overextending the mecha, the damage level was sure to be more than 40%. Unexpectedly, it was only slightly over 30%. It seemed like his daughter normally took great care of her mecha and made sure that every function of the mecha was adjusted to near optimum levels, thus being able to keep the damage level this low. Ling Xiao was very satisfied by this. Only a mecha operator who truly cherished their mecha would be able to understand the significance of a mecha to an operator, and thus be able to bring out the true potential of the mecha without restraint. Without him having to bring this to her attention, his own daughter had been able to naturally comprehend this aspect. This proved that his daughter was a natural-born, outstanding mecha operator. Ling Xiao, who was filled with appreciation for his daughter at this moment, was not aware that his daughter was absolutely not as great as he imagined. The mecha's low damage rate was completely due to Ling Lan's cheat, the omnipotent Little Four, who had done his utmost in preserving and maintaining the mecha. However, Little Four was exclusively Ling Lan's and could be considered as part of Ling Lan's ability, so Ling Xiao could not be considered to have been joyous for nothing. According to this damage rate, you'll only be able to continue for another 3 minutes. Do you perhaps think you can defeat me during those 3 minutes? Even though Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his daughter, his tone was still cold. At this moment, he was not playing the role of a gentle father but a strict teacher. Since a problem with Ling Lan's mecha piloting had surfaced, then Ling Xiao needed to let Ling Lan understand her problem and keep it in mind. No, I've never thought so. Even if father were to abandon your defenses and stand there like a sandbag for me to attack as I wish for 3 minutes, I would still be unable to defeat you. Ling Lan was clear about the difference in strength between her and Ling Xiao. She had merely had the extravagant hope of landing an attack on him once. Only now did Ling Lan realize that her wish was actually so insignificant. From the start, she had been so oppressed by her father's powerful aura that she was somewhat breathless. I was only hoping to let father witness the techniques I have mastered. Of course, were it possible, I very much wish to land a strike on you. Ling Lan honestly revealed her own thoughts. Do you think you can achieve that? Ling Xiao snorted and used the tip of his mecha's toe to point at his current position. Ling Lan subconsciously looked over, and what she saw caused Ling Lan to be transfixed. Her expression, which had still been quite calm and collected, suddenly froze. Have you understood? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Yes, I was too egotistical, replied Ling Lan with a bitter smile. She saw that despite all her advanced attacks that she had racked her brains to think up, it had all been insignificant to her father Ling Xiao. Because from the start, the feet of Ling Xiao's mecha had never moved. He had stood there all along. Currently, he was still standing in the same spot, and even his feet had not lifted once. It's not a problem wanting to win, but the problem lies in you. After executing those ineffective advanced-level techniques, why did you obstinately persist in using them? You clearly knew that if you were to repeatedly execute those techniques, not only would it be a huge burden on yourself, it would be the same for your mecha. Ultimately, there would have been no need for others to defeat you, as you would have caused your own defeat. Is this something a qualified mecha operator should do? Ling Xiao questioned with a grim expression. Ling Xiao's questioning caused Ling Lan to lower her head in shame. He was right. Other than having talent and capability, a cool head could not be lacked, as this was related to the decision-making and methods of coping during a battle. A rash action could very well bring about an extreme crisis for a mecha operator and, at the same time, implicate their comrades. Earlier on, she had been too excited, agitated, and rash. There had only been one thought in her mind at that moment, and that was to successfully land a strike on her father as, after all, he was a God-class operator. In the world of mecha, a God-class operator was equivalent to a godlike existence. You've forgotten something more important. In my legacy, I should have repeatedly emphasized that the foundation is of greatest importance for any techniques. Seeing that Ling Lan understood her own mistake, Ling Xiao sighed gently, and his tone softened. Wasn't I using the foundational controls for advanced mecha? Ling Lan asked in astonishment. Were they foundational controls? They should be a set of foundational controls built on other foundational controls, techniques specially developed for advanced mecha. If you were currently using an advanced mecha, I could have just barely agreed with your viewpoint. However, are you using an advanced mecha at this moment? Ling Xiao once again answered her question with a question. Ling Lan was left speechless by Ling Xiao's questioning and knew now that her viewpoint had been wrong. Perhaps for an advanced mecha, the techniques she had used were more or less the same as foundation controls and not particularly difficult. However, when using an intermediate mecha, they were undoubtedly challenging advanced-level techniques and indeed could not be related to foundational controls. Seeing that Ling Lan had come to a realization, Ling Xiao continued, one more thing. In order for a mecha to display greater combat power, is it only possible by relying on those fancy and intricate moves? Ling Lan, have you ever thought about this question? Ling Lan was stumped by these words. The higher the difficulty of the mecha controls, the harder it was for the enemy to fight against it. This was the universally accepted standard of the mecha world. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to be suggesting that the truth was not so. Could it be that the entire mecha community was mistaken in their understanding? Or was it her father himself who was mistaken? Ling Lan instantly eliminated the possibility of her father being wrong. If her father was mistaken in his theoretical understanding of mecha, then how in the world had he come by his God-class operator status? Thinking about the fewer than few God-class operators within the Federation, Ling Lan could not help but think, could it be that the official understanding of the mecha community on mecha control was actually wrong, which is why there are so few God-class operators? And my father just happened to understand it correctly, thus breaking the age record to become the youngest God-class operator of the Federation? Considering this possibility, Ling Lan's spirits rallied. Did this mean that she was about to learn the truth of mecha control? No wonder it was said that truth was only accessible to a chosen few one. Seeing the radiant light shining from Ling Lan's eyes, Ling Xiao knew his daughter had figured things out. He continued, have you heard of keeping things simple? This phrase can also apply to mecha control. Does it mean that it is actually the simplest controls that have the greatest power? Asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. Not quite. It should be more like being able to control a mecha like your own limbs, using the least amount of effort to bring out the greatest efficiency of a mecha. That is what a true mecha operator needs to do. Ling Xiao shared his insights. Those special moves which require tremendous effort with equally tremendous power are not unimportant, but they are just unnecessary outside of those life or death moments or some other critical juncture. Using them would just drain and damage your mecha for no reason. If you can use the simplest control methods to deal with an opponent, then why be so wasteful? At first, when he had clambered out of the black hole and had been faced with a sky full of enemies, he could only use grand and domineering top-class techniques to frighten the enemy forces into submission. Reality had forced Ling Xiao to use those majestic moves exclusive to God-class operators, but the associated massive drain had secretly made Ling Xiao wince as well. Even though God-class mecha could replenish their energy from the stars automatically, after those two astoundingly powerful area of effect attacks he had performed, his God-class mecha's energy bank had descended to a point where red warnings had been flashing. Still, as the Federation managed to obtain the ultimate victory in that battle due to this expenditure, Ling Xiao felt that the cost was worth it. However, this kind of operation was only applicable under that sort of critical scenario. If he had been facing a smaller group of enemies instead, Ling Xiao would never have made the same choice. Mind you, for a mecha operator, once their mecha's energy source was completely drained or was destroyed, it would mean certain death. As such, this was not something a good mecha operator should do. A good mecha operator would do their best to protect themselves even as they dealt with the enemy. They would understand that they only had one life. Only by keeping this life would they be able to kill more enemies. A flash of valor. Ling Xiao did not approve. A flare of brilliance. Ling Xiao did not feel it was worth it. Only by extending one's life could one be considered a good mecha operator, though deserters naturally did not count. Thus, Ling Lan's fixation with chasing after grand and powerful controls had let Ling Xiao see Ling Lan's problem. This was a common issue with the Federation mecha operators. Everyone felt that only the most powerful moves could represent the strength of a mecha operator, when in truth, this thinking was wrong. On the battlefield, the warriors who could survive till the end were often those mecha operators who seemed average in strength but had solid foundations. In the end, they would grow to become even stronger. Meanwhile, those prodigious mecha operators who caused others to be in awe of them, despite possessing countless grand and elaborate moves, would often die young on the battlefield. Chasing the problem to its roots, every single case could be chalked down to depletion of energy or mecha breakdown, which led them to be struck down by their enemies to sleep forevermore among the stars. Ling Xiao's words made Ling Lan begin to contemplate deeply. Indeed, regardless of how strong the enemy was, preserving oneself was the most crucial thing. Seeking a moment of valor and glory completely went against Ling Lan's original intentions. Ling Lan had only wanted to continue living on freely and safely. She did not want to let herself become a hero whose name would be carved on some memorial monument. Enlightened, Ling Lan said solemnly to her father, "I understand now. From now on, I will change my fighting style. Thank you, Father, for your guidance." Mecha controls which would let her continue living on was what she truly needed, as well as being the most worthy of her time. Although her father had only said such a simple few sentences, those words had obviously included the insight Ling Xiao had gained over his 33 years of operating mecha, and so was extremely valuable. From them, Ling Lan could feel Ling Xiao's abundant fatherly love. This made Ling Lan feel extremely moved deep inside, but used to being cold and aloof, she just could not make herself do anything overly warm in response, and thus could only sum up her emotions in a simple statement of thanks. "All right, since you understand now, then show me your foundational controls properly. I hope you won't disappoint me too much." Ling Xiao naturally could feel Ling Lan's gratitude. He had a slight smile on his lips, but his tone was still stern and grim. At this moment, in order to ensure his daughter would continue to live on safely, he chose to be a strict teacher and not a kind father. "Yes, father." Even as Ling Lan replied, she decisively used an advanced mecha repair kit on her mecha. After the repairs were done, the mecha's screen displayed that it was back at 100%. Even the right arm's control system, which had been wrecked by Ling Xiao, was restored to normal. Clenching and unclenching the mecha's right hand, Ling Lan found that there was no problem at all with its functioning. Ling Lan was extremely pleased. Fortunately, this place was the mecha world. Mecha were able to be repaired and adjusted to optimum condition in a short period of time without wasting time, which could be spent on sparring. If this had been the real world, to repair a mecha and restore it to full fighting power would require quite a few hours, no matter how skillful the repair master was. Even as Ling Lan sighed internally over how convenient the mecha world was, she controlled her mecha to pick Relentless up from the ground and slung it back over her back. Then, she assumed the most simple and unbelievably familiar stance everyone who used mecha would know. The spectating Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun saw the intermediate mecha suddenly change its initial attack style. Its complex and dazzling advanced mecha skills and techniques were suddenly replaced with simplicity. "Lanfeng, isn't this the basic assessment stance before entering mecha world?" Zhao Jun stared at this stance which seemed so distant in memory and yet was so memorable, and could not help but ask dubiously. Li Lanfeng responded affirmatively. "Yes, it is." The basic assessment moves were the mecha operation movements he was most familiar with. That was the set of moves he had trained to proficiency alongside the rabbit mecha. There had even been many times when the two had challenged each other to see who could complete it faster and better. Who knew that many years after that, these basic assessment moves, which could hardly be seen in mecha world, would appear right here before his eyes. This scene brought him back to that time, when he had been secretly watching the rabbit mecha train. While Li Lanfeng was lost in his memories, the intermediate mecha moved. It used the most basic out-toed sprinting art. This was a type of high-speed sprinting method for mecha, which was also extremely stable, a basic control movement that was able to support the body in executing any type of attack. However, in the later stages, after obtaining the better crisscross sprinting method as well as the more advanced Z-shaped body flash art, almost all the mecha operators would scorn the out-toed sprinting art for looking crude and ungainly. Moreover, its speed and evasion ability was also no better than the other two types of sprinting control skills, and so this most basic out-toed sprinting art was set aside. Later on, with the appearance of even more advanced skills like the figure, 8 spin, phantom light stream, gamma whirl, light and shadow skim, and other high-speed flight evasion arts, this most basic out-toed sprinting art became utterly extinct among the advanced mecha warriors. Impossible! How can his speed be that fast? Zhao Jun suddenly shouted in shock, startling Li Lanfeng from his reverie. Li Lanfeng's eyes focused as he looked over, and sure enough, even though that intermediate mecha was using the most basic of basics, the out-toed sprint, that speed was no lesser than what they could achieve using the crisscross sprint or the Z-shaped body flash art at present. It could even be said that the other was one level higher. This was another reason why Zhao Jun would exclaim in such surprise. He's attacking now. It's the simplest bash attack. The intermediate mecha that had been running circles around the Imperial Mecha Master suddenly drew close to the other, both fists efficiently striking out at the other's head without any bit of subterfuge. Using such a simple attack, how could he land a hit? Said Zhao Jun irritably. The other could obviously execute much more complex attacks, so why didn't he do so instead of using this type of attack method, which was clearly not going to work? Sure enough, the Imperial Mecha lifted an arm and blocked the intermediate mecha's fists. But right then, the intermediate mecha's fists retracted the moment they touched the other, and immediately after, its feet kicked off the ground and swung powerfully at the other. It looked like that blatant dual fist attack was actually just a feint. The true finishing move of the intermediate mecha was from its feet. This is the basic stomping art. Hells, what exactly is he trying to do? Zhao Jun could not help but wrap his arms around his head and wail. He wanted to see an instructional fight, not watch as an intermediate mecha displayed the basic assessment moves one after the other. Could that even be considered a real attack? Li Lanfeng, who had originally been responding to everything Zhao Jun said, was unusually quiet at this time. Within his cockpit, his expression was one of intense shock, filled with disbelief. This is the rabbit mecha's most habitual attack move. It's also something he created. Whenever he had something he couldn't resolve, he would default to using this move. Across the distance of 7 years, this familiar move emerged once more before his eyes. Even as it made him emotional, he was filled with shock and doubt. Ling Xiao was rather taken aback by this unexpected kick of Ling Lan's, because this stomping art was not an attack technique. Instead, it was a type of basic movement skill which worked together with the out-toed sprint to help shift directions and speed. Ever since the out-toed sprint fell out of favor, this stomping art had also been forgotten by the mecha operators. Ling Xiao did not find it surprising that Ling Lan would use the stomping art, but the fact that Ling Lan had actually made some improvements to it and integrated it into her attack did surprise him. He was even greatly pleased by it. This meant that his daughter's mastery of the basic controls had already reached an apex. Otherwise, she could not have evolved these basic moves so naturally into attack techniques. It looked like Ling Lan had taken his legacy to heart. She had learned the foundations extremely well, securing them solidly. Not bad. Ling Xiao did not hold back on giving his daughter praise, even as both his hands rose to meet Ling Lan's feet. There was a loud boom. Due to the collision this time, the intermediate mecha was sent flying back. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's body actually wavered slightly as well due to the astounding power behind this stomping art. This is no ordinary stomping art. Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that his daughter had added some special technique into this stomping art? Before Ling Xiao's astonishment could fade, something even more surprising occurred. The intermediate mecha actually flew backwards at a greater speed than that which it had used to attack Ling Xiao. In the air, Ling Lan flipped her body without trying to control the mecha, letting it careen as it would towards the walls of the private room. He's going to hit the wall. Despite being extremely dissatisfied with how the intermediate mecha was using basic assessment moves to fight, when he saw the other leave his mecha alone to let it just hurtle towards a wall at high speed, Zhao Jun was instantly yelling out in concern. Only Ling Xiao and Li Lanfeng had a gleam of light run through their eyes at the same time, though the meaning behind each gleam was vastly different. Ling Xiao believed his daughter was not that weak. He believed that his daughter would not really crash into the wall. On the other hand, the name of a skill which belonged solely to the rabbit mecha he knew had floated into Li Lanfeng's mind. Rabbit Sky Leap. Oftentimes when it had seemed like the situation was completely out of control at high speeds, the rabbit mecha would use this move to turn things around. Sure enough, just as the intermediate mecha was about to slam into the wall, Ling Lan, who had long been prepared, operated the mecha's two strong and powerful legs to kick out forcefully at the wall. There was a loud boom, and the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, almost sending the spectating Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's mecha tumbling off their feet. Meanwhile, following this push off the wall, the intermediate mecha used this surge of rebound force to send its body shooting like lightning towards the Imperial mecha standing in the middle of the stage. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng reacted quickly to steady their mecha. Once they were stable once more, they turned their eyes towards the stage again and saw the intermediate mecha zipping around like lightning back and forth across the private room. Clang, 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 clang. The powerful sounds of collision reverberated like the wild rain of a thunderstorm within the combat room. The two mechas sparred, one as quick as lightning, its movements almost untrackable, while the other was as steady as Mount Taiwan, taking moves as they came, unmoving as a mountain too. This is just the stomp technique, countless applications of the stomp technique. Zhao Jun peered closely for several 10 or so seconds, then felt his eyes were somewhat raw, with even a trace of pain. He could not help but raise his hands to rub at his eyes. It turned out that the speed of the intermediate mecha had already exceeded the capacity of Zhao Jun's motion vision. Having stared intently at the screen all this time, he was now feeling rather overwhelmed. Yes, it's the stomp technique. But this was no ordinary stomp technique. Otherwise, that Imperial mecha would not have surreptitiously shifted its original stance. In contrast to Zhao Jun's carelessness, the conscientious Li Lanfeng had caught the shift. The Imperial mecha, who had initially been standing straight with its legs together, had now spread its legs, and its knees were slightly bent. This was the specific stance of a mecha stabilizing its lower body. It was clear to see that the intermediate mecha's stomp technique was dealing significant impact to the Imperial operator, causing the other to have no choice but to use this most stable stance while defending. And the only one who could utilize the stomp technique so proficiently, in Li Lanfeng's memory, was the rabbit mecha and no other. Could it be that the rabbit he had searched for in these 7 long years was this intermediate mecha warrior before his eyes right now? 3. But based on the rabbit mecha's strength, he should not have remained stuck at intermediate mecha level. One question in Li Lanfeng's heart seemed to have been answered now, but this answer merely spawned even more questions. Just as Zhao Jun was kneading at his eyes, and while Li Lanfeng was plagued with questions, the intermediate mecha, who had been moving at high speeds all this while, suddenly dropped to land at a corner of the stage after one more violent clash with the Imperial mecha. Due to its sudden stop from a high speed, the mecha was sent sliding forwards 5 meters or so before it found firm footing. Perhaps extremely used to this type of abrupt stop from high speeds, though the intermediate mecha slid for about 5 meters, its upper body did not waver at all. This proved that this amount of slide was within the intermediate mecha's calculations. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun shared a look, unsure why the intermediate mecha had suddenly chosen to stop its attack when the situation was looking so optimistic. An idea sparked through Li Lanfeng's mind. He remembered the rabbit mecha saying once that this type of high-speed stomping actually put a great burden on mecha. trainee mecha would not be able to withstand it for long. Could it be that it was the same for intermediate mecha? Seeing this, Ling Xiao stood up from his defensive stance and said to Ling Lan with a smile, "Looks like you understand now." "Yes, thank you, father, for your guidance," replied Ling Lan gratefully. That combination of moves she had just performed was so familiar to her, they were embedded in her marrow. It was no effort at all to execute, perhaps even casual and easy. Still, whether in terms of speed or attack power, that set of moves had not been any weaker than any of the other advanced techniques she had used previously. In fact, they could even be considered better, because she still had energy to spare in her controls. Unlike before when even as she drained herself, her mecha was forced to operate over its capacity, damaging its lifespan. This also made Ling Lan realize on a profound level what Ling Xiao's words meant. Having understood, she stopped her attack, because she had already obtained what she wanted from this instructional fight. Mission complete, it would be a waste of time to continue fighting. Ling Lan's words made Ling Xiao's smile deepen. Ling Xiao knew very well that Ling Lan had achieved true understanding, once again proving that his daughter's learning ability was absolutely superior to others. Your stomp technique should have been integrated with some other special technique. How did you think of it? Ling Xiao was extremely curious. Mind you, those who had only begun to learn mecha control would just rotely follow instructions to complete the training exercises. Normally, they would never even think of combining or improvising on any of these controls. Ling Lan's ability to do so undoubtedly surprised Ling Xiao greatly, because even he had not been able to do so when he had been younger. By coincidence, back when I first started learning mecha control, I met someone else who had also just begun learning mecha control. The other was a control genius, able to execute each move to utter perfection. His results were very good. I was no match for him at first. This made me determined. Things he could do, what was stopping me from doing them too? So I thought hard on how to increase my mecha's speed and worked hard to perfect my transitions between all types of actions. Without knowing it, I applied a leg technique from physical skills to my mecha control and discovered that it actually produced a certain effect. And so, I began to experiment. Hiding part of the truth, Ling Lan told her father the story of her meeting with the leopard mecha 4 back then. As Ling Lan was telling the story, she realized that a large part of her proficiency with the basic assessment controls should definitely be credited to the leopard mecha. The other's companionship had undoubtedly made that dry and routine training time of her life become considerably more interesting. Upon closer examination of all the basic controls Ling Lan knew now, this set of basic assessment controls was the one Ling Lan was most adept and comfortable with. This was why when Ling Xiao had insisted for Ling Lan to use basic controls, she had chosen this set without thinking. Reality proved that this was the set that had seeped into her bones, the set which had become part of her basic instinct, the set of basic controls that she had truly mastered. Understanding all this, Ling Xiao prepared to go offline. Although he did not care much about the enlistment assessment results of the military academy, as the head of the division's assessment delegation, he should still at least show his face and ask cursorily about the results at the end of every day. Otherwise, the administrators of the school might misunderstand and assume that the 23rd Division did not care at all about the 1st Men's Military Academy. In order to successfully accept his daughter into the 23rd Division later on, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the school, no matter what. After saying goodbye to his daughter, Ling Xiao instantly logged off from the private room. The next time he went online, his mecha would automatically appear within the main hall of the Mecha Combat Hall. If Ling Lan required instruction again later, he would not have to spend the effort finding his way here anymore. Seeing the Imperial mecha vanish, Li Lanfeng knew the pair was about to leave. Impulsively, he rushed forwards and connected to his general comms to say, "Hello, can you please wait a moment?" Ling Lan was just about to go offline. Hearing this, she paused and raised her head to look towards the advanced mecha who had spoken. Seeing the intermediate mecha looking at him silently, Li Lanfeng hesitated for a moment, but then asked resolutely, because he did not want to miss another chance, "May I ask, 7 years ago, were you at the capital city of Planet Azure?" Planet Azure? The capital city? Ling Lan's face was filled with confusion. 7 years ago, she had indeed let Little Four secretly bring her out into the virtual world, But back then, the place she had asked Little Four to bring her to had been the capital city of Doha. Boss, I forgot to tell you. Back when you asked me to take you to the capital, I accidentally chose Planet Azure. Little Four, who had been drawn out by the advanced mecha warrior's question, revealed his blunder to Ling Lan. At these words, Ling Lan instantly had her guard up. How could he know that I was at Planet Azure 7 years ago? Could it be that I was exposed somewhere? Little Four became agitated by this supposition. That's right, back then, he and Boss had been undercover. So how could someone else have discovered this? Little Four quickly scanned the other's spiritual power. Li Lanfeng frowned lightly. He had sensed some strange disturbance in his surroundings, but could not say for certain what it was. Cautious and vigilant, he immediately wrapped up his spiritual power with his specter ability. Regardless of whether he was being paranoid, Li Lanfeng's first reflex was still to choose and protect himself. What a familiar energy signature. Little Four sensed Li Lanfeng's specter power and instantly exclaimed in shock. He swiftly dashed back into Ling Lan's mind space and rummaged through his memory bank of energy signatures, comparing them to the energy he had sensed. Soon, he had dug up the long-buried information of the leopard mecha, that is, the specter whom they had met back then. Boss, we've bumped into an old acquaintance, replied Little Four excitedly. Because Ling Lan had forbidden him from taking the initiative to venture out and test the spiritual power of others, Little Four had not noticed anything before this, even though Li Lanfeng had already been standing there for a long while. Of course, this was also because Little Four had been busy helping Ling Lan control her mecha at the time, with no mind to spare. Who? Asked Ling Lan, brow lifted in curiosity. It's that leopard mecha. That specter who watched the mecha fight with us. Little Four responded enthusiastically. So it's him. Ling Lan was floored. She had just been telling her father about him. And now he actually showed up? It appeared that she and this leopard were truly tied by fate. Li Lanfeng waited with bated breath for the intermediate mecha's reply, but the other was unexpectedly silent. The combat room was thrust into a still silence. Li Lanfeng's heart drooped lower and lower as time passed. Did this silence mean denial? Right then, an alert rang out suddenly inside his cockpit. Li Lanfeng clicked on the notification by reflex, and saw that it was an alert for a friend request. It was from someone called Lingtian First String, and there was a message included. Leopard, let's talk some other time. Li Lanfeng's heart was instantly brimming with happiness. He tried to click on accept immediately, but his initially extraordinarily nimble hands and fingers, which could execute really challenging advanced mecha warrior moves, were suddenly weak and slow. He tried tapping the screen 3 times in succession and actually failed every single time. Li Lanfeng took in a deep breath, and then steadying his right hand with his left, he firmly pressed the accept button. When he saw the name, Lingtian First String, appear on his friend's list, Li Lanfeng felt his entire body go weak, his eyes beginning to prickle with warmth. He quickly raised his head, holding back the tears of joy which had been about to flow out. After searching for so long, he had finally reconnected this friendship which had been interrupted for 7 years. Dear heavens, even though you were the one to condemn me to a phoenix thrall fate, at this time, I still want to thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. Zhao Jun saw the intermediate mecha log off without answering Li Lanfeng's question and was instantly livid. FCK, how could he be so cold and unfeeling? Is it really that hard to answer yes or no? Of course, he was just grumbling for the sake of it. After all, to answer or not to answer was the other's right. Zhao Jun was just irritated on behalf of his good friend Li Lanfeng. Even though Li Lanfeng had never said anything about it to him, Zhao Jun still vaguely knew that Li Lanfeng had been looking for someone in the mecha world all this time over the past 4 years. Zhao Jun's disgruntled words shook Li Lanfeng from his joyful reverie. He quickly said, "No, Zhao Jun, he has already told me the answer." Huh. Zhao Jun was flummoxed, but he clearly had not heard the other say anything. Li Lanfeng did not explain, only continuing on excitedly. I'll tell you about it later. Let us go. That said, he left the private room. Zhao Jun could only scratch his head helplessly. Since Li Lanfeng had said he would tell him later, then he had no choice but to wait for later. Although he really would like to know now, he could do nothing since his friend was very tight-lipped one. Fortunately, His patience had already been trained up by hanging out with Li Lanfeng over these past few years. Otherwise, he would certainly have been suffocated by his need to know. At this thought, Zhao Jun could only sigh softly and follow Li Lanfeng as he left the room. Once Ling Lan saw that the other had accepted her friend request, she had logged off. It wasn't that she did not want to catch up with the other, but her father had just logged off to hurry to the assessment venue. It would not be appropriate for her to linger here. After all, officially, she was on duty to accompany Ling Xiao. Later on, after saying goodbye to her father, Ling Lan returned to her living quarters. At this time, Qi Long and the other 5 were still not back from their training classes yet. Ling Lan did not wait for them, instantly logging onto Mecha World. Ling Lan believed that that stupid leopard must definitely still be in Mecha World waiting for her. Sure enough, the moment she was online, she received a voice message from Self-Defined Destiny. "Rabbit, where are you?" Damn T, was she still a rabbit now? Too, in the past, she had already told him not to call her Rabbit, but this fellow just would not change, doing the same even now. Ling Lan could not help but roll her eyes. She really wanted to pretend she heard nothing, but she could hear the other's anxiety in his voice. Thinking about how they had not seen each other for 7 years and how it had indeed been extremely difficult for them to meet again, she decided to be merciful and forgive him this once. And so, Ling Lan replied coolly, "Leopard, come to the Mecha Combat Main Hall." In less than a minute, she saw an advanced mecha entering the doors of the combat hall, sprinting over to her side. "Rabbit, I'm here." The advanced mecha ostentatiously waved at her, but that special class mecha which had been with him was nowhere to be seen. "Leopard, why isn't your friend here?" asked Ling Lan curiously. "I did not know whether you would mind, so I asked him to go ahead," replied the leopard mecha, now Self-Defined Destiny, with a smile. Ling Lan stared flatly at Self-Defined Destiny. Hells, did she come off as such a small-minded person? Besides, the leopard mecha was just some random stranger she had met in the virtual world. What gave him the confidence to believe that she would rank him so important in her mind? That she would care if he had other friends? HNG. If he only knew she had countless little companions by her side she had grown up with, that 5 of them were as close and intimate with her as could be. As expected, the leopard mecha had an uncanny rapport with her. As if sensing Ling Lan's thoughts, he hurried to explain, "I was thinking to introduce you to him after obtaining your permission." This greatly appeased Ling Lan's Dragon Heart 3, so it was true that the leopard respected her immensely, just as he had back then. Nothing had changed. Thus, Ling Lan said, "It's really fine. In future, you can just bring anyone you want to." At these words, Self-Defined Destiny's smile deepened, and he replied boisterously, "Understood." Ling Lan rubbed her brow helplessly and asked, "How did you recognize me earlier?" This was a question both she and Little Four were wondering. After all, it's been 7 years, and she had even changed her mecha. There was nothing of before. Although the other was a specter, Little Four was certain that the other had not used his specter abilities to check them out, so there was no reason for him to have identified her. Your stomp technique is no ordinary stomp technique. In every assessment, you would use it. "How could I forget it?" replied Self-Defined Destiny, with a smile. "If you stop using it, then I would have no way to recognize you anymore." Self-Defined Destiny could not help but rejoice in his heart that the other had coincidentally displayed these basic controls, allowing him to find the other. Self-Defined Destiny's words enlightened Ling Lan and Little Four instantly. So it had been Ling Lan's habitual movements which had exposed her. "I believe that, in this world, only you would know this technique. 7 years ago we lost contact, causing me to look for you for these whole 7 years. And now I've finally found you," sighed Self-Defined Destiny. Ling Lan found herself rather embarrassed now. Over these past 7 years, she had never once logged onto Mecha World, instead spending her time completing the Learning Space's missions or working on her father's legacy. Self-Defined Destiny's 7 years of effort could be said to be completely futile. "Is that Imperial operator from your sect?" Self-Defined Destiny asked curiously. Yes," replied Ling Lan after a brief hesitation. She was not purposefully trying to hide anything, but this was her first reunion with the leopard after so long, so there were some things that just could not be explained properly. Even though she and the leopard mecha shared a great rapport and she also greatly appreciated the friendship between them, he was still someone that she had met in the virtual world after all. Ling Lan could not treat him like how she treated Qi Long and her other real-world companions and trust him fully. However, Ling Lan's reply was not a lie either. She had inherited her father Ling Zhao's legacy, so of course she belonged to the same sect as her father. I had thought so with just one glance. Every move of that Imperial operator was utilizing the four simplest basic movements in defensive controls: block, push, obstruct, and hold for. Without using any bit of extraneous force, minimalist to the extreme. It's like what you told me at the start. Completely mastering the basic controls and using them harmoniously, making them truly part of our natural instinct, exclaimed self-defined destiny in awe. Ling Lan was startled by these words and quickly asked, "Our fight, did you record it?" Self-defined destiny replied sheepishly, "I'm sorry, without obtaining permission, I recorded it. If you mind, I'll immediately delete it." "No need. I only hope you can make a copy for me. I would also like to take a look." Even though Little Four had also recorded the fight, there were some things that just could not be seen clearly from a first-person perspective. Perhaps viewing the fight from a third-person perspective would allow her to see things clearer. Okay. Self-defined destiny immediately sent the video file over to Ling Lan. When Ling Lan received it, she instantly opened it and began to watch it. Li Lanfeng saw Ling Tian first string become still and silent, and just knew that the other must be fully absorbed in watching the video. He smiled knowingly. He was just too familiar with this state of the rabbit. Oftentimes, when the rabbit had learned a new movement or had a good idea or some insight, he would descend into this sort of acutely focused state, as if no one else existed around him. This brought Li Lanfeng back to the beginning. Every time this happened, he would always sit silently beside the rabbit mecha and wait patiently for the rabbit mecha to surface from his thoughts. After approximately 5 minutes, Li Lanfeng finally heard Ling Tian first string sigh and say, "As expected, from your perspective, his impressiveness is even more pronounced." Only now did Ling Lan feel how amazing her father Ling Xiao was. Now her father's basic controls were what could truly be called the best of the best. Even though it had only been the simplest of defensive motions, whether it was the timing of the interception or the motion itself, everything was perfectly calculated. Each defensive move had been applied when her power was at its weakest point. Moreover, each time, the hand motions of Ling Zhao's mecha had been extremely small. It was clear to see that the drain on the mecha's energy had been contained at the minimum baseline. Ling Lan believed that even if her father had been controlling a trainee mecha against her barrage of wild attacks, he would still be able to block and defend against them all using the least amount of energy. Her father's control was what could truly be called basic controls. Compared to her father, Ling Lan's basic controls were undoubtedly still much too fancy and elaborate. Compared to her father, she still had a really long way to go. The Imperial operator is naturally very impressive. Basic controls are truly very interesting. In future, I must learn from you and use lower mecha to train my advanced mecha basic controls and techniques. This way, I should be able to experience more of the true essence of basic controls. Self-defined destiny stared at Ling Lan with starry eyes, as if saying, wasn't he such a smart cookie? Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop, uncertain how she should respond. Was she supposed to say that she had only done so because she did not have enough points accumulated to redeem a better mecha? Still, thinking about it, using a lower mecha to execute advanced mecha techniques did indeed demand a lot from the operator. It was very challenging, which was not a bad thing for an operator, and may perhaps truly aid him in his development. At this thought, Ling Lan decided not to say anything. This was because she also really did not know how to explain to the other why she still did not have enough points to redeem an advanced mecha after these 7 years. Just like this, because Ling Lan did not know how to explain and also felt that this was harmless to the other, she chose to remain silent. This led Li Lanfeng to think that his assumption was correct, thus pushing him onto this path of no return, eventually leading to the creation of a legendary path belonging solely to himself. Right. Do you have a battle clan in Mecha World? I don't have one yet. So if you still have a spot open in yours, why don't you add me? Li Lanfeng did not want to once again be passing strangers with his rabbit. He had not joined any battle clans thus far because, for one, he was afraid of exposing himself, and two, hadn't he been hoping for this precise scenario all this while? He only wanted to join the Rabbit Mecha's battle clan, even if the entire battle clan was made up of only the Rabbit Mecha. I'm in the process of building one. Ling Lan had not expected that the leopard still had not joined a battle clan after these 7 years apart. Could it be that he had not enrolled into a military academy that year, instead choosing to go to a co-ed general academy? Or was he perhaps just a casual one-mecha operator? Otherwise, with the other's control skills, it was impossible that no one wanted him. Only military academies had battle clans, because all the cadets at military academies would eventually be Federation soldiers in future. The battle clan a cadet establishes at school would be extended into the army divisions they enlist into later and be expanded further there. In contrast, the students from a co-ed general academy may not necessarily become a soldier in future, hence they also did not have the right to form battle clans. Of course, this did not mean that these students had no chance of joining battle clans. Some mecha operators who liked mecha piloting would just sign up to join some battle clans that lacked members. Of course, no matter how skilled these people were in control skills, they would never become permanent members of a battle clan. The reason was simple. Whether it was at present or in the future, they would never be military personnel. Only if they were willing to serve in the army later on and became proper soldiers would they then have the right to become permanent members of a battle clan. Ling Lan was well aware that many mecha battle clans in Mecha World were extensions of mecha battle clans in the real world. In saying this, self-defined destiny was basically confirming that he was similarly without a battle clan in the real world. This pretty much proved that self-defined destiny was probably not a military academy student. Otherwise, with his abilities, even if he did not join any other battle clans, he was fully capable of making one of his own. Ling Lan, who was originally planning to ask which school self-defined destiny was studying at, found herself not daring to ask now. She was afraid she would hurt the other's feelings. Based on the leopard's passion and seriousness in honing his mecha control skills, Ling Lan knew very well that, if at all possible, the leopard would definitely want to study at a military academy. In the process of building, Li Lanfeng was taken aback by Ling Lan's answer. Someone who could enter the virtual world to learn mecha controls 7 years ago should be about his age, or perhaps even a little older than him. Why had the other not built a battle clan up till now? Could it be that the other was not a military academy cadet, or perhaps did not manage to enroll into a military academy to begin with, and could only attend a general academy? And now he had become an official soldier, so he could finally build a battle clan? Li Lanfeng, who had wanted to ask the rabbit which school he was attending, hesitated. What if the other asked him the same question in return after? When the other found out that he was studying at the First Men's Military Academy, would the other's heart be pierced through by a heavy arrow? Then, when you build it, can you keep a spot for me? After some consideration, Li Lanfeng decided not to ask this sensitive question, instead choosing to ask to join Ling Lan's battle clan in a serious manner. In Li Lanfeng's heart, even if the rabbit was just a small foot soldier, he would still be willing to become a member of the other's battle clan and follow the rabbit onto the battlefield to fight together. Okay. Will you become a soldier in the future? Asked Ling Lan carefully. If the leopard had not given up, replying yes, she would save a permanent member's spot for him. Later, once he entered the military, he could join officially. If not, she could only regretfully give the leopard a temporary contract. Ling Lan needed to take responsibility on behalf of all of the other members of her battle clan. Ling Lan's question stumped Li Lanfeng for a beat, but he quickly figured out the reason behind it and replied firmly, of course. As expected, the rabbit was currently a soldier. Li Lanfeng was glad that he had not asked impulsively. That's fine then. There'll be a spot for you in my battle clan. Ling Lan let out a sigh of relief. She was well aware of the leopard mecha's raw talent and abilities in control. He was definitely no weaker than Qi Long. If the leopard could join, it would be much better than finding someone unfamiliar. She believed that Qi Long and the others would not dislike the leopard's character and temperament. For some reason, Ling Lan had boundless confidence in the leopard, believing that he could definitely obtain the acknowledgement of the other clan members. We'll go to the 23rd Division, cautioned Ling Lan. She did not know how old the leopard was. whether the other was already at the age of enlistment. In any case, she wanted to notify the other so he did not apply for the wrong division. For years later, when they went to the 23rd Division, even if the Leopard was still a foot soldier, she could use her authority to transfer the Leopard to her side, so he could officially join her battle clan. Yes, understood, Li Lanfeng responded happily. He had originally planned to apply for enlistment at the 1st Division, but now decisively switched his goal for next year to enter the 23rd Division and then wait for his rabbit to find him. Thus, the both of them gingerly avoided asking about school, each thinking that they were right in their assumptions about the other. In this manner, they missed their earliest chance to truly discover the truth about each other. It had to be said that Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng did indeed have amazing rapport with one another. Even their misunderstandings synced up with one another. That special class mecha friend of yours, could it be that he also has no battle clan? Won't he invite you to stay together? Ling Lan recalled the special class mecha that had been together with self-defined destiny, which had also been very strong, and could not help but ask curiously. He and I both do not have official battle clans, though he is temporarily contracted to a mecha battle clan. The contract will automatically dissolve next year. If your battle clan still has a spot at that time, please add him too. Of course, if you feel that that's inappropriate, you can first make a temporary contract. Like me, he'll also become a soldier in the future. Only then did Li Lanfeng remember there was still Zhao Jun to consider, so he quickly explained, suggesting a temporary contract on his own at the same time. Li Lanfeng knew well that he wanted to follow the rabbit mecha because of that wonderful affinity and rapport he had with the other, which was carved deeply into his heart to this very day. However, Zhao Jun had no ties whatsoever to the rabbit mecha. He could neither trouble the rabbit mecha nor decide Zhao Jun's future for him. After all, the rabbit could very well just be a small foot soldier, and based on Zhao Jun's current power level, he would at least obtain the rank of first lieutenant. Therefore, if Zhao Jun and the rabbit intended to collaborate, signing a temporary contract would be beneficial for both sides. Li Lanfeng was not someone who needed to push all his friends into one clan. He knew very well that interpersonal relationships required affinity. He was certain that, for the sake of the rabbit mecha, he could compromise and tolerate things that he typically would not tolerate. He had already made up his mind that, even if the rabbit's battle clan consisted of a whole team of foot soldiers, he would still lower himself and curry favor with them in order to obtain their acknowledgement. This all stemmed from his determination to follow the rabbit which had been established 7 years ago. In the face of this type of conviction, all tribulations were but passing clouds. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Right now, I have 5 other companions who should all be permanent members of the battle clan in future. Adding you, there should still be a few slots for a 12-man team. Oh, there are also 2 others who I have my eye on, though I still haven't asked them whether they're willing to join. If the clan is still not full yet next year, ask your friend over to try out. If everyone is satisfied, then let's stay together. Ling Lan did not refuse Zhao Jun outright. After all, Zhao Jun was already a special class operator at present. Meanwhile, the support member candidates of the clan was pretty much settled, so all they needed to add were specialized mecha operators. Thus, Zhao Jun was undoubtedly extremely suitable. Oh, all right, answered Li Lanfeng immediately, decisively agreeing on behalf of Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun did not have a battle clan for next year anyway, so it should not be a problem for him to hang out with Li Lanfeng for a bit. Hearing that the rabbit also had his eye on 2 other people, Li Lanfeng asked, "Who are the other 2? Also people in Mecha World." "One of them is called No Mecha Unrepaired, from Mecha World. As for whether the other has an ID in Mecha World, I can't be sure. He's a genius here on our end," replied Ling Lan. No Mecha Unrepaired. This name is really familiar. Li Lanfeng paused over the name for a bit, then suddenly recalled it. Wasn't he that genius mecha engineer mechanic who the Thunder King had his eye on? At the start, in order to get him, the Thunder King had gone so far as to seal off all the other's resources within Mecha World, causing the other to fail his assessment 2 years in a row. If the other had failed just one more time, he would have been expelled from the First Men's Military Academy. No Mecha Unrepaired is from the Mecha Engineering Specialization in the First Men's Military Academy, muttered Li Lanfeng softly. "Oh, so you've heard of him," said Ling Lan in surprise. "Yes, He's that prodigy of the mecha engineering specialization in the 1st Men's Military Academy. He was pressured by the Thunder King, and I just happened to help him out by escorting him to Suncrete City. I wonder if he would be willing to join my battle clan. So the one who helped him to Suncrete City was you. Li Lanfeng gaped at the mecha before him. The Thunder King had been livid over the matter, but no matter how much manpower or material resources he invested into finding the person who helped, no mecha unrepaired. He just could not find them. This forced the Thunder King to have no choice but to suck it up in silence. Li Lanfeng recalled how pleased he himself had been when he had found out about it back then. Sure enough, his rabbit was his god of luck. Even though they had not recognized each other yet back then, the rabbit had still helped him to inflict a round of torment on the Thunder King. Li Lanfeng stared at the intermediate mecha across from him with grateful eyes, but kept this appreciation to himself. I think he should be willing to join, said Li Lanfeng with a smile. The rabbit was the benefactor of no mecha unrepaired. This personal debt would have already made it hard for the other to refuse to begin with. On top of that, the rabbit was inviting him to join his battle clan, which was also a form of acknowledgement as well as a form of assistance. Mind you, although all the other factions in the academy also coveted no mecha unrepaired engineering abilities, they did not dare to offend the Thunder King. Thus, no battle clan had invited no mecha unrepaired into their ranks. Without the assistance of any battle clan, even if he passed the assessment this year, the next few years would be very tough for him, as some assessments would require the collaboration of a battle clan to complete. The rabbit's invitation would definitely be a lifeline too, which the other would never refuse. I hope things turn out as you say. Ling Lan felt that it was about time for her to really build her battle clan now. Even though she still could not officially set one up in the school, she could start testing things out in Mecha World, as well as let Qi Long and the others get to know the leopard a bit. Just like this, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng arranged a time for their next meeting in Mecha World, and then respectively logged off. The moment Ling Lan logged off, she found that Qi Long and the others had returned. So, she called them all over and solemnly declared that, within Mecha World, she would officially establish their battle clan, Lingtian. There was no helping it. This bunch of brats had long decided on this ostentatious name. Otherwise, why would they have chosen to style their usernames in Lingtian XXX fashion? If she did not give their battle clan this name, this bunch of brats would definitely flip the table. Late afternoon in Mecha World, Grand Sweep City. This city was a large city filled with missions. Right now, quite a few mecha were sprawled about relaxing at a wide plaza not too far from the city gates. There were also some who were standing around idly, resting with their eyes closed. These mecha were mostly advanced mecha, though there was also a small number of lower mecha and intermediate mecha among them. Some of them had perhaps taken some time from their afternoon to come here and rest, but many more were here to look for comrades with aligned goals, or perhaps to wait to join any team preparing to complete missions but lacked members. This could be their chance to join a battle clan. That's right, this was the assembly ground of unaffiliated mecha operators. Without a battle clan, whenever they had free time, they would come here to try their luck, to see if they had any chance to join some battle clan. Even a temporary one would be better than not being part of any battle clan. To become stronger, joining a battle clan was a necessary choice. Upon successfully obtaining an advanced mecha, to become stronger, one would need venture into even tougher areas to complete the missions there, and all of this came with the prerequisite of having a battle clan. Otherwise, you could not even accept these missions to begin with, and so would have no way of entering those treacherous areas. As mentioned previously, not everyone would be able to join a battle clan, as establishing a battle clan was the special right belonging only to military academy cadets or army men. Thus, the number of unaffiliated mecha operators in Mecha World was immense. In one corner of the plaza, a line of standard advanced mecha were seated in a row on the ground. They were all seated in the same position, their chins propped on their hands. 5 mecha in the exact same stance stood out quite a bit. They were obviously part of the same mecha clan. This caused the other surrounding mecha to stare from the corner of their eyes, filled with envy. Quite a number of mecha even semi-casually strolled by before them, hoping to attract the 5 mecha's attention. This was because 3 mecha were all that was needed to form a mecha squad, while 6 mecha could form a miniature battle clan. The unaffiliated mecha were all guessing whether the 5 mecha were looking for a final member before going for the mission to establish their battle clan. Regardless of whether they were or they weren't, as long as the possibility existed, all the unaffiliated mecha hoped that the final lucky one would be themselves. Meanwhile, at this time, the private comms channel of the 5 mecha was extraordinarily lively. Why isn't Boss here yet? Lingtian Combat's voice, that is, the hearty volume of Qi Long's throat, instantly drowned out the softer tones of the other's chatter. Boss said 1,300 hours won. Right now, it's only 12:47. There's still 13 minutes left. What are you impatient about? As his sworn brother, Han Jijian, who was called Lingtian Abacus in Mecha World, rebuked without mercy. When would this fellow be just a little more calm and composed like Boss? Only knowing how to fool outsiders with that earnest and sincere face of his. Can't you see I'm just excited? We're about to make a battle clan now. I'm really looking forward to it. And we're going to have a few new people too. At this point, Qilong suddenly began to snicker. This caused the faces of the others to spasm involuntarily. In particular, Li Shiyu's darkened expression emerged at the forefront of Luo Lang's mind. Once again, he could not help but lament silently for Li Shiyu, who asked him to catch the eye of their boss. This was his fate. Luo Lang's mind began to replay that scene which had happened back at the Military Medical Research Center. Entirely shrouded in cold air, Ling Lan heaved Qi Long, who was typically loud and brash but was currently curled up into a miserable ball of pain, over a shoulder and charged aggressively towards the Military Medical Research Center, with Luo Lang and the others trailing behind her. Luo Lang and the others actually did not know why Qi Long had suddenly fallen ill, but Boss Lan had said that it was time to seek out Li Shiyu. On the way, they learned of Boss Lan's objective for this excursion. He was planning to break the unspoken rule upheld all this time within the military academy. The rule which stated that the students of the military medical research specialization were not to participate in any faction so they could maintain their neutrality. Yes, Boss Lan, who was about to establish a battle clan ahead of time in Mecha World, was planning to bring the ducks of the military medical research specialization Li Shiyu into his clan. This seemingly impossible goal of Ling Lan's astounded Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and the others. Yet, after their shock had faded, they were consumed with excitement. If Boss Lan actually succeeded, this would definitely be a grand feat. Only Boss Lan would dare to even think of something like this and actually do it. In their minds, as long as Boss Lan wanted to do it, nothing was impossible. It had to be said that Ling Lan's many grand achievements had filled Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and the others' confidence in her to the brim. They believed that it was impossible for their Boss Lan to fail. Ling Lan strode right up to the doors of the Military Medical Research Center, and without any pause to think, she sent the door flying open with a forceful kick. A loud crash rang out. This abrupt scene along with the sudden loud crash caused all the staff and students of the military medicine specialization to instantly cower down in fear. They had mistakenly assumed that the school was being attacked by an unidentified enemy. Luo Lang and the others following behind Ling Lan looked at the rampaging Ling Lan before them, who looked like he had crawled out from the depths of hell, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Despite knowing that the wrath of their boss was faked, right then, they too were affected by the heavy aggression seeping out from their boss's body, cold sweat breaking out along their back. In the Military Medical Research Center, the only one still standing upright with a calm and fearless expression was their duck's Li Shiyu. Expression stony, he stared at Ling Lan, who had vandalized the doors of the center, and said through gritted teeth, "Ling Lan, are you insane? What do you take this place for? Insane? You should rejoice that I'm not insane, just a little bit angry. Or else, I won't be able to guarantee what I'll do. Li Shiyu, I trusted you. But how have you repaid this trust of mine? Once, twice, my brothers have been presented with problems because of your treatment. Shouldn't you be giving me an explanation?" Said Ling Lan coldly. Her icy gaze and these words instantly doused the rage in Li Shiyu's heart. "What are you trying to say? What's happened this time?" said Li Shiyu with a slight frown, resigned. Right now, he rather regretted agreeing to rescue Ling Lan's brothers back than out of a moment of soft-hearted weakness. Now it seemed as if this punk had latched onto him. Whenever anything happened to Ling Lan's brothers, The other just loved to come and trouble him. In spite of Ling Lan's extremely discourteous attitude, Li Xiu did not lose his composure, still calmly asking Ling Lan about the situation. A trace of approval flashed across Ling Lan's cool gaze. As a military doctor, one needed to be level-headed in extreme situations. Even when facing a teammate's doubts and critique, they must be able to calmly explain their thought process and the sequence of events. Only then would they be able to obtain their teammates' trust. Undoubtedly, Li Xiu was doing this extremely well, as expected of a prodigy of military medicine. For him, expending all this time and effort was worth it. Ling Lan tamped down on the approval in her heart and continued to say with a frigid expression, setting aside Luo Lang's relapse, "I would never have expected the same thing to happen to Qi Long after his recovery. Duxley, you owe me an explanation." Her words had barely faded when Ling Lan came to stand before Li Xiu, where she then set down the suffering Qi Long and indicated for Li Xiu to take a look. Ling Lan's words made Li Xiu's fair face flush bright red instantly. This horrible junior actually doubted his treatment abilities again and again. This was definitely an insult to his professionalism. No matter how calm and composed Li Xiu was, he could not help but feel rage surging into his chest. Even so, Li Xiu was unable to refuse Qi Long treatment. As long as a patient was before him, as a military doctor, he needed to cast aside all personal enmity and save the patient to the best of his ability. He quickly stepped forward and gripped Qi Long's hand, feeling at his pulse point. And then, Li Xiu's countenance shifted slightly once more. He had actually sensed the customary reaction from using the gene agent S modification they had developed from the reading of Qi Long's pulse. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over Li Xiu's body. Could it be that the gene agent S modification still retained some problematic side issues? But their previous trials had not revealed any sign of this sort of situation. Li Xiu was rather uncertain now. He immediately asked the staff to lay Qi Long into a healing pod and treated Qi Long with special restorative agents. Initially shivering uncontrollably from the pain, Qi Long's tortured expression began to ease slowly after 10 or so seconds of this treatment. It looked like the restorative agent was effective. "I want to know, what medical agent did you give my brothers exactly? Why would such a situation occur?" Ling Lan saw Qi Long's condition turn for the better, and the ice on her face thawed considerably. Her tone and demeanor when asking Li Xiu this was clearly a little warmer. Li Xiu was silent for a moment before he answered. "Once his condition is better, I will conduct a comprehensive examination on him. Only at that time will I know what the true reason for this is." That said, Li Xiu no longer paid any attention to Ling Lan. He immediately contacted the few specialization instructors he worked with. When his instructors heard of Qi Long's reaction, they were instantly anxious, agreeing to come over immediately so they could study this unique case together. Ling Lan heard Li Xiu calling for his instructors to come study together, and despite being as calm as ever on the surface, her heart could not help but pound and feel ill at ease. Little Four sensed Ling Lan's concern and immediately piped up to reassure her. "Boss, please don't worry. I have found all their data on the gene agent S modification. After purifying and improving the gene agents Daddy secretly brought us this time, the medical properties of the agents are definitely the same as their gene agent S modification. They will never discover or suspect anything." While saying this, Little Four's tone was extremely proud. With regards to the purification of gene agents, there was absolutely no one who could beat him, Little Four. Ling Lan relaxed with Little Four's assured guarantee. Frankly, even if she was still worried, it was too late to do anything about it now. The arrow had already been notched and the bow pulled taut. They could only fire the arrow. At this point, even if their scheme was seen through by the opponent, they could only grit their teeth and lie all the way. Therefore, Ling Lan continued to stand there with a cold expression. Meanwhile, Luo Lang and the others were really unsure what was happening with Qi Long, so there was no expression other than worry on their faces. Li Xiu, who had been silently observing them, felt fear creeping over him. Could it be that Qi Long's condition was real? Was it really the fault of their research center? Very soon, the instructors had all arrived. In the meantime, Qi Long's condition had improved considerably. He was no longer in the agonizing pain he had been in at the start. Subsequently, The instructors began to do all sorts of tests on Qi Long. Those who drew blood, while those who ran numbers, ran numbers. The reports were out very quickly. They discovered that all the reactions Qi Long were displaying were definitely in line with the customary reaction from injecting the gene agent S modification. This diagnosis caused their complexions to pale drastically. Could it be that this gene agent S modification actually had a latency period and would trigger and break out every so often? This was undoubtedly a very serious latent issue, proving that their gene agent S modification was greatly flawed. The instructors were all silent in the face of these reports. They only began discussing the reports in hushed voices after a good long while. After conversing for a while with his instructors, Li Xiu clenched his teeth and walked over to stand before Ling Lan and apologized. Our medical agents have been used before by countless people, and none of them have ever presented with a situation like Qi Long's. This could very well be due to his special physical constitution. Still, whatever the case, this is our error. I'm sorry, Ling Lan. You can save the apology. All I want to know is whether this will cause problems for Qi Long in the future. Ling Lan's cold gaze pierced right through Li Xiu, as if warning Li Xiu not to even think about bluffing his way through. I don't know. Because this is a unique case, never having occurred before, I cannot tell if Qi Long will present with a similar situation in future. What I can confirm is that this agent will not harm Qi Long's body permanently in any way. In fact, you could say that even if it acts up in the future, it will only bring benefits and no harm. Frankly, Li Xiu really wanted to say no. This is just an outlier case. But out of responsibility to his patient, Li Xiu just could not utter those words. This was because he himself could not say for certain whether this situation of Qi Long's was just a one-time thing or if it would be a reoccurring issue all his life. After all, this condition of Qi Long's was truly just too bizarre. No one could say anything definite about it at present. Hearing this, Ling Lan's raging aura rose once more. She gripped Li Xiu by the front of his white robe, pulled him close before her, and said with a murderous expression, "What do you mean by will not harm him permanently in any way? What is this? Every time it acts up, it'll only bring benefit. Do you know that Qi Long will have to go onto a battlefield in future? If this kind of situation happens during regular times, we can still send him straight to a doctor for treatment. But what if it happens to break out during a battle? On the battlefield, any bit of error could cost him his life. Do you think that if this happens in that situation, Qi Long can survive?" Ling Lan's blunt, questioning left Li Xiu's mouth twitching helplessly. Indeed, the scenario Ling Lan had described could very well happen. If the agent acted up on the battlefield, the only fate that awaited Qi Long was death. The enemy would not wait for Qi Long to get over this brief period of incapacitation. Remorse sprang up in Li Xiu's heart. Although his intentions had been good, thinking to give his younger cousin's friends a small boost in power, who could have expected that this agent would not be suitable for people of all physical constitutions? All their previous tests and trials had actually missed out on finding this flaw in the agent. At this time, one of the instructors walked over. Extremely apologetic, he said, "I am sorry. The reaction of this student to the agent is something we've never seen before. This agent of ours has already been used on countless hundred thousands of people, and none have ever exhibited the side effects this student has. This might be a special case, but it cannot be denied that this is an error on the part of our Military Medical Research Center. We will take responsibility for it. Please raise any request you may have as long as it's within our means." At these words, Ling Lan released her grip on Li Xiu's chest and replied evenly, "Requests? I only have one request, and that is that my brother cannot lose his life because of this agent. As long as you all can resolve this, I can pretend as if nothing had happened." Ling Lan's request caused the instructor's expression to become troubled. "I am sorry, Cadet. Right now, we have not yet developed an agent which can alleviate the symptoms of this reaction instantaneously. You might have to wait for some time." The instructor could not promise anything. After all, they had always thought that this reaction would only occur right after injection. Once the patient bore it till the end, the agent would be done with its work. They had never had to consider how to alleviate these reaction symptoms, because only by riding through this agonizing pain would the patient's body benefit fully. At most, they would just do as they were doing for Qi Long now. adding a little restorative agent into the mix to restore a little of the patient's stamina and spiritual power to help the patient hang on through the pain. How long do we have to wait? 1 year? 2 years? 3 years? Or perhaps 5 years? 10 years? Perhaps even longer? A trace of mockery hung on Ling Lan's lips. The disdain in her eyes made the instructor somewhat disgruntled, but he had no way to rebut what Ling Lan had said. The instructors of the military medicine specialization had always based everything they said and did by the data. With regards to something they had yet to research, they truly could not give a specific time frame. It was as Ling Lan said, they might need 8 or 10 years to come up with an answer. Could it be that you want my brother to constantly be under threat of death during this period while you all are researching a solution? Any unfortunate mishap, and he could become the first death caused by your agent? Asked Ling Lan with a sneer. No, we have no intentions of letting that happen. If possible, we can give military headquarters a report so that Cadet Qi Long can be exempted from the battlefield and become a support staff officer. The instructor hurried to explain, stating a short-term suggestion they could think of. Sir, do you know what our specialization is? We are from the mecha piloting specialization. The reason we chose this specialization is because we want to fight on the front lines of the battlefield and not hide at the back like a coward. Your suggestion is without question an insult to both me and my brother, barked Ling Lan in response to his words. Ling Lan's furious demeanor deepened the instructor's remorse. He too felt he had misspoken. He quickly asked, Then, what do you want? Ling Lan swept an icy glare around the Military Medical Research Center, and everyone there instinctively ducked their heads, avoiding eye contact. At this moment, everyone present had become suppressed by Ling Lan's cold and domineering force of presence, including those rational-minded instructors. Then, Ling Lan was heard to say measuredly, I hope for a military doctor who has graduated from the Military Medical Research Specialization to join my battle clan to watch over my brother's physical condition in the long run. Because, after accepting your treatment, other than the current patient Qi Long, there is still my other brother Luo Lang. Ling Lan pointed at Luo Lang standing behind her and continued, Right now, I cannot confirm whether the same condition will present itself in this brother of mine. After all, after undergoing treatment here, he has suffered a relapse before. Ling Lan's gaze met Li Shiyu's as she spoke, and Li Shiyu's forehead creased slightly in a small frown. Regarding Luo Lang's injuries, Li Shiyu was extremely certain that the center was not at fault. However, they did not have any persuasive proof otherwise at the moment, so they could only silently bear the blame. As Duxley was the one who caused all this, being responsible for treating my 2 brothers, I hope for Duxley to shoulder this responsibility and become a member of my battle clan to watch over the well-being of my clan members. Ling Lan finally revealed her true objective. No, this is impossible. Cadets from the military medicine specializations are not allowed to join any battle clans. This is an academy regulation. The instructor refused vehemently. Mind you, all the students trained by the military medicine specializations in the academy would end up as outstanding elite doctors of the medical world. As such, they needed to be available to serve the army as a whole and not be tied down to a small battle clan. That would be such a huge waste of talent. Especially in the case of Li Shiyu. He was the most outstanding prodigy of their specialization. The instructors all had high hopes for him, hoping that he would ultimately become the greatest hand of God of the military medicine world one day. This prodigy they had invested so much time and effort in cultivating. How could they bear to hand him over to some small battle clan? Sir, as far as I know, the academy does not have this rule in black and white. At most, this is just a mutual agreement and tradition of this school. You should know that any rule that is not clearly stated is not inviolable. And the fact of the matter is that my 2 brothers have presented with problems at Duxley's hands. According to Rule 68 subsection 21 of the Academy's rules, when an accidental incident occurs, including events such as fights and tournaments, medical cases, risky research studies, etc., whoever is responsible for the damages will be the one held responsible for reparation. Based on this regulation, my request is not asking for too much. Ling Lan read the regulation Little Fur had dug up for her, and then asked the instructor sharply, Is the Military Medical Research Center trying to brush off this responsibility? Or perhaps you all want to go against this regulation? No, that's not it. This. Under Ling Lan's aggressive questioning, the instructor was actually rendered speechless. He looked at Li Shiyu, then looked back again at the dogged Ling Lan, and was instantly as anxious as an ant on a hot plate one, completely at a loss what to do. The other instructors saw that things were looking bad. They quickly turned on their communicators and secretly contacted the faculty head of the military medicine specialization, hoping that he would hurry over and resolve this sudden incident. As Li Shiyu's instructors, they did not wish for Li Shiyu to be limited to developing in a small battle clan. Right at that moment, Li Shiyu, who had been calmly contemplating for a long while, suddenly shouted, "I am willing to take responsibility." Li Shiyu felt that Ling Lan was right. Leaving the matter of Luo Lang aside, Qi Long's condition today was indeed the fault of their military medical research center. And since the one who had requested for Qi Long to be given the gene agent S modification was him, Li Shiyu, he really had no grounds to deflect this responsibility. Of course, Li Shiyu had initially hoped to enter the best treatment department after graduating, to learn more about more obscure medical arts, treatments, and agents, and study them in depth. Because this way, he would have an even greater chance of curing that bizarre illness of his eldest cousin brother too. However, he did not want to evade responsibility. Since Qi Long had suffered as a result of his actions, he was willing to use his own future to compensate for this burden of guilt. Li Shiyu mentally apologized to his eldest cousin brother in his heart, because this decision of his would undoubtedly cause his cousin to suffer for a little longer. Still, he believed that as long as he worked hard to learn and research, even though it might take him a little longer, he was still confident that he would eventually be able to fully cure that feeble body of his cousin. It was precisely due to this unshakable confidence that Li Shiyu would shoulder this responsibility so readily. Hearing Li Shiyu's resolute answer, Ling Lan mentally pumped a fist in her heart with a loud cheer of yes, success. After expending all that effort, she had finally snatched this prodigy for her battle clan. Even though her methods were rather despicable, in order to guarantee the lives and safety of her brothers, she would even stoop to even more despicable means. Ling Lan did not regret her actions in the least. She was not a saintly matron. She could not care for the entire Federation army. She could only care for these brothers by her side. Thus, when Ling Lan looked at Li Shiyu, her gaze was placid and self-assured with not one hint of remorse within it. Ling Lan firmly believed that heaven destroys those who don't look out for themselves. This classic line, which had been preserved through the ages, certainly could not be wrong. Soon after, the faculty head rushed over, only to hear that the two sides had already come to an agreement. Li Shiyu had agreed to join Ling Lan's battle clan. The head was instantly racked with heartache. However, faced with a resolute Li Shiyu, he could not convince the other to change his mind. In the end, the faculty head could only plead with Ling Lan to promise that he would not leak the news of Li Shiyu joining his battle clan. The faculty head did not wish for the other excellent students his specialization was cultivating with such care to be taken away by even more battle clans. Ling Lan's objective had been achieved, so she naturally would not refuse this entreaty of the faculty head. She agreed without hesitation. Just like this, Ling Lan's battle clan was the first ever to include a student from the military medicine specialization in its ranks, and it would also be the only battle clan to possess a military doctor. Meanwhile, at this time, Li Shiyu was unaware, but the curtains of his very own legend were about to be raised 3. Although the other 5 members of Ling Lan's team were sympathetic towards Li Shiyu, who at present appeared to be extremely tragic and innocent in all this, they were still deeply impressed by their boss's grand feat this time. He had actually managed to tie Li Shiyu to their battle force. After all, having such an exceptional military doctor like Li Shiyu in their battle clan meant their lives had an additional layer of protection when they entered the battlefield. Ling Lan had undoubtedly given them an extra protective life-saving talisman. At this thought, Qi Long and the other 4 were filled with even more gratitude and respect for Boss Lan. As for the 2 other new members Boss Lan had mentioned, Qi Long and the others did not know much. They only knew that one of them was a mecha mechanic, while the other was a mecha operator who was a primary attacker. Just when the time was about to hit 1301, Lin Zhongqing, who had been observing the surroundings all this time, suddenly yelled out in the comms channel, "Stop the chit-chat. Boss is coming." The busily chatting group instantly fell silent, all of them turning their heads to look for the figure of their boss. Coming in diagonally from the right before them, 3 mecha were swiftly approaching. 2 of the 3 were intermediate mecha, while the last was an advanced mecha. Of the 2 intermediate mecha, one of them should be bosses, remarked Lin Zhongqing. As the one who communicated most often with Boss Lan, he was well aware of the current level of Ling Lan's mecha. He had barely finished speaking when the 3 mecha came to a stop before them. The 5 of them received a private message from Ling Lan almost simultaneously, requesting for them to join her party. When Long received the message, he immediately disbanded their previous party of 5. Right afterwards, he received Ling Lan's party invitation. No mecha unrepaired saw the standardized names with Lingtian before them. Lingtian Combat, Lingtian Abacus, Lingtian Parcel, Lingtian Razor, 2, Lingtian Substitute, scrolling rapidly across his screen as they joined Lingtian First String. Battle Clan one after the other, and his heart was instantly overcome with emotion. Not too long ago, he had still been worrying over his future because he did not know whether he would be accepted by any battle clan. The grudge between him and the Thunder King had been major news at one point in Mecha World. Skilled battle clans that knew about this past history would very likely be unwilling to accept him in order to avoid offending the Thunder King, who was powerful and influential inside Mecha World. Meanwhile, if he wanted to graduate from the military academy, he would need to join a battle clan. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete those courses which required one. Just as he was at a loss, no mecha unrepaired had been surprised by Lingtian First String initiating contact. The other had asked him outright if he would be interested to join the other's clan. This was undoubtedly a straw to clutch at for no mecha unrepaired. His first reflex was to agree immediately, but luckily, he was still somewhat rational. After calming down, he began to consider the consequences of joining. He could not bring trouble to someone who had helped him before, even though Lingtian First String was indeed very strong. Thus, no mecha unrepaired asked Lingtian First String why the other had invited him to join. He also asked if Lingtian First String knew the consequences of inviting him to join. This would certainly offend the Thunder King's faction and may impact the development of Lingtian First String's battle clan in the future. Unexpectedly, Lingtian First String only responded with 2 words, "So what?" Even as no mecha unrepaired was touched by this, he was utterly speechless. He then asked Lingtian First String, could it be that he did not want his battle clan to develop properly? It should be known that with a powerful faction applying pressure on them and seeking trouble at every turn, perhaps even interrupting and obstructing them in all of their missions, the other's battle clan would never be able to develop. The clan would only be able to barely survive under the abuse of the Thunder King's faction. No mecha unrepaired believed that this was not something Lingtian First String wanted to see. To his surprise, Lingtian First String did not answer his question, instead asking him in return whether he dared to fight with him. Lingtian First String did not say that he was not afraid of the Thunder King, nor any other empty words like they would be fine as long as they distanced themselves from the Thunder King's faction. He simply asked, no mecha unrepaired, whether he would fight, proving that the other had long considered the severe repercussions of inviting no mecha unrepaired into his battle clan. This meant that the other's invitation was not an impulsive act, but a decision made after deep contemplation. Upon hearing this question of Lingtian First String, no mecha unrepaired, no longer hesitated, agreeing readily. No mecha unrepaired still recalled how his tears had fallen uncontrollably at the moment he accepted. Perhaps his heart had already become fatigued from resisting the Thunder King's faction alone for so long. The sudden appearance of a friend who was willing to fight by his side was like a shot of heart tonic to him. He had hope once again. No mecha unrepaired silently made a vow. If he and Lingtian First String truly managed to overcome this hurdle, he would serve Lingtian First String's battle clan for the rest of his life. Only comrades who were willing to share their burdens and brave trials together were worthy of a lifetime of dedication. No mecha unrepaired was well aware that if no battle clan invited him, he would ultimately only have 2 paths before him. One was to retain his dignity and drop out of school resentfully in the end, while the other was to bow his proud head break his proud bones, and give up on his dignity to become a subordinate of the Thunder King. Of these two paths, he did not want either of them, and Lingtian First String's invitation was undoubtedly a third path of salvation from a desperate situation. Although the future of this third path was vague and uncertain, no mecha unrepaired was willing to take the risk and fight. No mecha unrepaired shall be the future mecha mechanic of our battle clan. From now on, if you all have any problems with your mecha, you can look for him directly. Ling Lan pointed at No Mecha Unrepaired, who was lost in his thoughts, and introduced him to the others. Oh, so you're that No Mecha Unrepaired, who had been pressured so much by the Thunder King that you've been driven to a corner. Ling Tian's substitute, who was Xie Yi, was the first to exclaim in realization. As the public representative of the team dealing with external relations, Xie Yi had always been collecting all information generated within the military academy. He naturally knew quite a lot about No Mecha Unrepaired's matter, even knowing No Mecha Unrepaired's true name in the real world. However, right now they were only a virtual battle clan in Mecha World, and Xie Yi was unsure whether No Mecha Unrepaired was to be a permanent member or a member under temporary contract. So, before Boss Lan explicitly defined the other's status within the clan, Xie Yi would still cautiously call No Mecha Unrepaired by his username in Mecha World. Ah, you all know about that too? Asked No Mecha Unrepaired with a wry chuckle. He had not expected his story to have become so widespread. Yes, trapped in the newbie town for close to 3 years, never succeeding in stepping out of the town by even one step. Your story has been widely discussed on the Mecha World official forums. I just happened to see it, replied Xie Yi with a smile. Looks like, after almost 3 years, the Thunder King still has no intention of letting me be, said No Mecha Unrepaired, with a troubled expression. I'm very grateful for Lingtian First String's invitation to join your team. However, now that you all know as well that the Thunder King is still unwilling to leave me alone till today, once I join the battle clan, great trouble is sure to follow. If you all disagree on my joining due to this, it's still not too late. Why would we disagree? What boss has decided, we will of course uphold, Lingtian Razor, aka 3 Luo Lang, responded instantly. Lingtian First String is your boss? No Mecha Unrepaired exclaimed in shock. He would never have guessed that Lingtian First String, who operated an intermediate mecha just like him, would actually be the boss of this bunch of advanced mecha warriors. However, No Mecha Unrepaired's surprise quickly faded, because he recalled how astoundingly strong Lingtian First String had been even when he had just been operating a rabbit trainee mecha. Perhaps the other had just not upgraded to a better mecha for some reason. No Mecha Unrepaired began to construct endless idealizations around Lingtian First String. No one would be willing to believe that the formidable Lingtian First String was in fact truly just an intermediate mecha warrior in Mecha World. This here is priceless kinship. Our future doctor, said Ling Lan tonelessly, pointing at priceless kinship. This introduction was much less meticulous and serious than when she had introduced No Mecha Unrepaired. No Mecha Unrepaired took a peek at priceless kinship, who was as silent as ever despite hearing Lingtian First String's simple introduction. Even though he had rushed here together with the other, Lingtian First String had not introduced them to each other prior to this. The whole way here, priceless kinship had not made a peep. He seemed rather cold and hard to get along with. No Mecha Unrepaired wondered silently whether the other was like him, only having been invited by Lingtian First String to join the battle clan recently. This was because the other's name was like his, not beginning with Lingtian. In contrast to the enthusiasm with which they had welcomed No Mecha Unrepaired, after hearing Lingtian First String's introduction, the 5 other people there abruptly fell silent. After that, several muttered welcomes rang out within the comms channel, sounding somewhat perfunctory, or perhaps dispirited and uncertain. And the final rather awkward welcome came from Lingtian Combat. Brother Kinship 4, this junior's body is in your care now, but please don't let any other accidents occur. Closely following that welcome was a short speech by Lingtian Combat. There was a trace of forced cheer in his tone, and also a trace of lingering fear. This made no mecha unrepaired, glanced curiously at priceless kinship. Could it be that there was some deeper secret behind his joining? Hearing Lingtian combat's words, the initially rather cold and detached, priceless kinship instantly responded seriously. I will not make the same mistake twice. Please do not worry. Towards the one he had wronged, Li Xiu could no longer maintain his aloofness even though he was not particularly pleased with the clan leader Ling Lan. At this moment, Lingtian Abacus, aka Han Jijian, seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere, and so quickly changed the topic to ask, Boss, didn't you say there were 3 new recruits? Where's the last one? Ling Lan replied, I've already notified him to come over. She had barely finished speaking when an advanced mecha could be seen flying here at high speed. It came to an abrupt stop before them without even slipping into a slide step from the inertia. This move completely proved just how skillful the other's control was, causing the eyes of Qi Long, Luo Lang, and the others to light up. They could tell at a glance that the other's control was definitely first class. Qi Long, in particular, found competitive spirit flaring up in his heart. He really wished he could fight one match with the other immediately to see who was stronger. Everyone in the party quickly saw a notification appear on their own mecha screens. Self-Defined Destiny has joined Team Lingtian. Self-Defined Destiny, another member of our battle clan. A mecha operator. He is a combat member, Ling Lan introduced. Everyone greeted Self-Defined Destiny warmly. Only Han Jijian subtly quirked a brow even as he greeted the other, because he had sensed something different in the way his boss had introduced Self-Defined Destiny. Even though his boss's tone had been as dispassionate as usual, Han Jijian had still picked up a subtle difference. This made Han Jijian begin to take careful note of Self-Defined Destiny. Self-Defined Destiny saw 5 others who had the same start to their names as Lingtian First String, and knew that these 5 people must be the most stable and permanent members of the Lingtian battle clan. He quickly greeted them warmly in return, though he was equally earnest in greeting no mecha unrepaired and priceless kinship. Since he truly wanted to integrate himself into the Lingtian battle clan, then he needed to establish a good relationship with every member. On this front, Li Lanfeng did not dare to slack off. In this first meeting, Qi Long and the other 4, as well as no mecha unrepaired, all felt that Self-Defined Destiny was a pretty decent guy. His demeanor was warm and gentle, making others feel as if graced by a spring breeze. Only priceless kinship, aka Li Xiu, was still a little puzzled, because the other's aura gave him a sense of familiarity and affinity, just like how Li Lanfeng had made him feel back when they first met. Li Xiu could not help but mentally shake his head, laughing at himself for being a little too sensitive. Perhaps this person was just a pleasant-tempered person like Li Lanfeng, which was why he would give him this feeling of similarity. Li Xiu knew well that the reason he was so attuned to this sort of aura was that his eldest cousin brother radiated the exact same type of aura. His eldest cousin brother just could not become a mecha operator in reality like Li Lanfeng, nor could he enter mecha world to become an advanced mecha warrior like Self-Defined Destiny. Although mecha world was a virtual world, its advancement levels also drew from the true physical condition of the players in real life. If one's physical constitution in the real world did not meet the standards for advancement, one would also be unable to successfully advance in the virtual world. Thus, Li Xiu had never even considered the possibility that his eldest cousin brother might have entered mecha world and become an advanced mecha warrior. This type of habitual thinking caused him to miss this earliest opportunity of discovering the truth. It was only many years later when he would come to realize that he had actually already touched upon the truth from the very beginning. He had merely brushed it aside. After the few of them got to know one another, Ling Lan led them in a sprint towards the manor of the city lord of Grand Sweep City. That was the place where one could accept the mission to build a battle clan. Ling Lan wanted to complete this mission today. In the square, all the unaffiliated mecha operators watched as the team sprinted towards the city lord's manor, and they could pretty much confirm that the party was on their way to build a battle clan. They could not help but sigh. Why could they not be one of the members in that party? One mecha operator who could not abide seeing others do well could not help but curse them silently in his heart. I hope their luck is bad and they don't get a mission. In mecha world, the mission to establish a battle clan was not that easy to obtain. At present, the sources for these missions as posted on the official forums were truly all kinds of strange ones, different in so many ways. Some could be accepted directly from the city lord, with some of those being received at the official hall of the city lord's manor. There was even one battle clan which had been oddball enough to receive the mission from the janitor at the city lord's manor, while there were also clans that visited the manor multiple times to no avail. Not only that, the missions received also varied in difficulty. Some battle clans had a burst of great luck, managing to receive a supremely easy mission. It could be as easy as merely having to deliver a letter to obtain the clan formation token, thus successfully building one's battle clan. In contrast, there were some missions which were loaded with challenges. They might not be completed even after many attempts where the clan members would be wiped out again and again. Thus, from jealousy sprung hate. The unaffiliated players without a battle clan could not help but be resentful, hoping that these teams which qualified to establish battle clans would fail in their missions. After speaking with the mecha operator guarding the gates of the city lord's manor, they found out that only the team leader could enter to accept the mission. So Ling Lan asked the others to wait for her at the gates before speaking with the mecha operator once more to choose the option of establishing a battle clan. The next second, she was transported into the city lord's manor. The moment one entered the manor, one would automatically be ejected from one's mecha to appear with one's regular appearance. Otherwise, the large hulking mecha would certainly have destroyed the city lord's manor. The location one was transported to was utterly random, just like the way one could receive a mission. The place Ling Lan came to was a corridor. Ling Lan could not help but frown. The best spot to be transported to was the great hall of the manor. That way, it would be much more convenient to find the official hall or the city lord's office, and the success rate of obtaining a mission would be much higher. In contrast, it was hard to tell with this corridor, because you would not be able to tell which doorway you should choose. This was completely a test of luck. But was it truly just a test of luck? Tu Ling Lan did not rush to look for a way out, instead standing where she had landed to think things through rationally. Common sense would dictate that there should not be that many restrictions in the way of forming a battle clan. After all, the formation of a battle clan would band unaffiliated mecha operators together, greatly cultivating the cooperation and rapport between mecha operators, which would bring more potential out of the mecha operators within a clan. It could be said that for this type of battle clan that was established early, when enlisting as a clan into an army division, they could clearly skip the period new troops needed to acclimatize to work with one another. They could become an extremely efficient battle unit in a very short period of time. Without question, this was an excellent model to foster a nation of soldiers. At critical junctures, even the common public could swiftly turn into extremely capable old hands at fighting, equipped with the ability to work in groups to boot. In that case, why would such a brilliant model have so many restrictions placed on it? With even the process of accepting the clan formation mission being so abstruse, Ling Lan could not help but recall the associated tests back during the enrollment for the Scout Academy and the Military Academy. A flash of insight coursed through her mind. Could this also be a type of test? However, the ones being tested this time were them, the incipient clan leaders. What the Federation needed were exceptional leaders who could lead their team members to grow and develop together. Were they trying to weed out those applicant clan leaders who did not have the ability and were only here muddying the waters to prevent them from destroying the futures of their clan members? Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. It could be explained why there were so many restrictions involved in the formation of a battle clan now. Ling Lan even felt that those party leaders who were unable to obtain a mission were in fact not unlucky, as most believed. After entering the city lord's manor, their choices and actions must have been evaluated by the mainframe of Mecha World and found unsuitable for the role of clan leader. Perhaps that's how they lost the right to receive the mission? In other words, right when one entered the city lord's manor, the assessment for the party leader had already begun. At this point in her train of thought, Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop. How much did this world love its hidden tests? Even when they were playing a Game 3, they could not avoid this hurdle. Having reached this conclusion, Ling Lan naturally raised her guard up to 120%. After all, this would determine whether or not her battle clan could be formed. Even if she did not do it for herself, She would need to take responsibility on behalf of her followers and friends. Little 4. Split the corridor into several smaller screens. Do not overlook any single small corner. I need to understand everything about this area. Ling Lan finally spoke up to give Little 4 instructions. Without demur, Little 4 broke the image of the corridor into countless smaller screens and displayed them on the screen of Ling Lan's mecha. Ling Lan began to study each picture carefully, clicking through them one by one. It didn't take long before she was done scrutinizing all of the images. Ling Lan's brow scrunched up tighter and tighter because she could not see anything strange on any of the images. It should be said that the corridor was absolutely normal. There were only 2 doorways. One was behind Ling Lan, so it should be the entrance, while the other was at the end of the corridor, so it should be the exit. Am I just overthinking things? Ling Lan could not help but wonder. Suddenly thinking of something, she abruptly clicked back to one of the images. It was an image of one corner of the corridor. Right beside it was a large flower garden, and there was a gardener busy at work inside. For a person to randomly appear like that in the flower garden, just when she was looking to accept a mission, Ling Lan felt that this was very suspicious. Little 4. This gardener, investigate them for me. Ling Lan instructed Little 4 as she pointed at the sweat-drenched gardener. Little 4 obeyed immediately, beginning to flip through and investigate everything he could about the existence of the gardener. In the end, he returned jubilantly, eyes sparkling as he looked at Ling Lan, to say adoringly, "Boss, it's as you suspected. There is a huge problem with this person." If not for his boss sensing something strange about the situation, Little 4, who had not thought of taking the initiative to investigate, would have completely missed this opportunity to discover the truth. At Little 4's response, Ling Lan's eyes lit up. It's good as long as there is a problem. Who is he exactly? He's no gardener. He's actually the lord of this manor, the city lord of Grand Sweep City, Luo Yishuan, answered Little 4 smugly. As long as it was something he wanted to find out, no matter how hard the Mecha World mainframe tried to conceal it, the information could never escape his keen fire gold eyes. So, the clan formation mission should be on him. The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked. What a windfall. Her luck was truly pretty good. Still, the mainframe of Mecha World was really quite despicable, actually disguising a city lord as a gardener. If she had not carefully studied the situation in the corridor, perhaps she might have walked all the way to the end and went off to God knows where. It was likely that she would not have ever obtained a mission then. For him to appear in this path, you must go through to obtain a mission, boss, and with the fact that he is the head here, that's probably close to the mark. Little 4 agreed with Ling Lan's analysis, believing that the mission must be with the city lord. Since she had found her target, Ling Lan quickly walked over to the gardener's side and silently waited for the gardener to finish up what he was doing. Ling Lan's patience was excellent, and she believed it was better not to disturb someone as they were working. The gardener finished planting the tree sapling in his hands and was just turning around to pick up another sapling when he was startled greatly by Ling Lan standing behind him. His expression changed and he pointed at Ling Lan angrily and asked, "Hey, why are you standing behind me? Don't you know that's very frightening?" "Frightening? If you were a normal gardener, perhaps that might be true. But is your lordship really just an ordinary gardener?" said Ling Lan casually. Framed by that cold, stony face of hers, it did not come off very friendly. However, Ling Lan was oblivious about this, because her demeanor when speaking was always like this regardless of whom she was speaking with. "If I'm not an ordinary gardener, then who am I? You impudent punk. I must go report to the city lord and chase you out." This seemingly impolite expression and tone of Ling Lan instantly drove the gardener to anger. Hearing this, Ling Lan's eyebrows lifted and the corner of her lips twitched up slightly. "Aren't you the city lord, elder?" This expression of Ling Lan's was blatant mockery in the gardener's eyes. It seemed to be saying, was there really any point in this idiotic charade? The gardener's expression instantly turned ugly as rage welled in his heart. Hells, this punk was truly too arrogant, actually daring to laugh and mock me, not at all knowing how to respect his elders, and so, his impression of Ling Lan dropped straight from neutral to a negative value. Poor Ling Lan had long become accustomed to sporting this frozen face of hers. In fact, that little tilt of her lips had been forcefully squeezed out by Ling Lan in hopes of improving the city lord's impression of her. She was hoping that this would prompt the city lord to swiftly assign her a mission, one that was not too hard. However, this effort of hers was destined to go to waste. Sometimes, the best intentions could in fact lead to even worse outcomes, just as it was with the current Ling Lan. The gardener did not seem to want to give Ling Lan a mission. Even though Ling Lan had already uncovered his true identity, he still pretended he had heard nothing. He simply asked Ling Lan to leave the garden so she would not disturb his work. Out of options, Ling Lan could only say outright, "City Lord Luo Yishuan, I am here to receive a clan formation mission. Let's not beat around the bush anymore and stop wasting each other's time." Hearing Ling Lan call out his name directly, the city lord Luo Yishuan knew for sure that his identity had been seen through by the other. Because to the general outside world, his information was only listed as the city lord of Grand Sweep City. His full name would not be displayed. It was very likely that the other had found some other clue to his identity from some other source. This also made it so that he could not continue to hold back from giving out the clan formation mission. Yet he did not want to make things so easy for this arrogant and impolite punk. An idea struck him, and he instantly brought out a large spin wheel and said coldly, "I can give you a mission if you want, but whether or not you can actually receive one will all depend on your luck." Ling Lan looked at that familiar large spin wheel once more, but this time, its segments were not marked with various mecha, but with various mission options for forming a clan. More than half of the segments were labeled with the word failure outright. She could just tell that this was the city lord Luo Yishuan's doing. She thought back on the 2 times she had spun a rabbit mecha and could not help but cringe inside. What if her spinning luck was bad here? Ling Lan was not really worried about the failures, because if she received a failure, she could just wait till a week later to try and receive a mission again. She glanced briefly at that terrifying SSS rank mission on one of the segments in the spin wheel and could not help but gulp silently. Hells, if her spin landed on that, it would definitely be even more tragic than getting a failure. As far as she knew, no one had ever completed an SSS rank mission up till now. She did not want to spend her entire life struggling with this mission. What? If you're afraid, you can just choose to give up directly and just come again next week, said the city lord Luo Yishuan coldly, arms folded across his chest. Damn tea, her luck could not be that bad all the time. Ling Lan would never choose to give up voluntarily. She decisively pressed down on the handle of the large spin wheel. The spin wheel began to spin rapidly. Ling Lan pressed her lips tightly together, praying in her heart for the SSS rank mission to stay away. And the large spin wheel finally stopped. Ling Lan's first reflex was to stare down at her own hand. Her hand was obviously so white and soft. Why was her hand luck so black then? She even began to curse herself. Why did she even think about the SSS rank mission while the wheel had been spinning? Didn't she know how the more she didn't want something, the more likely it was to come? Ling Lan had no tears, even though she felt like crying. She could not help but sigh loudly at the skies. Reality proved that she was natural enemies with large spin wheels. In the end, the needle firmly pointed at a mission of SSS rank. Ling Lan's first thought was whether she should just choose to give up and come again next week. However, before Ling Lan could decide, the city lord, who had been equally stunned by the results, very quickly came to himself. Chortling sinisterly, he withdrew a token from a pocket and threw it into Ling Lan's lap, and then he immediately ran away. Amidst the schadenfreude-filled laughter of the city lord which had yet to fade, Ling Lan stared speechlessly down at the mission token in her hands, a green vein spasming uncontrollably at her temple. No matter how much the city lord did not like her, he still could not be so irresponsible as to just dump the mission token on her and leave. At the very least, he should give her a mission introduction and offer some useful tips or suggestions. What an extremely irresponsible NPC. Ling Lan decided that she would definitely submit a complaint about this city lord of Grand Sweep City. An NPC just could not be that shameless. With no other recourse, Ling Lan could only try to get more information from the token in her hands. She had just straightened the token when a notification popped up on her mecha screen. Clan formation mission, mission ranking, SSS rank. Mission content. A month ago, Fleet Swift Dragon, which is stationed at the Nebula boundary, sent over an extremely subtle SOS. As the message was too brief, the Federation military was unable to determine whether it was a mistake or a true request for assistance. Although headquarters sent a team over to investigate, they did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Despite everything looking normal, the Federation military is not completely convinced. They have decided to secretly send an unofficial civilian expedition to look around the nebula boundary to find out once and for all what the SOS was about. Upon completion of the mission, the Federation shall convey the official status of Battle Clan on the expedition team. The team will from then on be granted the same rights and benefits as military troops of the same rank. As expected of an SSS rank mission. How troublesome. Reading the mission introduction, Linglan's mood became very horrible. This mission was not easy. 1. The people they were supposed to contact were unclear. 2. The situation at the nebula boundary was unclear. 3. As a civilian expedition party, entering a location controlled by the Federation military, that was definitely seeking death. Any random person within a trained fleet would be able to drown their entire expedition team with just a mouthful of spit. Moreover, how they could covertly get to the nebula boundary was also an extremely difficult matter. In short, this mission was already extremely tricky from the very beginning, and the further they progressed, the harder things would be. Also, Linglan did not believe that military headquarters would really just send them, this one team. It was highly likely that while they were acting, the military would also send another investigative team to secretly sneak into the nebula boundary to investigate. At the bottom of it all, they were just the diversionary lure to draw away the guard troops of the nebula boundary. Perhaps, giving up would be better for us. Linglan felt that this mission was absolutely impossible at the level of her current party. Linglan was not someone who was blindly confident. When the difficulty of a mission was truly worlds apart from her team's capabilities, Linglan would rationally choose to give up. She did not want to lead her companions into danger recklessly. Even though dying in the game would not lead to true death, Linglan was worried that this would instill the habit of risk-taking within herself. This character trait was undesirable as it could very well hurt everyone in the real world. Linglan was constantly on guard against it. Having come to a decision, Linglan instantly threw the token onto the ground without any hesitation. In Mecha World, whether it was equipment, resources, medical agents, or materials, as long as it was dumped somewhere, the system would wipe it away with a refresh when time ran out. The same applied to mission tokens. As long as one chose to cast it aside, the mainframe would judge it as a mission failure. Then, she would be able to come back 1 week later and accept a new mission. Of course, after failing, the one who accepted the mission would have to pay some price. Linglan felt that this was still much more worth it than recklessly risking their lives. However, what happened next proved that Linglan's internal abacus was inaccurate. When Linglan chose to discard the token, the system actually notified her that the mission was already bound to her and could not be discarded. In other words, the mission she had received was a death command that could not be refused. Seeing this notification, Linglan could not help but show a middle finger to the screen inside her cockpit. Demit, mainframe, you're just too shameless. However, since this was already done, Linglan did not waste time panicking or despairing. She decided to go back and discuss with her companions how they wanted to complete this mission. Linglan very quickly returned from whence she came and was transported back to the gates of the city lord's manor. Back outside the manor, Linglan once again reappeared in her intermediate mecha. Seeing their boss reappear, Qilong and the others asked Linglan excitedly whether she had received a mission. Linglan did not reply, instead asking them to move to a quieter location first. Only then did she share the details of the mission with them. When the others saw the contents of the mission, they instantly fell silent. Linglan smiled wryly. It looked like this mission had scared her companions. She was just about to speak up and explain when Qilong could be heard to roar excitedly. Boss, you are just too awesome. Actually obtaining an SSS rank mission that has not appeared in over several hundred years. I really just need to follow boss, and there will be crazy awesome things to do. Yeah, I can't believe that there's something so exciting to do again so soon. Xie was just as excited. I had just been thinking that boss would likely bring us an extremely high-level mission. Who would have expected boss to dish out an SSS rank mission just like that? My guts are still no match for bosses, sighed Han Jijian. Han Jijian had always set figuring out Linglan's thoughts as his highest goal. However, reality proved that he had still failed this time. boss was even more savage than he had imagined. But this was their boss, forever doing things others would not dare to do. Han Jijian could not know that this mission was not something Ling Lan had asked for on her own initiative, but was rather something that had been forcefully thrown upon Ling Lan. In any case, whatever boss decides to do, I'll do. Luo Lang had no opinion whatsoever on this. He had long decided to follow his boss faithfully. If it's a mission of this level, the resources I prepared previously will be lacking considerably. I'll need to go supplement them as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Zhongqing was already thinking about how he could compensate for the ranking of the mission. He had no objections at all on accepting this mission. Ling Lan stared at this group of audacious people and sweat dropped. Fine, she had forgotten that not many of her companions were normal. Earlier, when she had thought they had been scared stiff, her mind must have short-circuited for a moment to even consider it. Ling Lan turned her head to look at the other three silent people, thinking that these three at least must be shocked. After all, those abnormal people like her companions should still be the minority. And so Ling Lan addressed No Mecha Unrepaired, saying, No Mecha Unrepaired. The mission this time is unexpectedly difficult. You can reconsider your invitation to join this battle clan if you would like. No Mecha Unrepaired was after all not that close with them. If by any chance they did not manage to complete the mission, Ling Lan did not want to drag No Mecha Unrepaired down with them. No, I want to join the battle clan, and I also want to follow you all for the mission. At Ling Lan's words, No Mecha Unrepaired quickly responded emphatically, I was just moved earlier that I actually have the chance to participate in an SSS rank mission. This is just too unbelievable. No Mecha Unrepaired. S voice actually contained a trace of dreaminess. An SSS rank mission that one might only see once in several hundred years. There is indeed a need to see this. Besides, I believe you all will need my treatment ability even more. Priceless Kinship deviated from his usual indifference, becoming unbelievably enthusiastic. It was clear to see how much attraction the SSS rank mission held for him as well. The corners of Ling Lan's lips could not help but twitch. Hells, what kind of members were these whom she had taken in? Each even more abnormal than the one before, actually so eager to attempt a mission normal people would never dare to touch. She could not help but look towards self-defined destiny. Her leopard should be a normal person, right? Li Lanfeng rubbed his jaw and asked with clear interest, Say, do you all think that by completing this mission, the reward we receive will also be of a legendary level? Legendary level. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Within the Mecha Comms channel, Ling Lan could practically hear the endless dripping sounds of drooling. Ling Lan stared up into the sky, speechless. She really could not expect much of her team members. As members of a team led by an abnormal person, a freak, they really could never be normal either. In Mecha World, for every 10 major cities, there would be a sky metropolis connecting these 10 major cities. As its name suggests, the sky metropolises existed in the sky. However, these sky metropolises were not for human inhabitation. They merely functioned as spaceports. Every day, there would be massive numbers of spacecrafts, military vessels, and cargo ships passing through these metropolises, departing from them, or merely stopping by. Many lone wolves, expedition parties, and battle clans which needed to travel to distant lands for their missions would need to enter the sky metropolises to hitch a ride on a starship or some cargo ship. However, though battle clans could freely choose between military vessels and common ships, regular lone wolves and commoner expeditions could only ride civilian spacecrafts. This was another reason why battle clans were so popular in Mecha World. After all, in Mecha World, 70% of ships were military vessels of the Federation. Furthermore, some military-governed areas could only be accessed by military vessels. General civilian spacecrafts could not even approach. Oftentimes, the spots with the greatest profits were all located in those areas. For instance, the base camp at the Nebula boundary where the Swift Dragon fleet was stationed was an area where only military vessels were permitted to enter. This was also why they would find it troublesome. Not yet having the right to board military vessels, they would never be able to get close to their destination by using civilian ships alone. In any case, today, the initially already extremely bustling Sky Metropolis was even busier than ever. This was because the once-a-season planetary reclamation activity was about to commence officially. And this was also the one and only time when ordinary lone wolves and commoner expedition teams could board military vessels. Planetary reclamation was an official activity organized by the Federation government. They would release some newly discovered wild and unexplored planets to the public, allowing civilian individuals or groups to go explore and cultivate the land. If they discovered any resources beneficial to the Federation or any new biological organisms, the Federation would reward them with countless credits. Many troubled lone wolves or expedition teams that were not doing well financially had been able to revive due to this activity, becoming famous people or renowned expedition teams in their own right. Therefore, this planetary reclamation activity had become the premier shortcut for ordinary lone wolves or expedition teams to fame and fortune. They only see the glory of success but fail to see the consequences of failure. Tell me, these individuals or parties who go on this exploration, how many of them return alive? As the person in charge of ferrying these adventurers this time, a commanding officer could not help but sigh as he looked at the spirited civilian adventurers down below controlling their mecha to board the starship from the screen of his main ship. This is their own choice. Perhaps this failure will let them understand what it means to act within one's means, responded an adjutant coldly from beside the commanding officer. The adjutant did not think highly of these untrained civilian adventurers. If this were not an assignment, he would never have willingly made contact with these trash. Oh, you should not have these kinds of thoughts. Have you never heard the old saying of prodigies sprouting from the civilian world? Said the commander with a laugh, shaking his head. That saying has long become obsolete. With the perfected system of the Federation now, any prodigies would have long been excavated for cultivation. Would they have been able to remain hidden until now? Said the adjutant scornfully. These trash, which could not even form proper battle clans, could only remain mediocre all their lives. The only thing that perplexes me is why we have to come to this virtual mecha world to do this mission. It's seriously a complete waste of our time. At his adjutant's words, the smile on the commander's face vanished. Grimly, he said, because the Federation mainframe has sent an emergency notification to us. At the nebula boundary of Mecha World, some strange phenomena has occurred. Although it has tried its best to eliminate the problem, it has failed, and it simply cannot discover the reason for its failure. The adjutant's expression changed. Could it be that our Federation mainframe has been invaded by an enemy nation's virus? The commander nodded solemnly. Highly possible. This is also why we have secretly entered Mecha World to replace these NPCs under the mainframe's arrangement. You should know that once the Federation mainframe is successfully corrupted by a virus, the entire order of the Federation will utterly collapse. At that time, we will be like deshelled turtles, helpless on the chopping block. Are we enough to handle this? The adjutant was rather concerned. After all, he was not a hacker who was proficient on this front. He really had no certainty in handling everything in the virtual world. Don't worry. We are not the only ones who have come. There's still those top-class hackers of the military. Headquarters has even sent out some of those top-level specters this time. Aggression flashed across the commander's face. Thinking to destroy our mainframe. Don't they even dare think they will live to tell the tale? The adjutant could not help but clench his fists. As someone on the verge of breaking through the barrier of ace to advance to Imperial Operator, this was undoubtedly a great chance for him. He believed that if this was truly an attack by an enemy, they would certainly have top-class operators as escort. Perhaps this was why headquarters had sent a prodigy like him on the verge of a breakthrough here right at this moment. Ling Xiao, I will definitely become a legendary figure surpassing you. Ambition flared in the adjutant's eyes for a brief instant. That God-class operator General Ling Xiao, who had broken records multiple times, had completely trodden other prodigies under his feet. No matter how outstanding they were, in comparison to his records, they were all not even worth a mention. But all of that was in the past now. If he could advance successfully this year, he would break Ling Xiao's record of being the youngest ever to become an Imperial Operator. At this thought, the adjutant could not help but shiver in excitement. He would definitely pull Ling Xiao down from his godly pedestal. Among the crowd of mecha registering to board a starship was Ling Lan's party. Around them were all advanced mecha which had been modified, and there were even quite a few formidable special class mecha. In contrast, their team appeared extremely slapdash. Qilong and the other four of Ling Lan's original team, Li Lanfeng and Li Xiu, were all using standard Federation mecha, while no mecha unrepaired and Ling Lan were using intermediate mecha, which were one level below the others. Even though no mecha unrepaired, S mecha had obviously been modified quite a bit. No matter how well it was modified, it was still nothing before an advanced mecha. The level difference between mecha was not something which could be bridged with modification. Of course, this was only referring to ordinary modifications. This may not necessarily be true of a mecha which had been modified by a master-level mechanic. That said, no one would believe that an ordinary expedition team whose advanced mecha were still just standard mecha would have intermediate mecha modified by a master-level mechanic. Combat, it's our turn. Ling Lan saw that it was finally their turn and quickly urged Qilong on their party comms to go up and register. As her present mecha was still an intermediate mecha, she was really rather unsuited to be the party leader. Got it, boss. Receiving his boss's reminder, Qilong, who had been in a constant state of excitement, finally scrambled over to register. All this had been arranged beforehand. From the moment they set off on the mission, the public leader had been Qilong. As Qilong was registering, Han Jijian finally voiced his doubts. Boss, why won't you let us help you redeem an advanced mecha? A lower mecha operator could of course pilot a more advanced mecha, but they would not be able to draw out the full power of the mecha and may even be unable to use it for long periods of time. This was because the more advanced a mecha was, the higher the demands it would place on the operator's physical constitution and stamina. Some people have tried using advanced mecha as intermediate mecha warriors. 10 minutes later, they would be utterly drained and no longer able to continue piloting the mecha. This stark truth dispelled all thoughts of any operator thinking to take a shortcut. They all practiced honestly to advance. However, Han Jijian and the others believed that with their boss's capabilities, even if he piloted a mecha at a higher level, he would be able to play around with the advanced mecha like it were his own arms. Thinking back on how terrifying Ling Lan's control skills were that year back then, after so many years, his skills could only have gotten better. Because this is more convenient for my mobility. No one will pay attention to an intermediate mecha. Besides, as far as I know, boarding details must match actual ranking, otherwise the mainframe will refuse boarding, explained Ling Lan calmly. She was too embarrassed to admit that she already had a secret weapon, although this secret weapon was not something she really wanted. Han Jijian was just about to say something when he heard Qilong yelling in the comms channel, "Go, go, go." It turned out he had finished registering and was now urging them to get on the military vessel. Seeing this, Ling Lan said, "Let's board the ship." That said, she was the first to follow Qilong to walk towards the boarding entrance of the military vessel. As these were all transport ships, after entering through the entrance, they saw an extremely large, empty space. Right then, there were already quite a few mecha inside. They followed the order they entered to walk over to their exclusive secured seats. In order to ensure the stability of the mecha during transport, the hold of transport ships were all equipped with this type of mecha-specific secured seats. Once a mecha was buckled in, the mecha would not be able to move. Other than the transport ship activating the release of the secured seats, the mecha could only try to break free by breaking the seat with brute strength. Ling Lan's team walked over to their secured seats in an orderly manner, and then they all settled in to rest respectively. This so-called rest just meant they were sleeping in their respective cockpits. Once the ship left the spaceport, no one would be allowed to log off until they arrived at the next save point. Fortunately, this journey was not a very long one. It only took one night. Besides, Ling Lan and the others had already made the proper preparations. All of them had requested several days' leave from their instructors, and their virtual login pods were also properly filled with energy replenishing fluid, which should be enough to sustain them till they arrived at the new save point. This time, the destination the Federation had organized for the planetary reclamation activity was Planet X-192, which was not too far away from the nebula boundary. Ling Lan was aiming to use the Planet X-192 as their springboard, so they would have the chance to enter the stationed campgrounds of the Swift Dragon fleet at the nebula boundary. Right then, they did not know that a bunch of people from the Federation military were also planning on doing the exact same thing. The night passed in silence. The transport fleet very quickly arrived at the nebula boundary, and began its descent towards Planet X-192. At the same time, relevant information on Planet X-192 was announced on the public channel of Mecha World. Planet X-192, gravity 29.7, strength of magnetic field 15 times 10 to the power of negative 18 Tesla. Temperature 56.1. Normal wind strength level 12. Extreme wind strength level 19. Atmospheric elements. Carbon dioxide 87%, hydrogen 3%, chlorine 8%, others 2%. FCK, is there really life on this planet? Listening to these details that were not at all suitable for human life, Qilong asked his companions as he adjusted the settings of his mecha to accommodate for Planet X-192. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.